This video message is my final appeal to present how to make a true stand for what is best and traditional in our nation's culture or generally the civilization of people of European heritage in this world. Some information presented in this material is worth a lot of money to many individuals or even countries. This is a long material to analyze, so if you need proper motivation to engage yourself and analyze it as a whole, I will say it straight. Your survival and that of your family will depend on the success of my appeal. All you need to do is listen to the end. Process the presented information, and if you agree with me, then do what I say. It's dramatic, but true. The outcome of my appeal will determine the future of us all on an individual level, no matter where we live or what we do. In this video, I present the only realistic solution to give us a chance to secure our future, because there's nothing else we can do to give us a sufficient power to shape our fate in our current miserable situation. My initiative is a form of exam for each one of us, which will reveal if we are intellectually competent enough to act responsibly and if we are capable of working together united for a common goal, to oppose the threats to our future existence as a people who share a common European heritage, or if we remain ignorant, idle, accepting passively the fate which is shaped for us by the rulers of the current world order. So how much we really care and how smart we are will be visible in the outcome of my appeal. Why did I write so long material about the plan presentation? So you can follow my logic and reasoning without missing anything. This is also a source material of the whole operation. Anyone may use it to make their own presentation and help us gather people around my initiative. Feel free to use the timestamps to navigate if you wish to skip the chapters you consider less interesting. You may navigate through the video timestamps to view the subjects of your personal interest. This is the first release of my video message. Some material is borderline politically incorrect, so if my material ends up being deleted, I will release a second version that will be more censored, removing content that might be compromising for my video publicity. This is about the destruction of the Western world and introduction to the only realistic solution. Our civilization is being destroyed, and we will perish alongside it as European nations unless we implement the plan outlined in this video while there is still time. There is no alternative solution to secure our future as European people, regardless of what others may claim in the public sphere, and I will justify every single claim of mine in this message video. If you consider yourself a responsible person and are concerned about the future of European peoples worldwide, regarding the organized destabilization and eventual destruction of so-called Western or Christian civilization, and your own country alongside, your culture, traditions, values, our remaining rights and freedoms, then what I have to say may be the most important video message you will hear on any platform on the whole internet. My message is especially important for responsible parents, mothers, fathers, who want to secure safety and well-being for their own children in this world. How do I define a Western world? As a group of cultures, values, religions, and nations developed through centuries by people from the European genetic pool. I understand there are differences between the Europeans in the United States, in Europe, or in Australia, or even Russia. Some say we are not even part of the same civilization, which I may agree with to a certain degree. But for me, in general, it is a civilization of European people, or a Christian civilization, and we are all on the same boat when it comes to the situation. So even with those differences, we are all of European descent, by values, bloodlines, and those people of those values, cultures, and bloodlines are losing ground in their own countries, weakening by that our position as European people on the globe, allowing our nations to collapse from the inside, which will have severe consequences for our whole future and our way of life. I will explain details later on. As the aware people, those who understand how bad the situation is, and as people of European descent, we have a holy duty to secure our well-being and the future existence within our countries. I am giving you the opportunity to do that by making this material for each one of you to analyze and consider as a solution to oppose this madness in our countries that will provoke destruction of civilization and our way of life if we don't react adequately. What you will decide to do after hearing what I will have to say will determine your future and that of your family, regardless of whether you are rich or poor. So I ask you to listen very carefully to the end. I repeat, many of you, after analyzing my material, will have to make one of the most important decisions in your life, which will impact the situation of us all with time. I do understand most people have no time or patience to listen to a message of some random person from the internet. However, I kindly request you to make this sacrifice, especially because nobody offers any reasonable solution for our daily worsening situation within our own countries. From my side, I promise I will not disappoint when it comes to the quality and value of presented information. Find the time, focus, analyze and consider what I have to say. Otherwise, our situation will remain hopeless and we will continue deluding ourselves with pseudo-solutions and hope for a better future, while in reality nobody is even aiming at anything sufficient to have an impact on changing our general situation for the better. This video message is more important than any documentary video you watched anywhere or any modern book which you read so far in your life. Some information which I will also present is worth a lot of money for certain individuals or groups of interest, or even countries. For example, final solution will be presented to problem of illegal migration or the problem of illegal drug trafficking and distribution, which will end this phenomena in the future within our system. My statement is not exaggerated in the slightest. I have a lot of information to present, so I also advise making notes. I will present a brief summary of threats which will directly affect or ruin your life, your heritage, or even your family wealth. Definitely it will make life horrible for our children in this world and for the future generations to come. I will explain who I blame for the current situation in the world and why, to avoid being accused of believing in some crazy conspiracy theories. I will also present a short summary of all pseudo-solutions proposed to address current issues by people who are too short-sighted to see the full picture, a summary of our current situation, and of course I will present the only realistic solution which should be sufficient to make a difference and which must be implemented if we want to have a chance of preserving of our rights, our traditional moral values, and our traditional way of life. Where most of us simply dream about having our own home, a peaceful life, a family, children, life in a community based on trust, which provides security and development for us, which is more and more taken away from us in our globalized financial and corporate world system. I will also provide instructions on what to do and how, assuming you as a reviewer of this material will be interested in taking action instead of only talking and whining about the problems which we are facing today as a collective. And I will also reveal certain information about myself, which might be relevant for people who will be evaluating my competence. I do not promote anything hateful or illegal in nature, but rather offer a realistic and peaceful plan to solve the problems the Western civilization and the European people are facing. I do understand I am making big claims here, so some of you will be asking yourself, who is this guy? Who does he think he is? Why should I be listening to him anyway? I cannot reveal this information at the beginning of this video, because I could lie, or if I would tell you the truth, you would probably not believe me anyway. But while processing the presented information, you will be able to connect the dots. And near the end of this message video, I will reveal more about my person. I will never ask you to trust me blindly on anything I say, I do or intend to do. That's why I am making my video message so long, presenting my arguments, all options and ideas for a solution so you may analyze everything yourself and decide on your own if it's worth trying or not. Please remember that whenever I present some information, material from the outside to back up my claims, you may always verify everything by yourself. Also, the source should be visible on every displayed material on the screen. I am not making this video to entertain you, but to provide information and present opportunities to help us save our future and our traditional way of life, to help us preserve our European nations and our heritage as European people. I know many people would like me to go straight to the point and get over with it. I cannot do it this way because this plan, this whole operation is a great responsibility. I will make some big claims here, which requires a full explanation for understanding and justification of proposed actions. I feel obliged to explain my logic in public presentation, otherwise my initiative might sound not convincing enough, or be misunderstood by those with deeper analyzing skills. I also do understand that most people can be reached with a short and simple message, only because an average intelligent person's attention span is not longer than 5 minutes, and obviously what I will present in this video is much longer than that. Many subjects which I will cover are for more competent and qualified individuals, so I hope some skilled people who will decide to help me promote this solution will try to simplify this necessary information and the plan for the audience, which requires a very short and simple explanation. By competent I mean people either with a deeper understanding of the world and what is currently happening, or with specialized knowledge. Everybody will find something for himself. Just use the timestamps for the navigation to the subjects of your interest. My logic is that if I will convince the top qualified individuals, or those with traction and possibilities, they will take it as a duty to help me and spread the message among their own followers, or simply that every concerned individual about our future will mobilize himself like for the most important exam of their lifetime, because it's about securing our future, including every single one of us on an individual level. And since I will be expecting people like you to take certain actions after listening to my message video, then you should be aware of everything that you are getting into, what to expect, and to understand everything on your own according to your personal abilities. So please try to understand my position and be patient, because it's necessary for me to assemble and present all the information if I am to obtain your trust and general credibility in the eyes of a wide public, or even to inform those who will oppose me that I will not interfere in their plans or stand on their way. I will explain details of this logic later on. I hope my right to have a freedom of speech will be respected even by those who will disagree with me. My message is not calling for any violence, anything illegal or hateful. I just share my thoughts, ideas, opinions, and I am open to being proven wrong. So consider engaging yourself into discussion in the comment section below in case of any issues with my message. Assuming anything will go wrong with carrying out my initiative, especially because of people's stupidity and ignorance, I hope this message video will stay on the internet and people will be able to listen after 5 or 10 years to the warning I was giving here, and as a reminder of the potentially wasted opportunity to do what we should have while there was still time. I really hope that my message will reach enough people who will be intellectually competent to act responsibly and set their priorities in life straight, starting by listening to what I have to say when it comes to securing our future. Because currently our boat is sinking, and it's clearly visible within our society for everyone who is not keeping their ears and eyes shut by living in their own comfortable little world. Because with time, all of us will be affected by our changing world. This video message is a test, which will help me to evaluate if there are enough of us out there who are intellectually competent, determined, to act responsible and with devotion, sense of duty into taking action instead of only remaining a passive observant and opportunists who will be whining, crying, and waiting for someone else to do all the work alone. Maybe the biggest mistake I do is trying to appeal to people reason, while in reality there will be not enough reasonable people out there. Time will tell. But in other way, we need those who are intellectual elites in the first place. And I believe those will be the people who will attempt to reach me as one of the first after analyzing everything what I will present in my material, understanding that there is no more time to lose based on our current situation. A responsible, intelligent person who is concerned and who really cares about our future will watch this video to the end, because as it stands today, we officially have no solution to secure our future, and we are at the mercy of those who rule our system in a very irresponsible way. A possibility exists that by publishing this video, I do put my life on the line, because some information presented later on might be considered dangerous for some people at the top. But I have no choice. Our future is at stake either ways. Also, the success of my initiative will depend on people like you, on how responsible we are, if we engage ourselves to work together, and how willing are we to stand up for what we value and care, assuming you do share my concerns about the current situation in our civilization and its future, and how it will affect all of us at the individual level. My initiative is probably our last true chance to make a stand against this madness which is destroying our nations today. First, few organizational matters. The timestamps for each section of the video message should be visible in the video description and on the screen, which should help you with the navigation. And also there should be a text document version with the transcript linked under the video for those who prefer to read. This material is a source material. It is a compilation of knowledge and other information which you need to take for consideration in order to accurately evaluate our situation, rethink your own personal plans, or make certain decisions about my initiative at the end of this presentation. A lot of information presented in my material is not known by the public and was never discussed in the public sphere before. This material is to be used as a source material by people who will be trying to inform others and help me simplify the presentation of my plan in a more friendly form for a wider audience. I am presenting you the information. You will need to analyze them on your own and make some decisions afterwards. I will not only present you the solution, I will try to organize everything that's needed, give you direct instructions on what to do, as well as when and how, if you decide to involve yourself in saving our future. I am expecting that if you agree with me, and if you approve the proposed solution, then as a rational, sane and responsible individual you will help me in the realization of this proposed plan, for the sake of our future in this world. Because we are running out of time, and you will understand exactly why after you hear the major threats to our future existence as European nations in our globalized world system. My initiative is a global operation, and I will gladly cooperate with like-minded people from non-European nations, since they are also enslaved by our international rulers from the world financial and corporate sector, as long as there will be full respect from all parties for the major principle in our cooperation, which is based on a rule stating that we want to live in peace and happiness on the lands of our ancestors, and we wish the same for every other nation. Nothing of what I'm proposing is anyhow illegal or even politically incorrect, even if I am fully aware we are stepping on a sensitive ground, where there is a very thin line between what's perceived as okay or not within the current system of the internet censorship and the cancel culture. The entire plan and all projects are available to the public for analysis and criticism. Whatever needs to be improved or changed will be completed to fit the world situation or current work limitations based on our needs. We are living in a world where AI is capable of generating images, videos, voice copied from people in the real world. I personally will be operating on one, maybe two social media platforms, and everything else might be managed by either my supporters who are trying to help, or enemies who might attempt to spread disinformation about me to discredit my image in the public eyes. If you will hear my voice on any third-party channel saying something controversial, irrational, please always attempt to confirm that before you jump to any conclusions by visiting my personal channels, which will be always linked at the front page and in About section of our Polmatch.com platform. I will be personally addressing people in the countries from the Anglosphere, North America, United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and so on. But assuming this operation will expand according to plan, I will be creating with time independent organizational cells, making videos and more in the countries which will be using local national language, among others Germany, Spain, France, Poland, Russia or Japan. The people who will be authorized for leading positions of those independent organizational cells and the list of their official channels will be linked also in About section of our Polmatch.com platform. If you will witness anybody posting some controversial material from channels which are not on our Polmatch.com platform list but still are using symbols or channel names similar to mine, then please remember it might be intentional to damage our public image. Worth mentioning here is the choice of the symbol and logo which I associate with my initiative and the projects which are planned for this operation. And I am talking about the Roman eagle and its variants, which I choose because the eagle was used as a symbol of the greatest European pagan and Christian empires and kingdoms, so I find this most suitable to use and to honor our civilization and the countries of European people, so do not have any wrong ideas if you will see a Roman eagle logo anywhere in my videos or our internet platform or our future business-related trademarks. If my main channel ends up being shut down by censorship, always visit polmatch.com to obtain a link to my new channel, so note this address down, polmatch.com. My contact information will be presented at the end of this video, but you may always verify if they are still active by visiting About section of the Polmatch.com platform or its front page. I also authorize people to use my material on their own channel to make shorts from my videos under the condition that they will be providing the source to my main channel and to the Polmatch platform, and stating clearly that this initiative is mine. All major announcements and updates will always be published by me in the form of videos as operational reports in my main channel, and I am also not interested in advertising anything on my channel. I also want to point out that I do not support any movement or organization anywhere out there in the world, even if they may support my initiative. My hands are to remain clean, and we do not interfere with national or community politics or any political activism. We do not promote any third-party agenda, even if we have our own. This whole operation is about organizing like-minded people who share our concerns about the future of our civilization around the only realistic solutions, so we can remain strong, prepared for whatever the future holds for us, and with time hopefully restore the rules of sanity and reason within our countries from our growing and more influential economic position, especially in case if the current system will fail to function. There is more. My message is not for everyone. As I stated in the first place, my message is for people who share our concerns about the future of our country and civilization, which means it's expected from the viewer to have a basic understanding of the current social, economic and political situation in their own countries. However, if any logic from my message or plan requires clarification, I may create a separate video covering any mentioned specific subject in detail. So please always let me know, preferably in the comment section below, if you would like me to explain deeper the reasoning behind any of my claims. I might be forced to censor my vocabulary in public material for obvious reasons of growing internet censorship. I also will be using simple English whenever possible, because viewers of my material will be from all over the world, so I am expecting your full understanding when it comes to that. If you want to criticize my ideas, plan, debunk any of my claims, please do so in public by making a message video where you share your objections, concerns, and I assure you that if you making a valid point, your video will definitely come under my attention, where I will feel obliged to address any issues which you will point out to me. This is the most efficient form of resolving any issues with my initiative. Make sure your video name includes the name of my initiative, the general subject of your message, and the date where you decided to publish your message. Also make sure to declare in your video that I may use and edit your material to prepare a proper response video of my own. I do not wish to engage myself into any public debates or interviews anymore. First, because I am not a well-spoken person, and second, because I am too passive and polite for a live exchange of arguments, and I have a little patience for stupidity and incompetence, so I wish to keep everything organized with sufficient time to think before I say anything in public. I do have a habit of saying too much in live discussions. For example, when I forget to censor myself and when I say something that might be used against my own person or this operation. I simply wish to avoid situations where I am being baited into a trap which might backfire at my future projects anyhow. If you think you could help me with remake of this presentation in a more interesting and a better sounding form, better narration and so on, reach out to me as well, please, because in this video I am trying to transmit important information, and many people struggle to process badly presented material. And for those who would try to accuse me of being something what I am not, please see this short video clip.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, "When certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable build-ups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind."
Since we have organizational matters behind us, I will briefly explain how you may benefit from the outcome of this operation on an individual level, because I'm sure this is what you are all interested about in the first place. First of all, please note that there are few major possible outcomes from the success of this plan realization. In the perfect case scenario, where the global system functionality will be preserved on the long run, and we will accomplish all objectives of this plan on time, all of us will be affected no matter where we live and what we do, allowing us to oppose the downfall of our society, countries, because this plan realization might enable like-minded groups and individuals in their own countries to open an option of political solution, granting such people or groups possibility of obtaining true political power to start fixing their own countries. But this is a dream case scenario, which I highly doubt is possible within the current world system. Still, it's a possibility, thanks to this plan, which will be presented in this video. To clarify, I do not believe that a political solution is a viable option for us in our current miserable situation, but this might change in the future thanks to this plan. Now, the benefits for most of us in most likely scenario are that we are going to end up as a privileged groups of communities in certain regions or areas within our countries, where we will have strong international organization representing our rights and interests, defending and preserving our traditional values, culture, way of life, allowing us to function with dignity and respect which we deserve in our countries, slowly attracting toward our worldview people who did not care before about what we are standing for, and granting like-minded people to gain prominent positions of power and influence which with time might enable again a political solution within some countries. This scenario might take place either within the current world system or after the current system is going to collapse because of whatever reason. Now, the mediocre outcome scenario is that an international elite organization will be created for people from various countries who share our concerns, which will be strong enough to preserve our culture within communities assembled around certain business operations, but it will remain too weak to stop the downfall of our countries and society anyhow. So the aim of this scenario will be to prepare us for the worst and hopefully allow like-minded people to rise one day as a strong united group of shared interest and start fixing our country's system step by step, either within the current world system or after the current system is going to collapse on its own. In the worst case scenario, my appeal will be ignored by the majority of people who are sharing our concerns, and my main plan will become an wasted opportunity. And I will help people who helped me so far, and to those who will be willing to work together with me, preparing the best that we can to prepare for the worst to come. I will reveal details of this emergency plan near the end of my message video. But I still have faith in our European people. I really hope it will not come to that. There are benefits from this plan for everyone, young, old, people of culture, poor or rich, and from every nationality. Benefits which I cannot reveal at this moment without explaining projects which are planned for the realization of the main plan. So I will present in detail personal gains for each of us after the plan presentation, because listing details now might sound confusing for those who are not familiar with the projects from the plan, which will be presented later on. In summary, what I may offer you is an opportunity for a future, for yourself and your close ones, and the possibility to preserve what's dearest for us, traditional Europeans, who actually care and who are trying to act responsible when the situation is dire. Based on the situation and my research, I have every reason to believe that this initiative might be our last chance. And if we lose it, because of our ignorance or incompetence, there will be nothing more that we could possibly do to have an impact on shaping our future. When it comes to making plans, how to secure our future, everyone must understand the major threats to our future existence. If someone does not take into consideration the major 5 threats to our future, then such plans cannot be considered a potentially valid solutions. The plan which I present later on is designed for 2 major scenarios, which are that the system will preserve its functionality, evolving more into a police-state system with tighter control over the world population, or that the current system will collapse for different possible reasons. Every time I am making any plans or designs, I am always trying to prepare for the worst. It's a reasonable thing to do for any responsible person. I have prepared an extensive summary of those threats for 2 key reasons. Firstly, to raise awareness among those of you who may not be familiar with them. Secondly, to allow you to assess my grasp of the situation, since its understanding is essential for anyone to be able to offer a viable and a realistic solution, which I claim I do. The information I provide will enable you to judge my expertise and understand why the strategy I will introduce is our best hope for securing our future. And there is really nothing else. I analyzed every other alternative option which should be sufficient enough. The way I present it in my material is the only way for a better future. I will explain all those major threats in detail. Among them, I will reveal information that I said is worth lots of money for certain people, groups, or even countries. All of you must understand what we are up against and what difficulties and threats we will most likely face in the future. The 5 major threats are as follows. The first major threat comes with demographic shifts on all continents where we have major countries of European people with an aging population, continuously falling birth rate, and massive uncontrolled migration of non-European people with their own cultures, values, religions, or political ideologies and more. This will eventually lead the host nation's culture, values, and way of life, and even political system to be reshaped for the comfort and needs of the alien population, as soon as they become a significant portion of the population in their new countries. Some say it's an invasion, others that it's a colonization or a replacement of native Europeans on the lands of their ancestors. Importing the Third World and becoming a Third World is an accurate description of what is currently happening within the most of the European nations in the West, and this will have a life-changing impact on the future of us all. The second major threat comes with the implementation of the central bank digital currency, which is officially confirmed as a fact. All major central financial institutions are already working on that, which will lead to almost absolute control over the population within any country where it will be implemented. This affects not only the control over our wallets, but also allows those who control the system to control what we are allowed to do, how to live, how to raise our own children, or even what we are allowed to think, participate in, or not. While covering this subject, I will be discussing how our remaining rights and freedom might be taken away from us, and people will give up on both for the sake of stability and security. The third major threat comes with the constantly changing economic situation around the globe. For over a few decades, we have witnessed the rise of the second major economic superpower, which becomes a serious threat to the economic and financial stability of the whole West. Our countries might end up cornered in a desperate position, where the remains of our cultural heritage, important industrial infrastructure, and lands might end up delivered on a plate for sale to new non-European owners. The native Europeans within their own countries will be renting places and land to live from foreign non-European landlords on a mass scale, and our countries are to become resource colonies for those from the Far East. While covering this subject, I will be discussing the economy of Europe, the United States, and China. The fourth major threat comes with the possibility of the system instability, which might be caused by the current unpredictable international political situation and the possibility of the next World War scenario or social economic complications and smaller civil conflicts that might occur in different countries around the globe. This threat, even if the most unlikely to happen from all those mentioned so far, must be taken into consideration by any responsible planner, because it might result from the three threats mentioned earlier. While covering this subject, I will be discussing geopolitics and possible outcomes. The last threat comes from our current ruling elites themselves, from the most rich and powerful who have various agendas, personal beliefs, and who want to improve their control over our society, or from whatever will remain from our societies in the future. Now, I will expand on each of those threats in detail to share my knowledge with you, to help you understand my logic and how each of those threats will or might directly affect our lives and the lives of our future generations in this world. If you already understand some of them, consider using timestamps to skip sections that are not interesting for you. While explaining the first major threat, I will start by stating my claims, and later I will present the evidence. The first threat is borderline politically incorrect, and many people are programmed to be sensitive about this subject, ignoring all the facts and evidence. But like it or not, it is a major threat to our future existence as European people, which must be taken into consideration, and someone must address this issue openly. The first major threat comes from the demographic shift, a problem of aging population which is currently taking place in all European nations and not only. This will be used as an excuse by our treacherous or incompetent governance to introduce open borders policy for immigration on a scale like never before, officially to preserve economic growth, to fill up gaps in the workforce, to keep the economy growing. Obviously, this is a lie and a Trojan horse trap, which will backfire hard with time because of social economic complication in the long run. I think migrants with all their differences won't be able to replace European workers in our countries in North America and Europe, which will lead to competence crisis because we have complex systems which require specialized workers. That's why, for example, I heard news about different schools lowering its requirements and changing the examination methods, because those were too difficult for the foreign workers. The same applies, among others, to every engineering job, lowering the quality of our products and services with time. Another reason for mass migration into countries of European people will be based on excuse of changing climate migration, where the international elites will be claiming that lands in Central and North Africa, same as Middle East, will be less habitable for a living because of us polluting the world. So we, the Europeans and evil colonizers and ex-slave traders who exploited their countries for centuries, are in debt to those Africans, Asian and Middle Eastern nations, so we must save them by bringing them in and helping them to settle down among us on our fertile lands. Once again, if you already grasp the impact this will have on our lives and those of future generations, feel free to skip the detailed explanation to the timestamp visible on the screen. To briefly underscore the severity of the issue, our countries are on the brink of a civilizational shift, where European people will be pushed out from their own countries by unknown Europeans. In Europe, the evolution may mirror the societal structures seen in Asia or the Middle East, while the United States will be evolving into banana republic and a resource colony as one of those which we may currently see in Latin America. To add more credibility to my claims about the threat of population exchange in our countries, which I will be addressing, I will quote a fragment from an interview of Chris Langan, who is considered one of the most intelligent people ever born, with an IQ over 195. He was asked what he thinks the long-term consequences of this phenomena are going to be, and his answer is, and I quote, "I think the long-term consequences are having the majority of populations of North America, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand diluted out of existence." End of quote. And I cannot quote the rest of his answer because it's way too much politically incorrect to be quoted in a public message video. But I totally agree with his conclusion about how it will affect our nations in the future. For those interested into details, here is how it goes. The issue of an aging population can't be fixed anyhow. In fact, due to the worsening quality of modern young people who are mostly unable to create stable, healthy families and are discouraged by the system, brutal reality, and the influences from creating families or having children, it's only going to get worse. Even if we would magically make those people to make children on command, it would take at least 20 years for those children to become productive for our economy and the society, which is not a solution at all. There is not a slightest doubt about this. People's ability to form stable love relationships, the number of people willing to take risk of marriage, or to afford a family, or to even find a suitable partner for life is dropping fast each year, especially among young Europeans. There won't be an end to this trend, and it seems that only families with migrant background and foreign cultures and religions appear to be less affected by this self-destructive trend for our society. In a normal, independent, healthy country, this process would auto-regulate itself, which means the population and the state economy would decrease. Things would eventually fix themselves on their own. But we are living in a globalized village, where our countries are forced by the system to compete with each other and to keep the economic growth no matter what. So the outcome is that our governance will follow a simple economic logic, which is stating that if you cannot sustain the natural growth of your native population sufficiently enough, then the most simple and easiest solution is to fill up the gaps in the workforce with the help of immigration. This is the reason why the United States, for example, does not suffer as much from the demographic problem as Europe does. And this will probably be the reason why after the next 20 years, within the current migration scale, there won't ever again be a United States of America president of European descent. Because majority of voters will not be of European descent anymore. Obviously, the simple short-sighted logic about replacing aging native population with workers of migrant background is ignoring all the facts about social and economic outcomes on the long run. Because sure, accepting migrant workers is not bad under condition that you are taking in people from nations who share your culture and religion, and under condition that you do not give citizenship to those migrants and their children no matter what. Also, dual citizenship should be illegal in every serious independent country. And see what our governments are doing. Believing that individuals with different heritages, cultures, religions, and values are of the same caliber and will integrate into every European society, enriching our nations and civilization in general, even if their beliefs, values, and culture may be openly contradicting or hostile toward ours and our way of life. Non-European migrants are not compatible in the most part with our culture, values, and way of life, and with requirements of our work standards. And the education and any attempts of integration has little impact on solving those issues anyhow. Time has proven that the overwhelming majority of non-European migrants who came to Europe between the 50s and 70s of the 20th century, obtained a German citizenship and raised their children here, did not integrate into German society by embracing our values and way of life. On the contrary, the children of those migrants began creating a new society within the German nation, preserving the culture from their parents' home country as well as a national identity. For example, in Germany, a new political party is about to be created called DEVA, which is a proxy political party of a Turkish government. Do you understand how crazy it is when a foreign state creates a political party in your country because they have so many foreign patriotic people in your country who operate as a minority group? There is also an aspect of economic and cultural subversion of a nation through its culture, or even a subversion of the entire civilization. For example, the old Roman Empire was first reshaped and later fell because of such process. Today it's visible, for example, how rich Arabs with dual citizenship are buying properties and land in different countries around Europe, sometimes even with our old churches still standing on those properties. Then they demolish the church and sponsor the construction of a mosque, building another local base from which they will promote Islam in a host nation. Another more complex and deep economic subversion allows foreigners to invest by proxy or directly in different companies or properties or targeted countries, not only profiting from the host nation as a new landlord or a major shareholder of any business operation, but also influencing and reshaping its culture and politics. A good example here is Germany, where during the Marshall Plan implementation and all the years since then, almost the whole German industry, major and medium companies or corporations, were taken over by investors from the United States or the state in Palestine, because those new owners had almost always dual or triple citizenship, and which became the new unofficial owners of all those businesses, where Germans are used only as a labor force and CEOs, or should I say managers, while the true ownership and control over those businesses is in foreign hands. The exclusion in the labor force of groups less united by identity, by groups with a stronger sense of identity, who prefer to hire their own, will become more visible with the growing number of business owners from migrant backgrounds. While controlling institutions such as the media, entertaining industry, anybody can easily start pushing on agenda upon entire nation, and if they operate internationally, then on the entire civilization, affecting politics and society in all those countries. We may observe this effect of all those forms of subversion by how Christianity and its Christian values are being either redefined or directly trashed in our modern corrupt culture, which inflicts so much damage upon our nations and civilization. The normalization of non-European cultures, values and way of life in the lands of European people is progressing fast and is expanding its limits adequately to the size of population of those minorities who are living in our countries today. This process is coming from many different non-European cultures and nations, which are reshaping our civilization mostly because their representatives in our countries have our citizenship, and obviously thanks to power of money. I will use a purely theoretical example, which I cannot be sure if it's true or not. But you all probably heard about the so-called gender revolution, with a multi-gender structure for the society. And this concept, by a pure coincidence, goes in line with the teachings of Talmud, which is a sacred book of the Jewish religion. Abortion is also considered by some to be mentioned and considered to be okay in the Talmud, but it's forbidden from a Christian point of view. This is why there are people claiming that banning abortion violates Jewish right to practice their religion and considering it anti-Semitic. And if we look at the rainbow flags, which are hanged today all over Europe and North America, and which by pure coincidence looks like a flag of a Jewish autonomous Oblast in Russia if we remove the white background, I have the impression I am observing symbols of a conquered countries by a hostile culture, because those flags are visible in all levels of our societies, from the government buildings at the top by the military and ending up with the general public approval in all major public parades and celebrations. Also, you may notice the changes in the narrative of many especially conservative gurus or leaders across the West, how some of them are naming our traditional European civilization or Christian civilization as Judeo-Christian, praising the religion and culture of this newly added part, despite it being absolutely false because such concept cannot exist since we have contradicting values and principles at the core, which means such people do not know what they are talking about, or they're intentionally changing the narration. And I made a video explaining exactly why many years ago, which I will link in the description below. If you are supporting anyone who is using the term Judeo-Christian civilization, or who is pro-Zionism, I would recommend you to watch it. You are most likely falling into a trap of so-called controlled opposition, but our traditional civilization is dying and is being replaced with something new, as we can all witness today, which might make use of that term justified. But I want to point out, it's not a European concept of civilization anymore, where we normalize inhuman treatment of animals, or religious practices which are cruel and which contradicts boundaries of a civilized society according to the standards of our European culture, such as circumcision, which is after all a baby's body mutilation, or the dehumanization of people just because they are disabled or not needed anymore, such as the normalization of euthanasia for the weak, old, poor, instead of actually helping and taking care of those people as our Christian teachings say. There is way more to this which I could expand on, but it's too risky to address those subjects on the mainstream internet platform, including how different foreign groups of interest push for open borders policy within our countries to destroy intentionally the national unity and make our nations weak and divided, too busy with inner fights and surviving instead of countering threats from the outside world as a strong united nations. I'm sure many of those who are watching or reading my material are familiar with the public speeches or interviews of individuals with non-European heritage, who are or were claiming in the past that they want European society to stop being those monolithic nations of people united by culture, history, religion, values and blood, or how they are going to take over our countries, outbreeding the native population with time. The most famous statement was made by a woman from Sweden, named Barbara Lehner Spectre, saying straight that European nations must stop being monolithic societies or we will not survive. With the whole due respect to this woman, I am confident the reality is totally opposite to her claim. We might not survive if we will stop being monolithic. She also pointed out that what sort of people are going to be in the center of this transformation, so I suggest you listen to her interview yourself. There were in the past and there are many people like this woman operating in the public sphere with different non-European heritage, making controversial statements or plans for turning European nations into multicultural utopias. Many Islamic preachers also speak openly that Islam will take over Europe without the need of a sword because of the childbirth rate in the Muslim families. You may say it's radicals in those non-European groups and civilizations which wants to dominate the world or to reshape or to destroy our civilization, and I may agree with that, but the problem is that Europeans in our European nations are being called dangerous radicals for trying to oppose our destruction and hold this subversion of radicals from the outside. Also, let's look at the bastion of democracy in the Middle East, with government full of radicals in the top positions of power elected by the people of that country, openly committing acts of war crimes on civilians under excuse of military operation, and they still have full support from the defenders of peace and justice on the global stage, the United States. But yes, it's the greatest ally of America in the Middle East, and because of this ally, America is losing its influence and control in the whole region of the Middle East, becoming the most hated invader by all Muslim countries, and a state which openly supports its ally to commit war crimes, by providing ammunition and funding the military operation to continue. Because of this brilliant strategy of the US government, they sacrifice influence in the whole region for the sake of a one country from which they are no real benefits from, leaving the Middle East wide open for China to enter and take over, adding another reason why the US is losing the world leading position. I will discuss geopolitics later on, but for now let's focus on the subject of how diversity enriches our nations. The result of this whole transformation in our countries into multicultural model is that we will be living in an extreme low-trust society, where there will be no national unity or solidarity anymore, where we will have more divisions than ever before, of different groups of interest competing for a position of power within our nations, and the largest or most wealthy and the most united groups will be taking the leading role. People say that the coexistence of different cultures and religions in one country is totally okay, because it's about love, tolerance, and diversity enriching our society, ignoring the fact that every culture wants to dominate the other in every country. And especially Islam, in its principles and teachings, wants to be the dominant force in every country. If you want to understand how it will go for European countries in the future with the Muslim minority, then look at the history of Lebanon. It used to be a last major Christian country in the region which took in Muslim refugees, growing its own Muslim minority and eventually ended up taken over by a Muslim majority. For instance, corporations have realized that diversity among the workforce prevents workers from forming unions. If we apply the same phenomenon to a diverse nation, we will have a society that is unable to unite and effectively oppose any form of oppressive, tyrannical government regime, so multiculturalism is also a threat to democracy. For Aristotle, democracy is possible only within homogeneous ethnic groups, while despots have always reigned over highly fragmented societies. A multi-ethnic society is thus necessarily anti-democratic and chaotic. Tyrants and despots divide and rule. They want the city divided by ethnic rivalities. The indispensable condition for ensuring a people's sovereignty accordingly resides in its unity. Ethnic chaos prevents all philia from developing. Our streets will be less and less safe. Public services will be less and less efficient. People will be less and less willing to help or stand up for each other. The majority of the population will be more poor in general, with a failing techno-feudal economy. Until one day, in an act of desperation, some of those groups will decide to resort to physical force, to compete for remaining resources and land within our countries. This is the future that awaits every multicultural nation, in every major economic crisis where access to essential resources is limited. And this cannot be avoided, because every person has a natural in-group preference based on what they represent with themselves, their culture or their heritage. Many of those groups will aim to reshape our civilization to reassemble their own, viewing ours as weak, full of decadence and degeneration. As they observe the conditions of the majority of European people worldwide, lots of them will harbor hatred toward our culture and heritage based on what they believe we have done to each other in the history, while making new arrogant demands for compensation, special treatment, privileges, and diversity quotas. Those people cannot just forgive and forget. In fact, many of them use this as an excuse to openly demand payback for alleged crimes of a minute portion of our ancestors or people who posed as such. European people will always be stigmatized due to our biological and historical heritage. It will be used to blame, exploit, and push us around, especially when Europeans eventually become a minority in their own countries, and where we might face open discrimination. All young generations are currently indoctrinated to either hate themselves for our history or hate us for what was done in history. This process will not stop. In fact, it will be escalating by corrupted education and mainstream propaganda to a point where even history will be rewritten, according to the opinion of the majority indoctrinated by the corrupted mainstream narrative. There is also propaganda being spread in public media claiming how savage, primitive, and dirty Europeans used to be through our history, and that we were civilized, or that our civilization was shaped by some non-European groups. I'm sure many of you encountered this narrative in the mainstream. The only cure ruling elites see for the problem of discrimination among different groups is to create a melting pot, where we are to discard our heritage and where everybody will become equal, including in the way we look. Everybody can be proud of their heritage except us, the European people. This demonizing narrative is based on a manipulation and lies. European people took the initiative to end slavery worldwide, paying with their own blood and money for it. However, Europeans were also traded as slaves for centuries, in millions, and the first and biggest slave traders were of African, Arabic, Jewish, and later Turkish heritage. Nobody demands reparations from the countries of those people. The so-called exploitation of European colonies is also exaggerated, as it did benefit the colonies to a certain degree. For example, in India, British policies finally ended seasonal starvation of the Indian population, and nobody talks about this at all. Also, lots of infrastructure was developed in those countries at the time by colonial powers, which allowed the creation of industries that operate in many of those countries to this day. Regarding genocidal policies, the biggest genocides took place in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa, and Europeans had nothing to do with them. Nobody is crying today about the genocides of Christians by Turks, or the systematic destruction of Christians in North Africa and the rest of the world. Nobody cares about the genocides happening in Asia. Over 80 million people perished under the Chinese communist regime. In contrast, the communist regime in China is being rewarded with one of the world's leading positions today in terms of economy and power. And nobody dares to ask for any justice toward those responsible who are praised there as heroes. What about millions of European people who suffered across Europe, being prosecuted or directly physically eliminated as enemies of Marxist ideologies? In Russia only, because of the Bolshevik Revolution, around 30 million people were murdered. There are intellectually incompetent people today, even in the West, still praising and cheering for communism, wearing communist symbols on the t-shirts in public. Nobody also mentions the Holodomor in Ukraine, where between 7 and 12 million Ukrainians perished under staged starvation by the Soviet regime. Everywhere we are being bombarded with memories and education about the Holocaust to demonize the history of European nations even more. Nobody cares in the mainstream propaganda about genocides of Europeans because it does not align with the agenda pushed upon our nations by our international ruling elites, portraying Europeans as oppressors, prosecutors, and devils on earth, who exploit the rest of the world and are responsible for the worst crimes in the human history. I heard about cases where European people do not want to have babies because they think it will contribute to white supremacy or racism, or because they consider themselves monsters because of our European heritage, and they believe we should not bring more monsters like us into this world. There are people who are crazy like that in our countries because of the mainstream indoctrination. I mean, look at Germans. Many of them are ashamed of their own history till today, feeling guilty because of crimes committed by their ancestors. Some of them believe they should just perish and not have children because they are a source of all the evil in this world. Those people are programmed and they are the product of the mainstream narrative about our history, and this proves that this strategy clearly works on our societies. The true, or who is right or wrong, is realistically irrelevant within our modern world system, because majority of people do not care. And at the end it's all about range and means to shape the mainstream narration. And the people who stand for the true and reason are not welcome by the people who are pushing their demonizing propaganda toward European civilization and our European nations. Whoever controls the mainstream narrative in the West is evidently cherry-picking from history to demonize the civilization of European people, undermining it by transforming our countries into multicultural utopias with destabilized social and economic structures, rendering them incapable of rising strong as European nations did in the past. Multicultural societies never work peacefully in the long run, as history has proven. They always lead to new divisions and conflicts that tear entire countries apart. Christianity will eventually die out to absolute minimum in Western Europe. same as spineless like European nations which will be taken over by Islam, which constantly gains in influence along with the rising numbers of Muslims securing more significant positions of power within our nations. Thanks to democracy and the increasing Muslim population, especially in the Western Europe. There is no stopping to this shift due to changing demography and the European population abandoning traditional values or religion. I know there are people on our side who are happy about the fall of Christianity, so I'm telling you not to cheer about it. Do not cheer about the fall of Christianity because the alternatives will normalize way worse things in our countries, either because of the secularization, where we stop valuing human life, or where we trash the moral compass for society shaped by our Christian civilization, or with the spread of Islam and all its consequences for our way of life. When it comes to the religions for the masses, there is no replacement for Christianity in our nations except Islam. There are no other alternatives which could be realistically implemented in our countries. I would like to point out here that the Eastern European nations which still have strong bonds to national identity and to Christianity shouldn't feel safe about this because France, which will be the first country to fall into hands of Islamic government, will inherit a relatively large nuclear arsenal which they will have at their disposal. Also, major European industry and economy in general is located in Western Europe. So without strong, functional German economy, the Eastern European countries will become irrelevant on the global geopolitical stage. Eastern European countries might be less affected by the spread of the degeneracy and large portions of this whole madness, but all of them, including Russia, are simply few years behind. All of them will also be forced to accept mass migration eventually because of the same dramatic demographic situation as the countries in the West. Recently, even monolithic Japan is opening for mass migration. The largest Muslim population in Europe lives in Russia and not in France. If the European Union collapses, a small and economically irrelevant on globalized stage countries of East Europe will just become pawns for the bigger and stronger countries on the international arena. Without the European Union, no country in Europe will be able to compete economically with the giants from the West and East, and Germany is the only country on the continent which keeps the European Union economically functional in the first place. I will explain details behind the situation in the economic section later on. While I am not a fan of European Union, I consider it necessary for all European countries to have a say on a global stage. I have no doubt that the European Union will eventually collapse on its own. It will be time when everything will be falling apart. And obviously after the European Union, United States will follow, becoming a new resource colony and banana republic for the new economic bloc which is currently forming in the Far East Asia. Or maybe United States will fight for its position of dominance and we will all witness another world conflict during our lifetime. Hopefully this is not a near future scenario, and unfortunately it will impact the lives of our children and grandchildren which will inherit our civilization in an agonizing state, and which will already be minorities within most of our European countries. The challenges of diverse societies are visible especially in any crisis situation where lack of unity and solidarity will be turning people hostile toward each other based on whatever differences or stereotypes. Please also consider the fact that even today European people within their own countries are being demonized the most by the mainstream narrative based on cherry-picked crimes of their ancestors. It's getting insane to a point where having a light or a fair skinned color sometimes instantly marks you as racist or worse, especially if you are a heterosexual male. Those escalating trends within the modern Western world will lead to more discrimination and hostility toward European people when they become minorities in their own countries, making our children and grandchildren the biggest victims of those developments. The general rule here is that the more Europeans become a minority, the more we will face oppression and discrimination within the system. There will be non-Europeans who will notice the problem and try to defend us, but they will also be a minority, often ignored by the ignorant majority. The threat arising from the aging population of European people will become especially visible in the near future, when our governments start importing non-European migrants on even larger scale than ever before, officially to fill up the gaps in the workforce. However, this approach is not sustainable in the long run, as I explained a moment ago. What we have witnessed so far with uncontrolled migration will be nothing compared to millions of migrants which our governments will want in every country of European people. It simply cannot be avoided. They are going to do it and we cannot stop it, so we will have to be prepared for it. Mass migration will reshape our countries permanently, and there is nothing that can be done to stop this process in our current situation. There will be nothing that can be done to reverse the damage done to our civilization by the growing influence of the non-European population within our countries. It's not even about how many more will come, but those who already are in our countries are creating irreversible changes in our culture and our way of life. The majority of Europeans have turned their back on traditional values, religion, or identity, slowly reshaping our way of life, traditions, and rewriting history to avoid offending anyone. We are adopting our countries to suit the needs and comfort of the people from the non-European countries. For example, in many Western countries, people no longer say Merry Christmas because it sounds offensive to some groups, opting instead for Happy Holidays. It makes me wonder how long it will take until celebrating Christmas in public is completely banned. First in some areas, then regions or whole countries, perhaps to be replaced with celebrations of Hanukkah or some Islamic holidays. The outcome of this natural process aligns with the influx of non-European migrants or citizens of our own countries gaining influence and obtaining more prominent positions of power. They will play by our rules, posing as if they respect whatever they must, as long as Europeans are still the majority in most European countries, but this will change with time. Our tolerance will be used against us, because as soon as those minorities with hostile culture and religion become representatives in our nations in a sufficient numbers, they will be able to openly afford becoming intolerant. And to think of this, we can't even defend ourselves against this madness because it would require from us to be mean to people, and within our system and our society, that is a social suicide for any individual or any group of people of European descent risking loss of job or becoming a social outcast, and definitely it is a political suicide for any politician with a proper initiative. I understand how the influx of Islam is reshaping society and eventually entire countries. I have seen it happening through our history, and from modern examples, just look at how country of Turkey is regressing instead of moving forward. Similarly, I understand how the influx of Judaism is reshaping our traditional values, forcing us to tolerate rituals and practices such as ritual animal slaughter or the mutilation of newborn babies. I could point out many more examples of other non-European cultures and religions which are not compatible with our Christian values, and because they openly violate our values and way of life. This threat must be recognized and adequately countered as soon as possible, because in the future this might become impossible based on decreasing number and aging of the native European population. Alternatively, because our culture has become self-destructively obsessed with openness and tolerance, which is being exploited and used to peacefully subvert and take over our civilization, we are at risk of losing our future as European people. I understand many people do not take this threat seriously or for consideration, believing that you can form a peaceful multicultural society where everybody may be happy living on their own. But the multicultural society may function relatively peacefully only under the Iron Hand rule, where there is no tolerance for any major ethnic, moral, or ideological differences, which anyhow contradicts national monolithic values, and it's still only a temporarily functional solution, which has no future in the long run, because diverse societies turn against itself during times of any serious crisis when the host country is weakened. Good example for such Iron Hand rule nations are Arab states, where in some of them the number of migrant workers is even 10 times higher than the number of native population, but those migrant workers are not allowed to gain citizenship, equal rights, or mix with the native population anyhow. They being treated like slave labor and expelled from the country for any crimes they commit, or when they not needed anymore. Since we are all in the Middle East, look at Israel, which would not survive as a Jewish state if it would not be an apartheid state. Another good example is China, a police state designed to maximize control over its population, where you have a mix of different ethnic groups with different local dialects, tradition, cultures, even languages, but where the main national Chinese culture and ethnic Han people dominate over other with brute force. Also, it's one of those countries where you have a people equal and less equal, and where those less equal are almost always the Chinese minority groups, which are not allowed to obtain major positions of power or show any rebellious intentions, or they ending up brutally prosecuted for that. Every multicultural country through history till today was and is facing various social-economic problems related to lack of equality, inner conflicts, divisions within the nation, weakening the nation in case of war or any crisis situation, including posing a risk for the state's security itself. For example, Poland in the 30s of 20th century, before the outbreak of World War II, was having a relatively large Jewish population with a full Polish citizenship and rights, which was having its own representation in the Polish parliament. The total population of people in Poland during this time was around 35 million, including 3 million Jews. And the Jewish representatives in the Polish government already started demanding creation of regions, cities, towns, or areas within Polish territory with the large Jewish population to become independent from the rule of Polish government authorities, as exterritorial territory ruled only by the Jews. If this idea would pass, the territory of Poland would become divided, looking like a Swiss cheese, probably sharing the same fate to what happened to Palestine. Worth to mention that the majority of Polish Jews in East Poland during World War II and the Red Army invasion on Poland in 1939 were welcoming the invading Soviet troops with flowers and even attacking and backstabbing the Polish police or soldiers of the Polish army who were attempting to resist the invaders, openly siding with the enemy of Poland at time while having a Polish citizenship themselves. Through history, it was always a natural process that the growing number of minority groups with incompatible values or cultures sooner or later started aiming for increased independence in the host nation, or even for armed takeover of a country. Good example for the last one is Black September, or so-called Jordanian Civil War, where Palestinians literally were aiming to take control over the whole country because of how many Palestinians were living in Jordan at the time. And let's take a look at the United States of America in 21st century, a country often used as an example of democracy in a very diverse nation. However, what does it look like in reality? News and articles about all forms of racism and other forms of discrimination have been on the rise for years. Various movements and organizations have been created to point out the problem of so-called systematic racism, many of them claiming that a certain groups of people lives matter, but if you point out the same thing about other groups, or that all lives matter, you might be branded by the system as a hateful racist or a supremacist. And when it comes to discrimination in the job market, especially in the major corporations or even education, there is only one group discriminated against the most, and they are not even the minority yet. Does this look like a progressing multicultural society in a democratic country to you? We may observe a similar thing in Europe, for example, when criticizing the religion which migrants bring here with them, mostly from the Middle East, or demanding them to assimilate to our norms, often results in accusations of racism or oppression. Diversity quotas are passively enforced, pushing actual competence of workers as less important, which will only speed up the progression of so-called competence crisis in the Western world. But about that later. Minority groups can be used as an excuse against the host nation by the enemies of the host country. For example, the recent conflict in Ukraine, where open fighting was started by so-called rebellion of two Ukrainian regions, and where Russians later stepped in supporting the rebels, giving Russian passports to those rebels, and later claiming they are simply supporting and defending Russian minorities living in Ukraine, and that territory is populated by those Russian people who haven't even had Russian citizenship before, originally belonged to Russia. For example, Crimea and so on. The similar fate may await in the far future certain territories in Europe which might end up heavily populated by non-European migrants, or even territories of the United States which might not be so much united anymore as well. The divisions are growing every day. Worth to mention, I have heard that currently at the days when I am writing notes for my material, we have US and Israel intelligence attempting to mobilize certain minorities in Iran, aiming to destabilize the country from the inside. Minority groups in general can contribute to the stabilization of a country from within, if they are well manipulated and supported from the outside. Minority groups are also a good recruitment ground within any country to form a terrorist group who may perform various forms of terrorist activities and sabotage from the inside, and to obtain agents and various intelligence by an enemy state of the host nation. We already know how terrorist attacks started to spread around countries of European people around the globe. Please note here that in case of any war between two countries, where in one you have minority groups from another, those minorities can support the country from which they are originally from or identify with, which means you instantly have a potentially hostile population on your own soil. Some of them might even operate within your government, affecting politics in your country, or serve in your military, being capable of attacking from the inside. Imagine what would happen if there was a full-scale war between NATO and some major Middle Eastern states, and when jihad would be declared. How many of Muslims living within our countries would use this opportunity to take arms against our governments and non-Muslim population? For the same reason, during World War II, the United States locked up in concentration camps the Japanese-American population after Japan attacked Pearl Harbor. British Germans did the very same thing with the minorities in their own territories because of serious security concerns. And we cannot forget about agents recruited from various minority groups to gather intelligence and perform any special operations, including industrial espionage. Those people benefit from being seen as regular citizens and might be operating as such their whole life, being raised, educated, living everyday life in a country as an ethnic minority. But when time comes, they often take side of the people or a country which they or their ancestors originally came from. A recent example we heard about involves two US Navy officers of Chinese descent who were arrested for providing classified intelligence to China. There are thousands of Chinese engineers, workers of Chinese descent living and working in the United States, and we are constantly hearing news about how China is stealing and copying technology from all over the world. How much of this technological intel was gathered by Chinese Americans? Or Chinese working in Europe? Or any other ethnic or cultural minorities, for that matter? And do not get me wrong, some of them are loyal, obedient citizens. Some. But we do not know how many, and the risk of espionage or sabotage performed by minorities with citizenship of your country is the case of those individuals is increasing and exists. That's why I mentioned it before, that I cannot take any country which tolerates dual citizenship because dual loyalty does not exist. Consider researching on your own how the Israeli nuclear program, which officially does not exist, was developed thanks to dual citizens from the United States who stole various materials and information for it. And still, in official narration, they are telling people that diversity is our strength. For example, they say it's because it contributes to our innovation, experience of different cultures and so on. If you want to experience the true culture of some foreign people, go and visit their country because you will never have a full experience of how they live and what they have to offer by seeing it in your own country. And when it comes to food, any foreigner can learn how to cook any meal from any place in the world. A European can learn how to make a sushi, how to make a kebab, and vice versa. Tasting different meals from all over the world I consider a silly and completely irrelevant argument. And about innovation. This is a debatable subject because based on my research I have the impression that in general we Europeans do not need non-European contributions into our science and any other research. It's more like other way around, based on how Japanese high-tech companies were developed in the past and still are in various areas till today. The key engineers, the designers or people with innovative initiatives, please do some little research where they were originally from. It should help you understand a thing or two about how much European nations need and non-European contributions into our science and technological development. I won't make any further comments on that. Now the evidence. The reasons why I formed my conclusions about the first major threat to our future existence. I will present various graphs, fragments of articles, news from different countries across the globe, in no particular order. To some I will provide a normal commentary, but to others I will limit myself to repetitive short comments, which might sound annoying but are necessary for legal reasons, rules and regulations enforced on various internet platforms. Obviously, most of those screen-covered material are self-explanatory, and I limit myself in commentary because I don't want my video to appear inappropriate for censorship online. So, brutally honest criticism I will withhold for myself. Sources for those materials should be visible on the screenshots, so simply type the article name in your search browser if you wish to verify anything yourself. If my video ever ends up taken down, I will re-upload my material but without this section, since most of the viewers are probably already aware of how bad the situation with mainstream propaganda about migration and its effects really is. Also, for closer reading of any displayed articles or data, please simply pause the video. So, let's start from the demographic drop of European population within their own countries. So please take a look at those maps of fertility rate in Europe from 2019 and from 2023. As we may see, all countries are below the fertility replacement level, and the situation is only getting worse. And in every country below the replacement level, the economy is or will be affected negatively at some point, where our governments will attempt to fill up the demographic gaps with immigration, as I explained before. So every country with fertility below the replacement level will enforce immigration upon the host population sooner or later. This graph shows one of many possible reasons why the fertility rate across the West is dropping. I'm leaving this for your own interpretation. If you wish to know where we will be importing immigrants from, then look at this map, please. As we may see, the most likely source for Europe will be Africa and the Middle East, while for the United States it will be mostly countries from Latin America, but from Africa as well. Africa is the only continent on the planet where population will remain on the drastic growth. Here you may see how change of population is forecasted by continent. So let's look at few major countries of Europe, starting from Germany. It really looks hopeless for the native Germans at this point. Let's look at the births by ethnicity in Russia. The red line at the top, are ethnic European Russians, which means the ethnic Russians are having the lowest birth rate in Russia, and it's also clearly visible on this map. Let's look at babies of foreign origin in Spain in 2022. The same, but about Sweden. The demographic change of European British population, where native British birth rate drops, while Indian and other are on the rise. And the same for the population of London. And the general net migration of non-European migrants. And as we can see, it is constantly on the rise. The United Kingdom did not benefit anyhow from the Brexit in the economic field or when it comes to migration. The compatible European migrants in the kingdom were replaced with non-European migrants on a much larger scale. Does this look like winning? Nobody wants to admit to being played, but the majority of the rebellious British people on our side were tricked and fooled over and over again, just like almost everyone else in our own countries. In the UK, it was Farage with his pseudo-pushback show called Brexit. In Italy, Meloni. In the US, Trump. In France, it will be Le Pen, and so on. No matter who we elect, what we vote for, or where we are, the destruction of our native cultures and the flood of non-European migrants continues. The praised in the West bastion of conservatism and anti-migrant country free of terrorist attacks, Poland, and its failing birth rate. And the migration statistic is on the rise. There are no bastions in Europe, just some countries are a bit behind in what is currently happening in the West. Worth to mention a few facts. Poland deployed its military on the border. 2 soldiers were cuffed and convicted like common criminals for opening fire into the air to scare off a group of aggressive migrants who were approaching them crossing the border illegally and ignoring their instructions. And hours later, a Polish soldier was killed by illegal migrant at the border. This explains a lot about the current resistance of Poland toward illegal migration. It's a resistance for a show. Eventually, all countries will be forced to submit when it comes to the acceptance of illegal immigrants, especially because of our demographic problems and the aging population. Even the most neutral country in Europe, Switzerland, was not spared from diversity, and over 20% of the population has a migrant background. And I'm sorry, but I could not provide any reliable data about the demographics in France, because any statistics related to ethnicity or race are heavily censored. But as we all should know by now, the situation in France is not much different than what we may witness in Germany or Britain. Here is the population change in European Union by the net migration compared to the natural change. And as you may clearly see, it's the non-European migrants that are fixing the situation a lot, which means without immigration, Europe would be in a much worse situation when it comes to population growth. People of European descent dominate in numbers among older generations, but this dominance is not very visible among children and young people, and it's those young people and children who are the future of our countries, and who will be shaping our civilization. On this graph you may see the percentage of population with an age of 65 plus in each of the listed countries. And here you may see the percentage of children under age of 40 for each country. And here is a percentage of non-European births by country. When Europeans stop being the majority, the Europe won't be European anymore. Also, it's worth mentioning that the scale of this demographic problem in our countries leads to a future where they either will make the old people work till they die, by introducing new regulations and increasing the retirement age, or they will have to encourage old people to euthanize themselves by, for example, reducing the social support for old and disabled people so that they decide on their own to resign from living, because the functionality of a country with such a bad demographic situation as it is in all of our countries is economically not sustainable. And I'm sure our new citizens of non-European heritage won't look kindly at the idea that they will have to work like slaves to sustain a comfortable lifestyle for boomers of European origin in our countries, which at the same time will be blamed on any misfortune in our current economic situation and the events from our past history. How about Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea? The birth rate is in constant decline, so implementation of mass immigration is either ongoing or it's just a matter of time. Here are more detailed data about Australia and here about country of birth. And the same phenomena for New Zealand. Now let's move to North America and let's look at the map presenting the same demographic change in Canada. And here are numbers of births and the immigration, and here we have immigration sources by country and prediction about Canadian population in 25 years. And finally, let's see how the situation looks like in the United States, starting from demographic change among Americans of European descent. Here we may clearly see that population of Europeans in the United States is decreasing for decades. With the current trajectory of white Americans' aging population, the United States in the future will stop being a country of the current civilization. It will become something else, something worse, and recovery because of the demographic situation will not be possible anymore. According to data from 2018, Americans of European descent are on average the oldest population in the United States, and when they will pass away with time, the non-Europeans will become the majority. This chart clearly shows what it looks like according to the age group of a specific group, and the children are the future, so it's not difficult to predict the outcome. US-born citizens are being replaced in the US labor market by non-US-born citizens. Here you may see data of births versus illegal immigration, which was so huge during Biden's presidency that the number of illegal migrants extended the number of population within 12 American states. In Texas, Europeans are officially a minority. Muslim population in the United States is also on the rise. And here is the general forecast for the European population in the United States, where we may clearly see that America with time will be less and less populated by European people. The forecasts are changing regularly because the demographic change is usually more rapid than expected. If we focus our concerns on the population of European descent in our countries, then the United States are in much worse situation than Europe, because according to statistical data, the Europeans in the United States will be below 50% of a whole population already in 2014. Also, the Hispanic population of the US is to reach 111 million by 260. This is why I think the US will evolve into a country like Brazil in the future. Here is also interesting graph about illegal migration by the US southern border. Here is a graph showing what sort of migrants dominate in number. Asians will become the dominant group among immigrants. The United States, a country which nobody was able to defeat from the outside, will be beaten by immigrants from the inside. The fate of Europeans within the United States to become a decreasing minority is unavoidable, and the changing culture, state of the country will affect every American no matter where they hide. And here is a summary of total population grow and fall across different countries all over the world. And as you may see, the Eastern European countries are on the decline only because they do not accept immigration on the full scale yet, as it is taking place in all the countries in the West, or just because they are not attractive enough for a migrant population to settle down in those countries for now, because they have better available options in the West. According to statistical data from various surveys which I reviewed, mostly from North America, the majority of US citizens want illegal migrants to stay and to be granted US citizenship. According to statistical data from any survey on the street, you may also say that the majority of US citizens are ignorant beyond any civilized level, because they can't even point out Europe on the world map. I am confident there is a correlation between those phenomena. Majority of people are naive enough to believe that everybody can be good and a decent person, productive for society, living in harmony, if all people will be presented with equal opportunities no matter where they are from, and obviously both of those beliefs are unrealistic within our world. Similar situation can be observed in major countries of the Western Europe. The good news is that in the majority of surveys from Europe and North America, we may observe that the majority of people want illegal immigration to be stopped or to decrease, even among those willing to give the illegal immigrant citizenship once they are there. Still, in general, here you may see in which countries the majority of people consider migration as a source of our strength. Here you may see in which countries and on what scale the migrants are being blamed for increasing crime by general population. And here for terrorism attacks. And here you may see which countries see diversity more positively or negatively. Only smaller, less relevant countries have a negative attitude toward migration. And with this attitude in major countries in Europe or North America, nothing is going to change for the better anyhow. The flood will continue because there won't be a true political will to stop it. And here's a list of countries which attract migrants the most. Generalizing, we may easily conclude that the pattern is the same for all the European countries, which are losing their European population while taking in non-European migrants, which with time will start reshaping our reality. The major problem with the current demographics and the growing migration, in my view, is that some groups of migrant people will start outbreeding others in the host nations, and I do not want Europeans to share the fate of American Indians or the Christians in the state of Lebanon after a few generations. And worth noting down here is one more information, that even if we would magically stop illegal immigration to all Western countries tomorrow, then those people who already are in our European countries, combined with the fact of dropping birth rate among native population, those create changes into our society, which will have the same effects on our countries as the current uncontrolled migration, but it would simply take more time for the changes to progress. Given the current trajectory of the destruction of our traditional family model, values, and culture, I can predict in advance that there won't be a reversing trend of the birth rate downfall among the population of the people of European descent. On the contrary, the situation will worsen due to demoralization of the people, indoctrination from the mainstream media, and corrupted education. Worsening living conditions caused by the economy, and the new living standards dictated by the system narrative. The less likely people are to create families or have children. In simple terms, over time and with each new generation, the situation will only deteriorate, reducing our chances for success and the preservation of our heritage and civilization. European people will become weaker, more outnumbered, and more irrelevant within their own nations. Just look at this graph showing how workers of European descent are falling out of the job market. Thus, time is not on our side concerning the demographic challenges faced by European people within their own countries. If this system stability is magically preserved and things continue to develop according to the current trajectory, in 6, 8 generations, maybe way sooner than that, there won't be such thing as a continent or a country of European people. Our history will be rewritten, our heritage destroyed, by those who will inherit and reshape our civilization. A good summary of what I classify as a madness in the West, and the agenda pushed upon European nations is presented on those magazines' cover. It's absolutely accurate, and is presented in public like another trend worthy of reading about. This makes me very sad. The problems of degeneracy, corruption, and the rest of the leftist madness, which spreads like a mind virus, being promoted and celebrated by the biggest and the most influential people on our planet, is adding to the problem of our demography, because it affects people's ability or will to create a family or to have a children. Let's continue to more specific examples which expose this madness and destruction of our traditional culture, values, and civilization based on various controversial news which I encountered in the recent years. Many of those are very related to the second major threat to our future existence, which I will address later on. From Demography. Iceland, most peaceful. Ethnic Dutch a minority. So how do they integrate? This phenomena will be happening all over Europe, where the host nations becomes minority. It's Europeans who will be forced to integrate into a new society. News about native population becoming minority in different countries. A confusing contradiction. Another confusing contradiction about so-called conspiracy theory. A not funny meme. And another not really funny meme. And another confusing contradiction. A confusing mainstream narrative, where in one way people are being told to have less children for the sake of the climate, and in another they present migration as a solution for demographic problems in the West. It's almost like those who control the narrative do not want less people in general, but they want less European people in their own countries. I've seen similar news from France, Germany, to resettle migrants across the country on the countryside. So eventually people all over the country will be affected. And this is very sad. Those news are from the United Kingdom, and well, it only confirms what the statistical data was showing us before. And this is very sad, but it's true. 45% of women are expected to be single and childless in 2030. I personally think this number will be way higher, and this is also very sad. I heard women of European descent in childbearing age are less than 2% of the world population. Possibly around 1/3 of them will never have babies because of how situation on dating market looks like today. This data from the United States proves my claim from before about low trust society, and it's expected to get worse across all countries gifted with cultural enrichment. Expect a future where people will be less willing to help you when you call for help. Also, public services such as public transportation might become dysfunctional or not safe. And they plan to normalize eating bugs just to provide a sufficient amount of affordable food for the masses. Also, please take a look at those news from Germany. It's a perfect example exposing how minority groups are reshaping our national politics, laws, and regulations. When people are being forced by law to care more about some foreign history than their own national one, and this is a new normal. Please listen to 2 fragments from the interviews with Amandla Stenberg. She is an influential actress who made an astonishingly fast career as all with similar mindset, who delivers the message to white audience in most of the modern movies those days.
When people watch The Hate U Give, what do you want them to walk away with? Because I know everyone has a slightly different feeling.
Well, I mean, white people crying actually was the goal. It was the goal. You know that, like, that's how they effectively made white people really afraid during that movie, was that they killed the dog. You know what I mean?
Animal cruelty is the one thing I won't allow.
Animal cruelty.
That's the one thing.
What gets them? What gets them?
How should we feel when we see celebrities and other people in the mainstream media openly say they want, and I quote, white people to cry? And then everybody in the studio cheers about it and claps. And people like that are being rewarded with successful careers, money, positions of influence or power within our countries. I have been observing the situation around the world for a very long time, and I worry that when Europeans in their own countries become too old to defend themselves, or too irrelevant as a minority in our countries, they will bully people like us. And I guess my concerns are well justified based on what is happening, because similar narratives are seen in many different areas of our industry, corporations, and even in Western governance. Now, culture. This graphic was always hurtful to see. People being sentenced or losing jobs because of misgendering others. This is very disturbing. Christmas being a colonial bias, which is very sad to see. Removing Europeans from European culture in European countries is somehow decolonizing. Kind of seems like European people are being colonized and everything about their existence is being redistributed to non-Europeans. This is not a Christian civilization anymore, where system starts to encourage sick, old, or poor to give up on their lives, where we are not shielding society from the normalization of immoral behavior or other forms of degeneracy, and this is our sad new reality. The destruction of symbols, statues, or even rewriting our history. This is below any society which I could classify as civilized. Overwhelming promotion of new trends and norms which were contradicting to our traditional values and way of life. In the United States itself, we have already 72 genders from what I know. A modern art presentation, and I don't even know of what, and I do not want to misgender presented character anyhow. So it makes me feel confused, and I've seen many other similar examples which are being normalized within the world of a modern art. Art is an representation of the culture of the nation. Do you think this big statue represents your culture? It's definitely not something that I would like to be associated with. So this is a monument symbolizing modern attitude of woman and womanism toward men in front of Cantive family court. I am very confused how I should feel about it, but I do not like where this is going. An English police with a message of wisdom for the public. This is very concerning. Apparently, you may have too much European representation in European countries. A historical statue of Churchill marked as racist. Many similar cases, especially in US. It's just that in US they are demolishing those type of statues, which is a very sad thing to see. Mr. Klaus claiming China is a role model to follow when it comes to controlling the society. I will expand on this subject later on, but this is very concerning. Canada evolving into one of the so-called sociopathic states, which I hold no respect for. A message in public for a straight European men, which I believe are the most abused and discriminated people in corporate world when it comes to getting jobs and so on. Living in pods, first normalized in East Asia, now coming to Australia, United States and Europe. They will attempt to normalize this in the future, trying to keep people living like animals. It's very sad, but expected with time. Disposing the dead into sewers. Is this the future you people want our children to live in? Future new normalized quality of water, even if drinkable, sounds way too disgusting for my standards. A translation means typical German. This is a type of propaganda especially visible in European countries, and it's very sad to see. They will be trying to normalize eating those sort of things, even if it's disgusting for our cultural standards. This treatment of homeless people should never be tolerated in any civilized Christian society. But it becomes a new norm, and it's very sad. Term experts is very questionable those days, same as science, and I find it very disturbing. Imagine a country where illegal migrants may legally carry guns. Does anybody comprehend how crazy this is? The United States is catching up with Europe very fast when it comes to limitations in freedom of speech. And Canada leading the way when it comes to censorship in North America. Today, all the new regulations about fake news are basically new excuses for censorship implementation. Is this the culture we really want for our countries in the future? I do apologize for my poor and cold comments, but I am trying to censor myself to maximum, just to avoid the censorship which would affect my material because of my harsh criticism of how crazy, insane, barbarian and unbearable certain things which are normalized within our societies are. The reality of our civilization looks every day more and more like the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, and I think it will share a similar fate, because degeneracy and decadence is so normalized today everywhere, leading eventually to the downfall of our society. Now, the education. This tells a lot about the spread of Islam in Europe and how it affects European children who are converting to Islam to avoid exclusion or bullying. Is math racist? Well, I'm not a specialist, but I doubt this is the case. Average American IQ dropping, but apparently that is a good thing. This is a pure racism, which is legal for some reason, and this is sad. Heard many of other similar cases, but mostly in corporate jobs. Some call it a reverse racism. This is a type of education they expose children in America to, and not only, because similar level of education is visible in some European countries. I do not think this is something what should be included in public education program. Or this, for example, which I think should never be there at all. Biology classes comparing human fetus to cancer. I think this is very damaging for mentality of the students about future motherhood and more. Everything what's inappropriate for modern standards is to be replaced with time, and this is very sad. This photo is from primary school education program and it's very concerning. This photo is from South Europe, but similar events are organized all over Europe and North America. I do not understand the purpose completely, but I do not think it is healthy experience for children development. According to this public school in Chicago, the classes about this controversial subject are apparently mandatory. Teachers being jailed or losing jobs for misgendering students, and this is sad to see. This is again one of those things contradicting norms of civilized society. This is one of the examples of the state of modern science in the West. Very concerning. Redesigning education programs because too much European. That feels so sad. This is an example of how certain processes in education and the mainstream affect certain groups of people and how they feel about themselves. I heard about such issues arising in the United States, United Kingdom, and in France, where studying works of European scholars, philosophers, and literature in general becomes slightly, saying, unwanted among students of non-European origin. As you may see, independent critical thinking is not encouraged within modern society, and I think it's a very bad thing which allows for easier conditioning of the people in the future. And of course, educating children to do such things, I consider highly toxic for kids with bare awareness of our world. A good summary about experience in modern American education system was given by Yenomi Park, who migrated into the United States from East Asia, and I will just play audio fragments of her feedback now.
After 5 years in South Korea, I came to America, guys. I came to the promised land, and I came here to study at Columbia University in New York City. And that's when I thought my journey to freedom ended. From now on, it's going to be all happy ending. I'm going to a land where justice alives and people understands the value of freedom. When I got to Columbia, I was completely speechless because the professors at Columbia were teaching exact same things that my North Korean teacher were teaching us back in North Korea. And I was thinking, how is this possible? My Columbia professor, 21st century, living in New York City, telling us math is racist. Math is made up by the white man to control the minority. I went to university in New York studying at Columbia University, and I talked about American bastards, right? I couldn't believe if that was a North Korean classroom or like American classroom. Literally, these highly educated, like Nobel laureate professors, they said all the problems that we have in America and in the world is because of white men, their original sin.
This is exactly what I was talking about before. And compare this education system with the claims of some of the politicians in the US.
Our country should be more fearful of white men across our country because they are actually causing most of the deaths within this country.
What's being labeled as terrorism is almost exclusively coming down to the identity, and it seems as though white men invoking white supremacy and engaging in mass shootings are almost immune from being labeled domestic terrorists in their violence.
And realize the biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized right to the right.
There is no vaccine for racism. We have got to do the work.
More and more people like those will be obtaining true political power in our countries, and this demonizing narration will not end well for us and our future generations in our own countries when combined with impact of changing demographics. And I would like to point out that our future political elites are being educated, or should I say, having shaped mindset by studying at those toxic universities. Please also notice how they brand traditional art as possibly hateful or nationalistic. So it is just a matter of time before some of them decide to burn our hateful and inclusive historical artwork and other relics from our culture and history. I think sending those children to obtain public education is equal to sending children into a brainwashing and indoctrination process, where they will mess up the minds of those innocent kids. Those are things which are already happening within our system, a system which we are living in and where children are to grow up in and develop themselves to become a decent human beings. Will that even be possible in the future? Number of single-parent families is also on the rise. We will return to this subject later on. The quality of modern science in Western studies is also questionable. It's more like they are trying to sell certain narration instead of being objective at anything they are researching. In our system, first there was normalization of abortion, later baby genital mutilation, especially in the US, and now they are trying to normalize hurting innocent children's bodies and mind on a scale like never before. They are also trying to normalize physical elimination of the sick, poor, and the old because in the future the system will have economic troubles to sustain the large number of retired people within our countries. They are also normalizing life in extreme cage-like conditions, eating synthetic food or bugs to save the planet, and the most sad thing about all of this is that the overwhelming majority of people within our nations are getting along with all those changes, with this destruction of our traditional values, civilization, and way of life. And how do I know this? Because they are pushing this agenda for years, and they are getting away with This is because the majority of people do not do anything against this. And if you dare to oppose this as a parent, you will be the one targeted and stigmatized. If you will continue pushing against this or trying to protect your children, they may say you are an abusive parent, which might end up with the state legally taking away your children from you. I already heard about incidents like those taking place in our system during COVID pandemic. So I am expecting this practice will be normalized as well in the future society. And I showed you only a few from hundreds of similar or worse examples, which I collected over the years. This cancerous culture comes mostly from the United States and is being propagated across all countries of European people in the West and East. And I don't want people to point fingers at a country here because there are specific groups of people with non-European values and often with dual citizenship and with big money who are pushing this destructive agenda by the mainstream media, commerce, education and so on. The United States is just a country where Frankfurt School was recreated under different name and organization, and Americans were the first victims of this indoctrination and brainwashing which was evolving for decades after World War II. I also highly recommend to listen to a lecture of Yuri Bezmenov to understand details of this process. The video should be also available on my channel. And please do not blame Russians for that. They are not the authors or those to blame for what is currently happening in our countries because this agenda is being pushed and propagated across the world by the most powerful people in the West today. But about that I will talk later on. Now to finish the subject, please put yourself into the shoes of those migrants who are flooding our countries and try to picture how they perceive our nations and civilization based on what they already know about our reality and ask yourself a question. Do they have any valid reason to integrate into our society? In the United States, probably most young Americans of European origins are told to believe that Europeans in North America have no culture and no European Americans are told to believe that everything that Europeans brought with their culture in history was about slavery, exploitation of other nations, and generally that history of European Americans is evil. American culture is so enriched today that people struggle to define what American culture actually is. And I do not want the cultures of nations in Europe to share the same fate. So what about Europe? What do we have to offer in our society for those non-European migrants? Churches, cathedrals, rainbow flags, pride parades, wild, free lifestyle without limits or any decency? By Middle Eastern migrants with their strong identity and values, we are being seen as corrupted society of infidels, or fools who are trashing our history and everything that's holy, or what makes our identity and moral compass strong. We are destroying everything what used to keep us on the right track together. They have no good reasons to integrate and they will continue tolerating our irresponsible lifestyles and way of life as long as they are a minority. But as soon we become weak and outnumbered, they will take over our countries and the system by influx of demography on our society and democracy. And they will offer us to integrate into their new society in our own countries. Our countries are being colonized, but the minds of the majority of the citizens in our countries are already colonized. And it is visible by our overwhelming ignorance on all this madness which is currently happening in our countries. Also, someone posted this graphic online time ago, and I would like to go quickly through all those points because it's worth considering each one of them individually. Also, the word which I censored and which was used 3 times on this graphic, you may replace with the word nation or civilization, so it will all make sense. Starting from the top. Promote mixing of nations, cultures. I think it's a very bad idea, slightly saying, and when it comes to one aspect of mixing, then I think they intentionally joke about certain people with specific beliefs and concerns, influencing the public through overwhelming passive indoctrination by advertisements, and majority of people are fine with it. It's an element of conditioning to normalize this phenomena, and it works. Promotion of homosexuality is just way too visible in the public sphere, especially in the US, and I think it pushes our civilization to share a fate similar to Sodom and Gomorrah because of the threats from the outside world and of some religions and cultures which are openly intolerant. The promotion of womanism, I do think that second and third wave of womanism prove itself to be very counterproductive toward our society with time, so no need to explain more about it. The promotion of divorce, or more like the normalization of it within society, and the overwhelming support toward one gender when it comes to benefits granted by the system, laws and regulations discourage a large portion of the male population from even trying to commit or get married in modern society. They see it as a great risk to their own personal security and future, a major factor that is destroying the value and the meaning of the traditional family model. Next, promoting the use of birth control. It's a one thing to have it available for certain people, and another to promote it openly and make it accessible for everyone, which encourages people for random casual encounters by reducing the risk of unwanted pregnancy. This obviously backfires later on men and women, decreasing their chances for a stable, loving relationship because, according to all the data I have seen, the more partners a person sleeps with through life, the lesser chances they have for a life-lasting marriage. Promoting abortion rights. With easily available abortion, there is less fear about the consequences of any rushed encounters between men and women. This automatically contributes to the problems that were already mentioned as outcomes of birth control, and naturally also lowers the birth rate because some people often may change their mind about keeping the unborn child or not. Promote SOS with dolls. I have read so many comments, posts about especially guys wanting to replace women with robots and other madness like that, which will definitely contribute to lowering birth rate in highly developed nations because more guys will turn their back on a real woman. Promoting men go their own way. This is a highly controversial philosophy or movement because it does exist in many different variants. I completely understand the reasons behind it, and their logic is very healthy and rational as long as you are only thinking about yourself and not our future or civilization. Yes, the system is designed to punish men for even trying to talk to women in some countries. The women themselves, for the most part, are not really a wife material those days. So, taking the risk of trying to meet a woman, assuming you are lucky enough to discover a woman of a higher values and principles, which some see as almost impossible to find within modern society in the West, or to get married, is simply not worth it. Some men just do not bother anymore, completely giving up on women. Another group of those men prefer to migrate to countries located away from our civilization, leaving their European heritage behind. There are even toxic groups with their own variants of this philosophy, which is about living your life without commitment, having fun with as many women as possible by taking advantage over them, mostly with the help of the power of money. By being objective from the perspective of someone like me, who cares about the future and the future of our civilization, they are contributing to our destruction by walking away, by giving up on trying, or as some of them do, by contributing to the spread of the corruption, which is destroying our society and women themselves. Obviously, there are individuals among them who, even if on their own gave up on women, did not give up on making a stand for our future. So they still try to perform their duty, at least by helping to oppose this madness in the West, sacrificing themselves in the process. I'm grateful to those type of individuals among the ranks of people who adopted this philosophy in life. Based on my personal experience and observation, I may tell you that good women, the same as good men, do exist. They often control their nature by listening to reason and preserving in life higher values and morality. They are difficult to find, but never give up. Keep looking. Be careful and learn how to recognize people of higher quality from those who are not. And next, promoting the irrelevance of the family. I think it's visible for everyone by now that the traditional family model is being trashed everywhere, so not much to comment on that. And add to this the fact that Degenerate material and other toxic degenerate entertainment industries, toxic dating sites promoting the hookup culture are ruining men and women across the West, driving them even further away from having families. Next, teach them that certain aspects of identity does not exist, and no self-awareness makes people vulnerable. Next one, teaching them to feel ashamed of their heritage. The rewriting of our history, the constant demonization of our ancestors because of colonization, slavery, the Holocaust and other related events make people with vulnerable minds hate themselves and our culture, and even to hate their own skin color, to a point where they do not want to identify as Europeans anymore or preserve what is of European origin. I have seen many examples of this within modern society. Next one, push for mass immigration into their lands. Well, this does not require much explanation, but it seems correct based on the history of our world and the great kingdoms or empires from the past. And calling people racist when they're defending themselves. So yes, this list is very accurate, and if such things are to be pushed on any monolithic nation, country or civilization, you will eventually destroy it. By now, everyone should already understand that what I was claiming in my videos in the past is true, and the situation is only about to get worse, with no chance for any recovery in sight. The evolution of European nations into non-European entities won't be a quick process, but at certain stages it may accelerate rapidly due to the growing non-European population in our countries. As I mentioned earlier, our children will bear the highest cost if we continue to remain inactive. There is still an opportunity for like-minded individuals to come together and build something substantial enough to influence our future. However, we must act fast because the implementation of the second major threat to our future existence will render us completely paralyzed, leaving us defenseless and powerless to shape our destiny in any way. The presentation of the first major threat to our future existence should have driven away those who do not understand or value what all of this is really about in the first place, which is preservation of our traditional civilization. So now we may proceed to more serious matters, with those who remain devoted to the cause and with full understanding toward our situation when it comes to the threat of uncontrolled migration. The second major threat to our future existence is caused by the system digital currency, or central bank digital currency, the so-called CBDC. The ultimate goal is the creation of a system with absolute control over the population, eliminating lots of problems which our society is facing today, in exchange for granting absolute control to the people at the top. With the mass implementation of a new world currency, we will witness the end of many remaining rights, freedoms, possibilities to use any unauthorized means of exchange, or even possibility for preservation of your wealth. I will explain details later on. While covering this subject, I will reveal lots of controversial information, some of them worth lots of money for various groups, individuals, or even countries. Some of that information will help you to take steps into proper preparations, so you might save lots of your own family wealth in the process. I hope that if presented information will be useful for you, for your family, maybe your business, I may rely on your gratitude in exchange, because near the end of this video message I will ask for help in many different aspects myself, for the sake of the success of my initiative to prepare us for this possible future scenario. Some of the information which I will present while describing this threat were not revealed anywhere in the public ever before. Also be patient with my extended explanation on this subject, because without a proper explanation you would never believe that the possibility to fix and enslave our country so greatly does exist. Only by understanding what we are up against will you be able to get the right idea of our options for self-defense against this tyrannical system of mass control. I will first reveal some basic information about how the final version of CBDC will function, mostly from a technical perspective, and yes, this is the boring part of this chapter. After that, I will provide lots of examples of how CBDC will heal our society to a great degree, benefiting our economy, ecology, improving our quality of life, safety and security within our countries. After that, I will discuss the dark side of the CBDC, and I will proceed into explanation how they intend to implement it into our countries and the world system later on. I will also reveal where I obtained all that information from. If you wish to skip the technical tag about CBDC, consider skipping the video to the timing which should be visible on the screen right now. The final version of the CBDC may be implemented at the national or international scale, by benefiting any country, benefiting the most from an international global implementation, but there is a long way ahead until that happens, which is a good news for people who are concerned about it. By explaining the example of CBDC benefits and flaws, I will be pointing out clearly the differences between national and international implementation, so everybody will have a better idea about CBDC functionality based on the scale of implementation. Everybody tells you how CBDC will allow our governments and banks to keep track of our transactions, monitoring and recording everything we do with our money, but this is a huge generalization, and it does not explain how amazing and dangerous this concept really is, because there are no specialists in this field yet who operate in public and who understands its full potential, which I will obviously reveal. The general structure of the final version of the CBDC will be most likely a half-automated global system, operating on something that we may classify as a blockchain mechanics, where the central banks can be compared to individual computers within the blockchain banking network, monitoring automated functionality of the whole system, preventing any individual central bank from abusing the system anyhow, which means it won't be possible to hide traces of performed operations. In case of any global disaster, the data can be stored in emergency secured places and restored during any global system reactivation from any operating central bank server station or any continent from around the globe. So it's probably even more secured for any sort of a global disaster than the current chaotic, decentralized financial system, which would be extremely difficult to rebuild in a currently functional form. And keep in mind that already today 92% of the world's money is purely digital, so they will have to get rid of the only remaining 8% later on. The World Automated Banking CBDC system will prevent on its own, in its functionality, any unwanted manipulations by a single or even few central banking computers in a global network. Obviously, individual central banks will have full control and power in their own countries, allowing the governmental institutions to monitor and control the digital money flow within the country. But any form of growing inflation because of, let's say, a growing number of digital money in the circulation will be auto-detected by a self-controlling global system, and prices of various currencies will auto-adjust. This means that the future final version of CBDC will include the automatic processing of data from the authorized financial institutions, but also will be connected to many other government institutions or special purpose, which I will mention later on. Also, when it comes to full control for central bank within any country where the system is applied, it means that the banks have an absolute control over making money, removing money from circulation, creating or deleting accounts, making forced transfers. All of this will be possible under one condition, that all the transfers made or any interference into the system from the technical level will be recorded, registered, and those records cannot be edited or deleted. So at the end, there will always be someone to face responsibility for any actions and interference within the system, because tracks of everything will be recorded and stored forever. There are two more important types of data which will be auto-registered and stored, but I will return to them later on. The main difference so far when it comes to the implementation of the final version of CBDC to only one country will be that the whole network and all processes will be limited to everything related to what is happening within that country only. And the process of exchange currency, buying the digital currency of a country, for example, will be similar to a normal exchange, but the purchased money stays in the bank account within the system of the country, and you cannot physically take it out of the country or transfer abroad anyhow without exchanging it back to a foreign currency. So yes, this means that the global CBDC is not a one universal currency concept, but you will have different types of digital currency which will belong to every country within the global system. In US, you will you will have some version of digital dollar, in China digital yuan, and so on, and this will help individual countries to somehow give the illusion of having its own currency within the system, and of course the price of each currency will differ based on a financial and economic situation within any particular country. Also, this system on technical level will be fully operational even in countries with regular blackouts. There are many ways how it can be resolved, so I won't go into details in this video. Now, since we should already understand how the general global or national CBDC network will operate, let's focus on the money itself. For the convenience of explanation, let's call the smallest digital currency unit a digital coin. A single digital coin in every currency will have its own records and data, such as coin ID, a unique ID assigned to every coin worldwide which will be used for identification. This ID will not be visible for regular users, but it will be visible for those who control the system from the level of national central bank or any additional authorized special purpose institution, for example some intelligence agencies, police, and so on. More data, such as a coin type. Each currency in each country will have its own special purpose coins, for example coins for international trade, state-owned coins reserved for use by the government only, or coins for special services purpose, used as a trap money which might be removed from the system after they serve its purpose in some investigation or special action, coins for social support distributed by the state to those in need, with possible regulated lifespan, for example, they will vanish after 1 month if not used, or prevent you from purchasing certain products, and regular coins, which also might have regulated lifespan and maybe some type of a business coins. Other basic data, such as the coin creation date, and what's more important, coins will have records about wallets which they were transferred between, including the date of transfer and possibility of collecting records of IDs of accounts which they visited during their lifetime. It might be done in 2 ways, either in form of records about each coin ownership and transactions on the central bank main computer, or records might be stored in each individual digital coin, basically turning every digital coin into a tracking device. Data from coins removed from the system or erased will also be archived and stored forever. Now about bank accounts. Those will exist in many different types, for example as an account for the government institutions, cities, towns, some special or public services, and so on, but the accounts which should interest us the most are the personal accounts and a business account. The business account will obviously be for any business owners, mostly for bigger transactions and to storage of money which does not have a limited lifespan. It's worth mentioning here that the national CBDC network may be directly connected to the national taxation system, which may be processing data about our profits, expenses, and in general all transactions, which means the taxing system may be automated within the countries where CBDC is implemented, and it will have around 100% efficiency in collecting all sorts of taxes in the country. And the personal accounts. For an individual use with possible access to close family members such as a wife or a husband. It is expected that bank accounts will have multiple purposes and will be either synchronized or directly serving with function of being your personal ID with data about any form of legal license which you own, possibly even healthcare information, insurance. Also, it might be combined with your digital ID, electronic signature, social credit score, or even visa if you need it in a foreign state where the same system of global CBDC is implemented. And if it's a single state system, the same features might be applied only inside that specific country. That's the main difference here. Your bank account may be more protected and even more anonymous from the public eye than it is today. It might be possible to assign various surface identification prefixes, which would function similar to how domains cover up the IP addresses of internet websites. And your true bank account number or ID might never be visible for regular users except authorized staff of the government or bank workers and some other special services. It might be possible to create sub-accounts to your personal bank account by dividing your main account into smaller sections with different authorization, for example. If you would like to share a limited ownership or give limited access to your money to your children or wife, who could use an allocated amount of money, and for each sub-account you could assign a unique prefix identification, which could function as an ID sufficient enough to organize transfers of money, do specific payments, and so on. You could probably create thousands of sub-accounts inside your main account, and it would cost you nothing except time. Also, you could store currencies from other countries in your account, but you will be able to use those currencies only within countries where that currency is a national or officially accepted currency, and your account would need to be authorized to make transactions in a specific foreign country by, for example, having approved visa, work permit, or anything similar required. Personal accounts of this structure may also allow the central bank to limit the possibility for chosen citizens to purchase specific goods and services, or even specify the area, region, or a country where citizens may only do any payments and transactions. The details behind this process will be explained in an example later on. Data about and from accounts removed from the system will also be stored in archives forever. When it comes to laws and regulations and respect for privacy towards such bank account owners, they do not need to change at all. The central bank will be monitoring transactions, and access to scan information of your private account might be granted as today, under a valid legal reason. But such valid legal reason might be, for example, accepting transfer of digital money which were involved in some crime activity in the past. So, this final CBDC version does not violate your rights and freedom more than everything that we currently have, unless you are a criminal or a suspect, and I will explain details later on. So now, assuming you understand the automation of the CBDC system, the information stored in every single digital money, and what data and purpose your bank account might have, I will explain what it means to have the final version of CBDC implemented and used in practice. To summarize for those who skipped the technical explanation of CBDC system, please note: the final version of the CBDC will be almost fully automated with lots of state and financial institutions integrated into the system, including the taxing system and more. Every digital coin will have a unique ID and will be storing records about transactions and accounts in which the coin was stored, including information about time of the performed operations. Your bank account will be multi-purpose and will be most likely integrated into one with your personal ID, digital ID, any form of owned license, your insurance, credit score, or even visas to foreign countries where the CBDC system is operating. Physical cash will be removed from the system, and all alternative means of exchange of value outside the state-approved digital currency will be banned by law, the same as counterfeiting money is illegal today. First, how CBDC will benefit our country's economy and improve our security and quality of life. The major change after the introduction of this financial system in any country will be almost the absolute elimination of all sorts of crimes motivated by money. And I want to point out it's all about money-related crime only, which means no more narcotics or any other illegal substances on our streets. All dealers and distributors will vanish overnight if they will be able to understand the reality which they find themselves in. To be more specific, nobody will be crazy enough to sell anything illegal and accept payment for it in CBDC, because even if it will be possible to proceed with illegal transaction, the traces of it will stay in the system forever. And picture a situation that some dealer sells some narcotics to some kid on the street, takes a payment, and let's say the kid ends up unconscious in hospital, or maybe it was an undercover cop, and all the police needs to do is to review all the transactions he has done and to whom in the last few hours or days, and they do not even need to instantly react and go after the suspect. The police may just leave it be for a week or a month and review the results of the dealer transactions from this time. Following the money will paint the entire map for the police of all related suspects, clients, associates, very often to the very source of any massive illegal operation. Please note that the system would map not only a single transaction, but all the proxy transactions and accounts which are transferring the money with specific ID, which were used in the illegal transaction, revealing accounts of more and more possible suspects, mapping proxies of a proxy, and so on, constructing an entire map of connections, networks, and at the end, all what police needs to do is to investigate each individual involved. When the police will map the entire criminal operation with all the connections thanks to the recorded traffic of money transfers done by the people involved, they do not even need to risk officers' lives and go after the suspect directly. All the police needs to do at this point is to invite the people involved in accepting dirty money from certain people or deals and interrogate them for results. And the reason why now officer needs to risk his life is because the police may send a notification on the phones and on the accounts of the involved suspects stating something like, "Please report to the nearest police station in 24 hours. In the meantime, your bank account will allow you to purchase necessary goods for the next 2 days in your living area. After that, your account will be completely shut down until you do as being instructed." No rational criminal will dare to take the risk of accepting payment in CBDC because they will know that any time, any day after accepting the possibly tracked money, they may receive notification which will prevent them from functioning within a country where CBDC is the only functional method of payment for everything. There is nowhere to hide or escape because without your CBDC account, you won't be even able to cross the border or refuel your car or pay anybody to help you out. And even if an involved individual escapes the country, there's no guarantee that he won't become wanted by the police or Interpol in another one. What follows the solved problem of drugs in a country with CBDC system is the instant shutdown of any black market operation for the same reasons why the drugs will disappear in our countries. If illegal weapon trafficking will vanish, so will the chances for terrorists to remain as major threat, because they won't be able to buy illegal goods or equipment without avoiding unwanted attention. But there is so much more. No more kidnapping people for ransom anymore, which especially concerns people from the upper class, and no more robberies for money on our streets, because stealing money is not possible, nor selling stolen goods without living in fear for the rest of your life. So there probably won't be any buyers interested to buy unregistered goods because they will fear of being involved into any illegal activity which might make them end up registered on the radar of the police. No ransoms include ransomware and any other hacking attacks. Financial scams, frauds, cheating in trade deals won't be possible anymore without facing consequences, because every transaction will be fully trackable and can be reversed if there is a legal reason for it. Corruption will perish because you cannot only track the money, but also what people purchase for them, and authorized investigators may always find out who paid for what and in what form, so cracking down even most passive forms of corruption will become possible. What follows is almost no more possibility anymore for money laundering, no shell companies or shell deals, no more illegal tax evasion or moving out money outside the country, outside the system which is fully monitored and controlled by various agencies, automated algorithms which may auto-react on suspicious activity, assemble puzzles together and inform proper authorities to take action about suspicious individuals or companies in our society. What follows because of this is a drastic increase of a state security from inner and outer threats. Foreign intelligence agencies and other officers, or industrial espionage, betraying your country loyalty will almost always end up revealed because money must be involved at some point in any form of shady cooperation in this area. Also, countries involved in espionage won't be able to cover their tracks of interfering within foreign state affair from the inside, because at the end everybody needs to be paid, and this leaves traces which might reveal the source with time. No more illegal immigration, because if someone comes illegally to your country without visa or any form of authorization, he won't be able to obtain the possibility to be paid or to pay for anything for a living. In a country with CBDC, you cannot bring any cash from outside the state and expect that someone will accept that money if the transactions is not done legally within the financial system authorized by the state. No more human trafficking or trafficking in general, because why? What for? If you may only lose on it without gaining anything secured for yourself from it. And will they be able to organize any physical exchange of transportation if they won't be able to pay any of the tags for doing the dirty work on the ground without leaving traces in the financial records of transactions forever? Arresting even one participating person in any illegal activity will allow the police to trace whoever pays them for doing their job, leading eventually to people at the top. Anybody ever involved in any situation where one participating party ends up arrested might end up under an additional investigation anytime in the future, and people who willingly agree to accept shady transactions might end up under investigation as well. And because of that, the fear of facing responsibility for association with any illegal activity should effectively discourage people from involving themselves into this form of criminal activity. The government will be able to passively force those who are living on benefits to use their money wisely, limit the amount of alcohol which they can purchase, monitor how every individual is responsible for their spendings, for their family, and make the society more healthy from the people at the bottom to the very top, curing corruption and demoralization if there will be a will for that. Regulated access to alcohol and other similar substances for people on social support, no access to drugs on our streets should drastically reduce the problem of homelessness in any country. Commercial banks will be driven out of business or directly banned because they won't be needed anymore. Transactions will become extremely cheap. The reduction of the needed processing power from the removal of accumulation of different banking networks and institutions will slightly reduce the energy consumption, same as shutting down crypto farms, because the cryptocurrencies that are unauthorized by the state will definitely end up outlawed. Or even, if not, you won't be able to exchange them for any CBDC, which will mean the agony of the crypto market within any country within the CBDC system. Simplified banking network system will decrease the energy consumption by the financial system itself, and as outcome it will be a good for environment, because right now we have many smaller banking networks instead of having one major in every country, and this obviously means that the final CBDC system goes in line with the green agenda which is pushed everywhere today. Additionally, desertion from the military or avoiding draft will be almost not possible, because they will be able to prevent you from leaving your country or using your money anytime, same as tracking you whenever you try to use your money anywhere around the country. There's way more benefits which will come with the price, so I will return to them later on. In most cases, it's not the system mechanics which will be bulletproof and preventing people from committing a crime, but the fear of facing consequences for being involved into any crime-related operation or transaction, because people doing the dirty work at the bottom must be paid, and the financial interactions with them, even by proxies, will leave traces forever within the system which can be used against anybody who participated anyhow in any illegal activity, even as a proxy. This psychological impact, which comes from fear of being involved in something illegal, will discourage people from accepting transactions or any form of payments from random individuals which there is no valid reason to trust or make deals with. It's unlikely that anybody, no matter how powerful and rich, will be foolish enough to try to risk bypassing the system anyhow or getting involved in relations with unverified or shady contractors. Shadow markets are a large part of the economy of many countries. I think they will be allowed to exist. Data about random small transactions will always be recorded, but I doubt authorities will care to take action about the people involved until they have a really good reason for it. For example, if involved in gray area transaction, individual will get a low credit score, or if some illegal activity was detected or connected between participating parties in the transaction. In other words, if individual is a good obedient sheep who submits to the narrative of the system, he will have a high credit score. But if he's a rebellious guy who should be punished with some investigation about trade beyond formal tax-regulated trade transactions, he will have a low credit score. This means that any individual or communities which want to operate as far and as independently as possible from the system will become targeted in the first place. The barter trade will be possible to a very small scale, with entrusted small groups, but it's dysfunctional since it's impossible to preserve its independence from the system because sooner or later someone will need something only available through a transaction carried out in the system currency. In simple words, yes, you may trade some potatoes for carrots or pay for a bag of potatoes without registering the transaction as a business deal, but such transactions must be small and not too often. And keep in mind that someone may snitch on you as a trader who avoids taxation, for example, an unhappy customer. So, in general, it's possible but dysfunctional as a solution for something that could be organized on a larger scale because you need to trust that those you are dealing with will not report you. Now, when it comes to trust, this is what they are going to destroy completely within a future society under the CBDC system. Already today, our society is becoming a low-trust society, mostly because of the enforced diversity and the destruction of traditional values by the mainstream propaganda, as I explained it before. So under this final version of CBDC system, we will definitely have a public credit score, which should be a first motivating factor to encourage people to stay in line, behave right, or to even snitch on each other at a presented opportunity to gain extra points for being a good, obedient citizen. Obviously, additional rewards might be presented, for example, financial rewards, or even amnesty for criminals who would like to confess their association with any criminal or illegal operation in their past. Imagine you are one of such criminals who were involved in some larger illegal business operation, and now you are living under the CBDC system knowing that any other people who were ever involved in the same illegal activities as you may step out from the line and report to police their wrongdoing to obtain amnesty for their involvement in those crimes and in the process expose you. I think this factor will destroy the remaining criminal organizations or activities because everyone involved will want to be the first to snitch and to avoid facing responsibility, being aware of the risk of what might happen or actually what will definitely happen if they won't. Because the only reason why no criminal would want to report himself to the police first is the trust that nobody else will ever do that and report them, which is an extremely unreasonable thing to do. So the logic is simple. Either I do clear myself now from any larger illegal activity I was involved in, or I risk that someone else will do it faster than me, taking me down in the process. So you may witness this phenomena in the future where criminals will want to clear themselves from their involvement in any illegal activity by willingly reporting to the police with the hope of obtaining amnesty in exchange for revealing information about their associates from the past and so on. I think this is also the final reason why barter trade or any groups who will want to operate outside the system will not survive. because most people are not trustworthy enough and will gladly expose you if they are motivated by a proper reward. Most people will submit to this system and cooperate for their own personal benefits, giving up on their beliefs or any principles, which makes even smaller pro-independent organizational groups under CBDC dysfunctional, if the members are not trustworthy enough. There are also two major traps for all the people when this system will be introduced. I will explain and expose both of them, so you may prepare yourself adequately, and I hope if those information will help people like you preserve your wealth or generally from falling into any of those mentioned traps, then I hope I may expect your gratitude in return. And all I want from you for now is to listen to my video message to the end, because I assure you I have way more to reveal later on, and I will also ask for your help near the end of my video message. So if you will be able to help me anyhow, even to show gratitude for revealing those information, I will greatly appreciate. The first major trap, it will most likely fall on all those who are being encouraged to purchase gold, with the belief it will help them preserve their wealth against inflation and maybe even earn them extra money over time in the future. This might end very badly for those who invest in gold, because I think a similar situation to that from 1933 with the Executive Order 6102 will repeat itself, because of the geopolitical situation, especially the excuse of growing national debt and the Chinese problem, and generally because of the West losing its dominative economic position to the new economic bloc from the Far East. I will expand more on this problem later on. So what I am expecting is a new limitation of gold ownership, not only in the United States, but this time also in all major European countries, where owning more than a specified amount of gold in any form without a proper license will be penalized, which means owners who have more gold than the defined limit will be forced to sell it to the state or a licensed buyer for most likely a price below purchase costs at time, generating losses for the owner. And those who plan to stash up gold in a secret might end up in a situation where they will never be able to sell it anywhere, because the CBDC system will keep them scared of selling this gold in the future. So the whole investment in gold today might make you lose money when the final version of CBDC will be implemented. Also, I will expand on investing in gold, silver and crypto later on in an alternative ideas debunked list section of my material. The second trap will take place with the removal of cash from circulation, which will eventually take place. The introduction of every version of CBDC will be performed in stages. For example, they will give a time limit for people to deposit their money in the bank accounts in a year or two in order to turn paper money into pure digital money. During this exchange, the central bank will be verifying if the amount of deposited money from the exchange is matching your tax declarations from the past. If you will be exchanging amounts of money which vary a lot from what you declared in your income tax, they will have a valid reason to suspect you of possible tax evasion, and they might use this information against you in the future, which will allow the people who control the system in your country to obtain hooks on everybody, especially against many wealthy people in many different countries who are not members of the big club of the people at the very top. Independent wealthy people with their wealth are a possible threat for the people at the very top, because they possess resources and possibilities which, if used wisely, may be used to build a proper means of opposition to the mainstream agenda, which is currently destroying our culture and our countries. So, controlling such powerful people is important for the people at the very top. I think many wealthy people will avoid exchanging large portions of their money, preferring to trash it instead of becoming possible suspects of investigation for tax evasion crime, or giving their enemies means to blackmail them and their families in the future. As you may know already today, there is a destruction of a middle class taking place. Middle class citizens are fundamental for a reliable, functional democracy. But with the implementation of CBDC, the ruling class in every country will have means to eliminate lots of independent wealthy people which still have the potential to invest their resources in any serious resistance. From the positive side of this trap, I may say people who assembled their fortunes illegally will be either exposed for it or will lose most of their wealth, preferring to burn their money instead of exchanging it in the system, just to avoid the risk of becoming a target in any criminal investigation. Many crime lords, cartels will become financially broke overnight. The introduction of the CBDC will heal our system a lot, also lowering the inflation in many countries because, as I mentioned before, lots of money which is in private hands will cease to exist, because people will be afraid of exchanging their money knowing they might end up on the radar of any tax evasion agency. It's worth mentioning that people with offshore bank accounts will also not be able to avoid taking responsibility if they ever need to bring their money into their home country. Those who attempted to conceal their wealth in a tax haven in the past will face significant consequences in the future. So those are two major traps which will come with the introduction of the final version of the CBDC, which we all should be aware of to avoid troubles in the future. The final CBDC system is bulletproof under the condition that everybody involved in the monitoring system functionality is competent at doing their job. Do you people understand how much all of this is worth for any country on our planet? Can you imagine the benefits for the economy, security, even the ecology and general functionality of any country? Can you imagine what sort of funding I would receive if I would present this concept in front of Congress, assuming I have proper authority to do that? Because of the mostly automated administrative functionality and integration of many institutions into the CBDC system, the governance will be able to drastically reduce the need of workers in this sector, while at the same time drastically improve its efficiency. Some agencies for tracking specific types of crimes won't be even needed anymore because many different types of crime will perish. The United States won't need to build any walls to prevent illegals from flooding the states or deploying the army on the border, the same as Europe won't need to bribe African or Middle Eastern countries with billions of euros because illegal migrants won't be able to function without the possibility to use money. The final version of CBDC, if introduced and controlled by the right people, can be a good thing, extremely beneficial for any modern country, and it would be immoral by any politician to oppose this concept, not only because it saves money, but because it saves lives. But unfortunately, in our reality, it will become one of the symbols of the biggest oppression and the regime which will be established by our treacherous and incompetent elites. I will expand on this subject while talking about the threat which comes from our international ruling elites later on. But back to the CBDC and its dark side. As I mentioned before, it will be a system of absolute slavery, where people will be forced into submission, not only by how they live, but even how they think, who they associate with, or what they show interest in. If we combine this system of control with the agenda of our current elites, which is visible everywhere, and with the fact that in the future many Western European countries won't be governed by Europeans anymore, then we can imagine what sort of terror they will be able to inflict on us and our future generations. When they will have all necessary tools to force us into submission and to agree with them with whatever ideas they will have about how we are to live. So, are you ready for eating bugs and living in a pod? Maybe you don't like to wear a mask, or raise your children according to the mainstream agenda of tolerance, equality, and gender neutrality. Then prepare yourself to pay for that with your credit score, or even with the parenting rights toward your own children. For Europeans, it will become a crime in the future to express the interest into our ethnic and cultural heritage, in our own homelands. And the final CBDC system will be a perfect tool to enforce that. Automatic censorship on the internet combined with AI will be implemented. It will prevent us in the future from discussing censored subjects in public on all mainstream platforms. This system would empower the ruling elites to passively enforce their agenda on every individual living in a country where the CBDC system is implemented. If you attempt to oppose the mainstream narrative or protest against regulations or policies, you may face punishment not only through a decrease of your credit score, but also directly impacting your finances. People who stand up for traditional values, culture, religion, independence are being excluded and prosecuted passively or actively more and more within the current system already today. In the future, it will get much worse. I do remind you, the plan which I will present later on will help us to survive all of this. So you better do your research on my material to the very end, if you care. The credit score for each individual will be a real thing, which will provide either an advantage in life or punish people for trying to oppose the mainstream narrative or protest against the government, for example. People organizing themselves around any revolutionary concepts or movements of opposition to the rulers of the system will not be able to effectively organize within a system with CBDC. I was thinking a lot about any possible scenarios which could help people escape or effectively rebel against such a system, and I could not find such a possibility. Without some global disaster which could paralyze the functionality of such a system. People will be judged and evaluated as a good cattle or problematic one, not only based on what they do, how they spend their lives, what they eat, and how they raise their kids, but also based on what we are doing here and now. We are already being categorized today based on our online activity. Algorithms are building our psychological profiles, or even digital clones of us based on our online behavior, and this data will be used against some of us in the future, placing us on a higher priority watch list within that future system. I could expand more and more on this subject, but some things that our ruling elites will be allowed to do with people in a controlled society are terrifying. Examples such as taking away your rights to raise your own kids, or taking your children away for preventing your child from transitioning or discovering themselves, are just a tiny issues compared to everything else they will be able to do to all of us on individual level. The people who remain capable of independent critical thinking will live in fear, remaining silent to avoid trouble. So, how are they going to introduce such a financial system into our reality? The best timing to introduce this system will be during some deep social economic crisis which definitely awaits our system in the future. There are only two countries, in my opinion, which might introduce the final version of CBDC internationally into our world system: the United States of America or China. The European Union is an option, but very unlikely, because the European Union is losing its position on the global stage because of their failing economy, becoming more irrelevant on the global stage. Also, they will motivate people to want CBDC as a solution for something that will restore their old lifestyle back. Because first, they will corner people into a position where the only solution visible to counter problems which will be destroying our living standard, public security and economic functionality, will be the implementation of the final version of CBDC system. For example, to completely stop illegal migration, to fix the economy by reducing inflation and the forgiveness of the national debt to a certain degree by financial institutions, or to remove most of the crime from the streets, and so on. Which means the current situation and everything that is happening right now in our countries is like a ground preparation for the introduction of the final version of CBDC. And this makes me wonder if they already possess this idea for the concept of the future CBDC in their plans, and maybe they are just hiding it for now. But it is also unlikely they already have the concept, based on what sorts of technologies and countermeasures the ruling class is dumping money into, while at the same time the CBDC concept presented by me already resolves most of those problems. So if they would know the final concept, they would also know that investing money now into those pseudo-solutions for current problems is a waste of money and time. You may start asking, how would our politicians agree to this? Lots of them are corrupted after all, and they would lose additional income by introducing this system. Well, they will be, if not blackmailed, forced to accept, then bribed with a privilege if they do. Also, international banks might offer to erase some part of our national debt to bribe the country into accepting CBDC, In simple words, they do not need to worry about the lack of possibility of corrupting future politicians if they can corrupt those who currently are in charge to accept this new system into their own countries. And when it comes to the opinion of the public, there is really no valid reason to oppose this system, which will heal so much in all our countries. So the only reason why anybody would oppose it is basically because of the will to preserve the possibility for some criminal activity. There is really no valid excuse to oppose the introduction of this system. Anyway, people have been trained for years to avoid using cash in daily life, and the effects are very positive for the introduction of this final version of CBDC. So, are they really going to implement this system? The question is not if, but when, because this system provides too many benefits for any country and society to simply ignore it. And it's exactly what the people at the top want to improve: the control over the world population and everyone at the individual level. So this CBDC concept goes in line with what the so-called globalists or any other regime out there wants. Of course, I cannot know which elements of the described system they are going to implement into the system in the future for certain, but the point is they can do that, and they have really good reasons for it. So it must be expected. The technology which would allow us to build this financial system was available to us for over 20 years. So we could have built it a long time ago, and it's simply the incompetence of the people at the top and their advisors which prevented them from forming the right vision of how the CBDC financial system should function to be maximally effective and beneficial for the position of power and control. And how can I be sure of that? Because nobody published information about this concept anywhere. And all the central banks in recent months received guidance manuals on how to start plotting the concept of CBDC and implement prototypes. That general information was delivered by the World Bank. Also, the only banking institution so far, and in fact the most important one in my opinion, which is pushing for the global CBDC, is Bank of International Settlements. And they are just having a general idea without any specific vision. Also because we are wasting tons of money in Europe, North America, all over the world in fact, to somehow try to resolve problems which could be instantly solved by the implementation of the final version of CBDC. And they have been failing to resolve those problems for decades anyhow. So I may confidently claim none of them had the right vision or idea yet. But now, I just gave them the guidance into the right direction. Not because I want them to implement this faster, but because if I didn't warn you about it in advance, then people who want to oppose this system in the future could have no time to react fast enough, especially when it comes to uniting around the only realistic solution to secure our future, which I intend to present later on in my material. Also, I want to assure you we have time, because yes, the implementation of this concept for a single or a few countries can be fast, but before they all agree on a global implementation, they will have to make proper international deals, and this takes time. So thanks to what I revealed in my material, you will know what to expect from the CBDC evolution in the future, and you will be hopefully more mobilized to help me with my initiative, knowing what awaits us if we do nothing now when there is still time to act. Also, the presentation of this concept in my message video should boost up my video popularity online, because people really will start talking about the CBDC concept, sharing their concerns and opinions. Oh, and I want to be original. Since I'm the first to present it, I want to give it a name. I mean, Musk is doing this all the time with his stupid ideas. Let me name it with something suitable to match its meaning for humanity worldwide. I will call it a chain. Beautiful. All rights reserved. But back to being serious. It's worth mentioning that we did apply for patent. Hopefully the patent ownership for this concept in North America and Europe will slow down the implementation of this CBDC system in the future and allow us to earn some money from selling the license to benefit the realization of our operation. Well, I am sure I won't get any recommendation for a Nobel Prize for presenting this concept, which solves so enormous amount of problems in our countries. which our elites of all kinds struggle to resolve for years. But I am also sure they would figure this out, learning from their mistakes of experimenting with various prototypes of CBDC as a natural evolutionary process of this technology. And I am sure they will go for it now because they got advisors who are operating on my level, making sure that our international elites remain in power and improving their means of control, being rewarded for it with becoming the 1% and various other privileges. And about the question, how do I know all of this? It's because if I would be on their side, I would advise them to do that. I am not saying that every trap or trick which is described as a natural outcome of the CBDC implementation will be used, but it can be used, and there will be huge benefits from it for every country and the elites at the top, so I do not see a valid reason why they wouldn't use those additional tricks, such as forcing people to sell gold and so on. When the final version of CBDC will be introduced, the realization of my plans won't be possible anymore, nor any resistance to what our elites are doing with our countries and society. A possibility exists, and I wouldn't be surprised if representatives of certain countries or banks would attempt to reach out to me requesting help with implementation of this system in their own countries. As you could learn from my video message so far, I have the ability to find solutions for very complex problems which might make me a valuable asset to the people at the top. And am I competent enough for development and implementation of the CBDC system, with all the procedures, protocols, etc. into their country according to the rules, regulations, and the constitution with minimal necessary modifications of those mentioned? Well, yes, I am, and definitely the cost of the contract wouldn't go lower than 200 million. For every next country the price will double. Yes, I do realize it's a small price to pay for any state based on all the benefits which this final CBDC system provides for the country's economy, security, and especially because of how many lives it will save each year, for as long as the country remains functioning within the world system. With or without my help, they will develop and implement this concept eventually. It's just that accepting the opportunity for a contract would benefit the realization of my initiative greatly, giving us more resources for realization of the projects from my plan at the early stages of my plan realization. But being serious, such engagements would cost me time and distract me from my main duties and priorities, which means I am not interested until I am absolutely desperate to obtain what's needed for the realization of my plans, which will be presented in this video later on. I have my own goals, projects, which require money, and even if I will be probably operating with larger sums than this in the future, the early stages of my initiative might be rough, and as I have mentioned before, time is not really on our side, no matter how good of a solution I offer to secure our future. And don't get me wrong, no matter what, I remain loyal and devoted to my cause. And in the center of my concerns for me is the future of European people as a collective, and the preservation of our traditional civilization. So even if a country actually attempts to reach out to me, making me an offer, I won't hesitate to reject it if the people who trust me do not want me to work for any of those states out there, and if the balance of gains and losses for the realization of my plan will not benefit my cause more than the rulers of this system. I publicly declare that no matter what, I will not sell myself out. They cannot buy me with any money, even if people say that everyone has its price. I am strongly convinced I would never fall for any of that, or betray what I believe. It is what matters most to me, especially knowing that the future of the people I care about and our future generations depend upon the success of the plan which I present later on, and the well-being of Europeans on the international level. They cannot corrupt me, they cannot threaten me, or blackmail me with anything. My hands are clean. I understand very well that statements like those might cost me my life if I push too far, but as I stated before, I do not intend to stand on the way of anybody out there. I just want to secure a place in this world for people which the future of us all as Europeans depends on. Also, I do consider myself a patient and a reasonable person, so as long as anyone powerful out there is willing to treat my work with respect, at least leaving us be, I am open for fair agreements which will not interfere into the realization of my plans and which will be presented in this video message later on, and which will assure the preservation of what I consider necessary for securing the future of our children in this world. In this case, people of European heritage must remain or become strong influential groups within their own countries, capable of preserving their rights, way of life, culture, and other heritage no matter what awaits this system in the future. So I want to make it clear that I will never betray or sell my plan or stop working for our future as long as it's possible, or as long there will be people who will support me in realizing my initiative, making my plan a valid option for us to accomplish successfully with any possible outcomes mentioned before. Some may say words are cheap, but do you know what's the best insurance that I will never betray my cause? Because I understand that I would shoot my own foot and bury the future for my own children in this world if I abandon my initiative. I was saying many times before that we are all on the same boat. Betraying my cause would backfire at me, my family as well. If Europeans as a collective will stop being the dominant leading faction within any major country in the West, or if we end up pushed into submission in that future final version of CBDC while being divided, weak, and unprepared for it, we will never be able to rise up again as a strong people. I do not want to eat bugs. I do not want my children to be bullied at school because of their skin color or end up indoctrinated to a point where they will self-hate themselves or be confused about their own sexuality. I do not want to be at the mercy of those incompetent people at the top. And for sure, I understand that no matter how wealthy I could possibly be, there is no escape or any possibility to avoid this fate if I abandon my plan realization. And the people who only if represented in this world in sufficient number as united international force or organization will have something to say from position of power and their voice heard and will have to be taken for consideration by those who will be ruling our countries at time. I hope just by presenting this concept of ultimate slavery of the future CBDC system, I have already proven to be competent enough as someone to present a realistic solution, something that we may actually do to save our future, because nobody else from the side of the opposition to the rulers of the current system was able to foresee this threat and take it into consideration for planning anything to secure our future. And if you did not consider this threat, then your plans are not worth much. This is one of the reasons why the world we live in appears crazy to me. The solutions which are obvious to me are non-existent for majority of the population. Things which are common sense for me are unknown for the people all over the globe. There is also one little downside when it comes to the elimination of money-related crimes in our system with the introduction of the final version of the CBDC, which is worth mentioning and explaining on an example related to firearms. If you legalize firearms and encourage people to carry guns around, yes, you will decrease violent crimes in the country by exposing criminals to an additional risk which they must consider before committing any crime, activity anywhere with people around who might be potentially always armed and ready to become heroes. But at the same time, if you have professional criminals, let's say robbers who have built their life around the concept of robbing people and who will not resign from what they have been doing their whole life, but will become more professional and ruthless at doing their dirty work. In simple words, as it is today, when someone is robbed by an armed criminal, they are usually forced to cooperate at the gunpoint. But the next step of evolution, if criminals are facing additional threat from most likely armed civilians, if I may say like that, the criminals won't be risking taking anybody at the gunpoint, but will shoot first without any warnings to decrease their risk in any action. So yes, in general, violent crime will decrease drastically if you legalize and encourage people to own guns, but those criminals who will remain operational in such system will become more cold, ruthless, and won't be taking chances with hostages. The same might happen in our system with the introduction of the final version of CBDC. Money-related crime will vanish, but new forms of crime might appear, more ruthless, cruel toward regular people. So this is the only downside of the CBDC introduction which I may think of when it comes to the perspective of general population. I do have a solution to drastically reduce violent crime, but about that later. I would like you all to be aware that professional groups trained in South America countries are already robbing upper-class houses and are also organizing home invasions, being able to disable security systems and cut off communication between homeowners and outside world. This is a light version of crimes, which I think will escalate in the future. And in the meantime, a federal judge in the US decided that illegals may carry guns. The third major threat to the future of our civilization comes from the downfall of the economic position of our countries. This problem is mostly ignored or even cheered by people who are too short-sighted to see the full picture and to predict the negative consequences for our countries, which will affect all of us at the individual level and which will be used by the rulers of our system as a valid excuse to push new regulations, rules, taxation, which will affect our way of life, freedom, and will allow foreigners from outside to start taking over various assets, businesses in our countries, and even our lands. As usual, first I will make some claims, explain in general why this is such a big problem for us, and after making my claims, I will expand on the details. And assuming you will be interested to listen, you will have an opportunity to learn a thing or two about the economy and my reasoning behind it. People who are cheering for the economic collapse, claiming that they want the current system to fall because the new chaotic situation might give us a breathing space, and who say they are ready for it, preparing to live off-grid or simply to escape from the system if the opportunity is to be presented, or at least hoping they will be the least affected by the situation, also some hoping for some revolution to take place, or maybe even for more sane politicians to gain true position of power and, in the process, put their country back on the right track. My comment to this type of logic is that they fail to take for consideration various factors which did not exist in the past and which will prevent the wishful thinking outcomes from such a situation to take place. I have seen how things evolving in any serious crisis by observing Venezuela, Haiti and other countries in similar situation in Africa, Middle East or Balkans in the past, and I assure you that loners or small groups or preppers do not stand a chance in changing anything or remaining independent on the long run, so they are basically unprepared for a real evolution of our system to occur. Also, when it comes to the politics, I have seen Muppet politicians who were always presented as an answer for any rebellious nations. This could be observed in the last century, especially around the whole region of South America. And for people who are cheering for an economic downfall of our countries, claiming that it will encourage migrants to migrate out again for a better economic opportunities, which is half true because, yes, in Europe, migrants of European descent who integrate very well most likely will migrate to their home countries because they are basically in European neighborhood. But the migrants we are concerned about the most, which are the migrants of non-European descent, will stay because, I assure you, no matter how bad the economic situation is going to be in North America or Europe, the economic downfall in their home countries in South America, Africa, Middle East will be way worse, so they will stay for sure. Also worth to point out here is that those non-European migrants have a different mentality for various reasons. For example, because of their culture or religion. So when we European people are trying to act more rational and responsibly in general at the individual level, and in difficult economic times we most likely choose not to have children or a family, if we cannot afford those. The non-European people, especially in Africa and Middle East, and even to a large degree in South America, are mostly doing the opposite, and they make short-sighted, selfish decisions, acting irresponsibly, and continue making babies for a short or a little gains, even if often they struggle to feed their own families, as we may see this happening, especially in Africa. So the same groups of non-European people after coming to Europe will gladly make more children during any difficult times, if that means a few hundred extra bills for each child, which our states often pay us today around Europe, and this means that even during serious economic troubles which our countries will be facing in the future, the people of European descent will continue having less kids, while the non-European in our countries most likely will continue having many. So the current trend of demographic changes will continue even if the economic situation in our countries will be bad. The worsening economic situation in the West might prevent us from organizing ourselves, or from doing anything of value to help us secure our future. So if we end up unprepared to bear the consequences of the conditions of our economy in the future, we might be pinned to the ground by the system in the stabilized countries without even the need of the CBDC system introduction. And it's also highly possible that left-oriented populists will be gaining in power, because majority of people do not like to support those who are enforcing on the more strict and responsible lifestyle. By economy of the West, I mean the countries of North America, Europe and Australia, and I already can see how some people will start whining that I put USA, which is doing economically relatively fine, in the same bucket as the rest of the Western world. But there is something important which must be understood and taken into consideration while evaluating the economic situation of our countries, which is the fact that if Europe goes down, US will follow, because United States and Europe need each other's support to remain economically relevant as an economic bloc and a competition to the countries from East Asia. Also, the growth of the US economy is in large part artificial, but about that later on. So, what am I expecting to happen? Europe is falling into economic irrelevance at the global stage, and will pull down the United States in the process, which might change the geopolitical situation around the globe drastically. But about that later. The United States and Europe will start losing their global position due to worsening demographic situation and the growing competence crisis, which is more and more visible already today across the whole West, and also because of rapidly growing debt and the drop of competitiveness compared to China. Unfortunately, Russia fell into a Chinese hands, providing China upper ground when it comes to access to resources and securing economic stability in China for a while, at least until China will directly get affected by its own demographic troubles in the future, for which they already have a solution available, but I will explain the details later on. To summarize, the West is losing its global economic position, and it's just a matter of time before our countries will start acting in similar manner as Greece does today, which means that in order to preserve our economic functionality and stability to somehow stay afloat at the surface, our countries will start selling whatever possible to foreign investors from outside. And I am guessing you already can understand what a great threat it is for us when our national industry, infrastructure, businesses, properties or even lands might end up in hands of non-European owners at a massive scale. A possibility exists that our children and grandchildren will be living in countries where they will be working for and paying rents to foreign landlords, while having no opportunity to build anything significant for themselves and our nations, and where foreign culture influence might be pushed upon our population by the most wealthy and powerful foreigners or citizens with dual citizenship in our countries, similarly to what was done to a certain degree in non-European countries during times of colonialism. I have heard in the news, for example, that most of the properties in London are already owned by Indians, and I heard about a similarly noticeable situation in Canada when it comes to landlords of Chinese descent. I heard a similar news from Europe about how exclusive properties around here, or even properties of historical values, such as castles, are being sold to foreigners from outside. That's why I consider this to be one of the major threats to our future existence, which must be taken into consideration by any responsible planner about how to secure our future as European people. In a moment, we will analyze the economic situation of European Union, United States and China, because those are the only three major players which are capable of shaping the world economic and financial system. But one warning in advance. If China successfully creates this new multipolar system and their own economic bloc while the West continues to fall, and if no major open armed confrontation occurs in the process, then we should prepare ourselves to live in a sociopathic, low-trust society which exists today already in various places around the world, where human rights, freedom, humanitarian treatment of people or society in general will become extremely materialistic, soulless and cold-bloodedly pragmatic, where saying that if you do not work, you starve to death might become a new normal across the West. And in such reality, our traditional values, culture, principles will be impossible to maintain and preserve on national scale. I really fear how we will end up treated if certain groups of people will take positions of power over us in our own countries. Our countries in the future might evolve not only culturally but also economically to have similar conditions as the ones we could read about in the times of the Weimar Republic, which in combination with a multicultural society will evolve into something way worse. Before we jump into analyzing the data, I will clarify a few things. Firstly, economy is not a science, it's just an assembly of knowledge. And if you overcome its advanced, overcomplicated terminology and abstract constructs of financial system, then understanding the mechanics behind economy is very simple. I will try to provide a simple explanation for any fancy-sounding economic vocabulary whenever I consider it necessary. Already over a year ago, when I was discussing in private the economic situation of the United States based on the situation at the time, I was expecting inflation to continue growing rapidly, people to end up protesting on the streets, trying to oppose the rising living costs and the worsening economic situation in general. And each time, whenever we witnessed something really bad happening in the economy, there was always some new life-saving event to preserve the stability and to justify the money printing and to keep people calm. A common distraction for people from worries about their wallets, to print more money, increase the debt limit, and to make all spendings justified again, was always a new boogeyman. Once it was the Soviet Union or pandemic. This time it's Russia, Iran, China, a new proxy war somewhere around the globe, and we witnessed the start of one in Ukraine, and currently we may witness another one in the Middle East, or in the future maybe we will see one in East Asia. What I am trying to say by this is that we must be careful in our predictions, which are based on some events themselves, because there is no real possibility to accurately predict the outcome of such events in our complex economic and political system. For over 20 years, I have been hearing from the pseudo-economists in the West how China is about to fall or collapse, and many similar big claims which, as we may see today, didn't come true for now. Please listen to this short audio, which is from the interview of Jared Bernstein, literally the chair of Council of Economic Advisors, the main agency advising Biden on economic policies.
The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
It obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say, why do we borrow our own currency in the first place?
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do? They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Since they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money and then it uses that money to I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, cause it's like the government clearly prints money. It does it all the time, and it clearly borrows. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this debt and deficit conversation. So I don't think there's anything confusing there.
And now you may ask yourself, how is it possible that so incompetent people are in charge of our economy? But yes, this is the reality of how things work in our system. So in my presentation of the economic situation, I will rely purely on statistical data, making presentation about specific country in a period of few years or decades, and avoiding projection grow or falls based on trends. We may formulate different conclusions because the conclusions coming from data and the data itself are changing. In economy, it's important to pay attention to the numbers and not to ideology. Ideology may differ, it can be based on different political, religious, or philosophical grounds, but none of those beliefs or claims can be confirmed reliably in economics without numerological data. So in my presentation, the right is on my side because I will rely on numbers, adding my interpretation or commentary just for your consideration. And if someone else claims that I am wrong, tell him to show you what numbers he relies on. Because even if he might find something different, the data he is using won't differ much from what I am using in my material. The sources for the data used in my presentation should be visible on the screen, and I will be using data from the Western sources, so nobody can accuse me of any form of manipulation. And I also understand some people may claim that statistical data in general might be false, especially for some countries, but we must rely on something. And since we have nothing better available to evaluate economic situation, the official data is what I will use in my material. Usually, when we are evaluating the scale of our economic changes or scale of our success, we should be relying on the GDP, gross domestic product, based on the purchasing power parity. And why? Because its value is informing us about the quality of our lives, or more about how much realistically we have produced or provided services in purchasing power parity. So let's start from the European Union, because I want this mess out of the table. The general growth of the European Union, Europe, United States and China shows clearly that the European Union's development is frozen, sharing the fate of Japan from the 90s, and there is nothing on the horizon which could give us hope for things to get better. Pretty much the opposite, because of demography, a growing competence crisis and expensive resources. The stagnation is expected to remain with the possibility of a recession from time to time. And here is a closer look at the economies of major European countries, and please notice that the United Kingdom is not a part of the European Union anymore, but they would love to come back. Still, the development of all those countries is almost identical on a horizontal line. Worth mentioning here is that one of those ideas for the European Union to maintain its economic relevance is by accepting new members. But it's a small trick which works only on a short run, bringing more problems for the European Union with time. And here you may compare European countries with the growth and fall of Japan. And Japan, Europe compared to the USA. 2 nuclear bombs were tested in Japan during World War II. After the war, Japan became a testing ground for all sorts of economic and financial policies. Since 1995, the nominal GDP of Japan has been frozen, and now is dropping. It's a society of old people which is awaiting its death. And there's not much that can be done to change that. It seems like the same trend awaits Europe with little delay. This means the international competitiveness of Japan is dead, and the same fate awaits Europe over time. The nominal GDP of European Union got stuck in 2008. The European Union fell on the American derivatives, similar to Japan. Here you may see the value of the derivatives market compared to the US GDP, up to 2013. It will help you picture the scale of this market and to quickly explain, derivatives market is very complex, I would say even abstract and should be illegal for sake of economic stability, but the big players operate there. From private investors up to major banks, so financial operations there have real impact on our economy, and derivatives are basically contracts or simply papers worth lots of money with nothing behind them. They are one from 3 major financial instruments used on the market. World derivatives market is much larger than the accumulated value of all goods, services or properties currently existing. It's one big speculative bubble, and derivatives are a form of a bet, how the future is going to look like. And when the investors are losing their bets, the bets are being rolled out and replaced with new, bigger bets to cover up the losses from the previous ones. And this derivatives market bubble is being constantly pumped up this way, and it can be compared to a nuclear bomb on the world financial markets. And when it will explode? Nobody knows, because the market will continue being pumped this way as long as everybody is getting richer maintaining the current financial system order. When this bomb explodes, we will have either a new world order or ruins. So those American derivatives were to be a chicken laying golden eggs. An amazing investment for the European Union, because the rating agencies rated them with the highest possible rating, which is AAA, and they were covered by properties in the US. And the American banks managed to sell them on time to investors from all over the world. But the American credit takers had no ability to pay back the loans, and over 9 million Americans fell on those credits. The value of the properties at time went down, and the investors who brought those derivatives lost big time. Some of them did consider even taking their own lives away. A much worse situation took place with the fall of Japan in 1985, where over 10,000 people committed suicide after the crash. The European Union got stuck in the American crisis from 2008, and the GDP of the European Union today is 7% lower than how it was in 2008. A large part of our financial system is a pure gamble with the economic stability of our countries, and as a result with people's lives. And the people who are directly responsible for making those decisions almost never face any direct consequences for their wrongdoing. In 2008, the United States unleashed on the rest of the world the problems which they created on their own. And in the process, they sabotaged the economy of the European Union, while getting away from the situation without much damage to themselves. But the European Union is still functioning and managing relatively fine, just without the impressive growth from before 2008. As an outcome of a Nixon shock in 1971, the United States has been having a negative trade balance because the production of many real goods in the US stopped being worth it, and the negative balance is being covered by the production of fiat money. In simple words, it's more economically viable to replace production of real goods with the production of paper, I mean US dollars. So the United States is increasing each year the negative trade balance, and this is also increasing the debt each year. In 2022, the negative trade balance value was around $1 billion, and for $1 billion they import to the United States way more goods than they export abroad. But that's how it works. Nobody will forbid the rich to continue buying, and the dumped world will continue buying US debt, keeping it in their central banks as assets, so-called securities. Those so-called securities are covering the value of money of many countries around the globe. Do you people understand what sort of absurd such an economic system is, especially from the perspective of those who are not fans of the United States, which is probably most of the world today? So why is the world buying US bonds? The federal fund's effective rate as for the October 2023 is above 5%. And the German one is half of that, around 2.6%. The United States is offering twice as much to the investors, and the inflation in both countries was very similar at the time. So it's irrelevant to mention it, but obviously inflation will keep getting worse in both countries as we may observe today. There is no logical justification for the high interest rate of US bonds. Isn't this an interesting situation, especially based on the scale of current US debt, which is over 120% of the US GDP by now? With the current trajectory, in the future the US will run out of money in the budget to cover the debt servicing costs, which is larger today than the budget of the US military. The European Union cannot do the same trick as the US does, which is basically endlessly increasing its debt ceiling. The European Union must care for a fair trade balance with the countries from outside. And how do they do that? By devaluating the euro against the American dollar. So the price of European goods in the American market are cheap enough to keep the demand and the export high. The European Union must maintain its export on a needed level, and since competitiveness of European products is falling, the value of the euro must continue dropping. The European Union is a second Japan. The European Union is making some plans to fix the situation, such as Fit for 55, which I will also cover to explain what sort of debt trap it really is. The idea is that after the implementation of this plan, all the countries around the globe will start buying European green technologies. After studying all the details, I may say it's one of the peak delusions of the people in charge of the European Union. In very simple words, the plan states that Europe will continue with the climate hysteria propaganda, promoting green industry and technology, and dictating new green standards for the world, and the world will adopt those standards and will be forced to import those technological goods and technology from European Union. But in reality, the world does not care or pretend to care, and Europe remains alone with its delusions about saving the planet. But there is more. The European Union dictates on member states to adopt same climate-saving norms, technologies and CO2 emission taxes, killing European mining, farming and metal industry in the process. It's as if those people in charge were not only detached from reality, but are also unbelievably dumb, without any common sense, because they are literally shooting their own foot, and with the fall of European economy, their position of power will fall, which means their green agenda will be buried with it, because the rest of the world does not really care about saving the planet. They are pragmatic. For them, the economy has priority. In green technology, China outperformed Europe, creating products of the same or even better quality than those made in the West, and with much cheaper price, defeating Europe in their own game. Even assuming humans have real impact on the so-called climate change, Europe is responsible for a tiny fraction, and the biggest polluters are in Asia, Africa and North America, so the adaptation of those crazy norms dictated by the European Union in Europe is irrelevant when it comes to having an impact on the planet's climate situation. It's just insane what people in charge do with the European economy and our way of life. I call it this process as a part of the so-called controlled demolition of our civilization years ago. So I hope my points from back then were proven with time today. There were a few other similarly delusional plans before to turn European Union into a technological and economic superpower, which was to outrace the US. The Lisbon strategy. A first major failure, well documented on the visible graph. We have a larger population than the United States, and even if so, our economy is clearly getting worse. And per capita, the same or even worse. Those are the achievements of this first plan or strategies introduced by the leaders of the European Union. This strategy was applied in 2000, and the goal was to make the European economy the most competitive and innovative and dynamically developing in the world before 2010. Europe lacks resources, so we are hoping that our education will allow for innovation and that we can come out with revolutionary technologies on command when they throw money at us. But that's not how things work in reality. The brightest and most innovative engineers and scientists of Europe already went on retirement long ago, and those who took over were not the type of people of the same quality. Through modern education, Europe is creating more NPCs than people with innovative ideas who are capable of thinking outside the box. And those who are actually gifted with amazing minds end up unappreciated in the modern pro-diverse industry, being forced to look for appreciation in non-European countries, mostly in Asia. And Europe ends up with nothing because of our broken policies. A similar problem exists today in the United States as well, by the way. The brain drain across the West is real. Most talented people being unappreciated for the sake of diversity, talented young Europeans do not have motivation to remain loyal to countries and industries which act irrationally. So the main motivation comes from money, and the non-European companies or countries are willing to appreciate and reward greatly people who have something interesting to offer, being pragmatic in their selection, ignoring any ideological policies for the sake of obtaining technology and innovation. Already in 2005, the Lisbon strategy was modified, because there had been no real positive results since the date of introduction. But nothing changed even in 2010. So they created a new strategy and a plan called Europe 2020. But it's another failure, and now we have Fit for 55, which is way worse and more radical than the plans and strategies from before. So what should we be expecting? Only that more money and time will be wasted again and things will get worse, making our lives more economically difficult, destroying the European economy and competitiveness even further. The ultimate goal of Fit for 55 is to reduce the emissions in European Union to 55%. Assuming they would ever succeed with this objective. It's only the emission on a one continent, which will decrease global emission by 4.6%, which will have no realistic impact on the process of the climate change, assuming our emissions really have any impact on the global process in first place. Do you think 4.6% can reverse so-called global warming anyhow? According to authorities and specialists in Europe, this is the case. And later people wonder why they are living in so-called clown world. The Fit for 55 agenda will continue increasing power prices around the whole Europe, making production in Europe the same as the price of European produced goods more expensive, decreasing our competitiveness on the global stage even further. The only true reason why Europe remains competitive on the current level is because we continue to lower the price of the euro currency. The objectives of the Morgenthau plan will become actual reality for Europe if we destroy our own industry. At this point, I have every reason to believe that those people who are leading the European Union intentionally sabotage Europe with the green agenda and by allowing Europe to be constantly flooded with non-European migrants. Because I refuse to believe that they are all so dumb, so intellectually incompetent not to understand how their decisions and plans are going to destroy the economy and social order and stability of all European Union member states with time. And China also has a positive net trade with the United States, and it's huge, but they do not need to devaluate their currency that much. They make corrections in their currency value, but it's not on such a big scale as the European Union does. So, will the European Union collapse? First, it will continue going further into federalization as an act of desperation to regain control over the worsening situation, while keeping its members in line, because the collapse of the European Union will make most, if not all countries of Europe economically irrelevant on the global stage. This process is already taking place, but with the collapse, things would go downhill much faster, and the majority of the European states would have nothing to say at all in the global politics anymore. The collapse of the European Union would destabilize the whole continent as well, leading to scenarios which I am not able to predict anyhow because there are too many possibilities. There is no going back for the European Union until there will be full system collapse. But the demography will bury the European civilization, especially while combined with growing immigration. The federalization of the European Union is a real thing, and it cannot be avoided at this point. With the currently growing federalization or not, the European Union is losing its relevance on the global stage, failing to catch up with the rising economies in Asia or with the United States. And as I mentioned before, the United States needs Europe, the same as they need Japan to increase its chances of preserving the world hegemony, which is also more and more lost every year, mostly because of incompetence of the US leadership and the failing position of the US allies or its satellite states. The European Union's inner crisis is mostly because of the debt of the so-called PIGS countries, Portugal, Spain, Italy and Greece. And the situation is only to get worse because European politicians, in order to create this European superstate, are willing to continue increasing the debt limit. And this will increase the costs of the euro currency and the price of European goods which are being exported, because the value of money is always included in the price of the produced goods. So the European products will be more expensive, and this will backfire at European export. For now, the price of euro to USD continues to drop to keep the export possible, but this trend cannot be maintained this way for long. If the interest rates go up, and they must go up because the limits of debt will be increased, European exports will start dropping fast. The European Union stopped being competitive in 2008 and Japan in 1995. Until the half of the 90s, Japan was catching up and even outracing the US in GDP per capita. But later, it only dropped, and Japan will not rise again because of the demography, even if they will start flooding their own countries with immigrants. Around 30% of Japanese people are retired, and this percentage is going to grow. I am pointing this out to let you people understand that the mass migration into our countries will only increase. There is no other way to fix the situation without improving numbers in the population. And for those bureaucrats in charge, it's all about numbers, ignoring the reality about incompatibility of various groups from our world population. Every country will be affected and no technology will save us. The European Union, from an economic perspective, is going to be history. And China, from a statistical standpoint, is just getting started. And yes, I am aware about Chinese demographic and growing debt problems, as I mentioned before, but about that later. Chinese economy is currently larger than the economy of the whole European area combined. The similar situation can be observed between the United States and Germany in the 1990s. The US economy was 3.4 times larger than the German, and today it's already 6.2 times larger. And Germany is the European powerhouse. If anything bad ever happens in Germany, all the member countries of the European Union will be affected. The economy of the neighboring countries relies on the functionality of German economy. The European Union becomes an economic margin in our globalized world system. The European Union is losing its competitiveness and is currently in an economic stagnation. The European Union is keeping its export on the current levels only because they continue decreasing the price by devaluating the value of the European currency. My additional comment about the situation: European industry was relying on technology, which was offering quality and innovation. For decades, we were educating mostly Asians and other non-Europeans in our countries who came here to study, who in most part returned back to their homelands, bringing with them knowledge, skills, specializations, which were used to improve their own production, organization, and technology in general. So because we are not anyhow special anymore when it comes to technology or quality, and because of our crumbling demography and import of non-compatible migrant people, which we are expecting to become needed skilled labor, and which are currently failing for the most part to do so, creating additional competence crisis. Because of all that, we are losing our competitiveness in the global economic stage. Countries of Europe will try desperately to maintain the European Union's economic stability, demanding more and more work from us, increasing retirement age, pumping as much money as possible into shallow ideas and plans which were proven already as failures many times, and everything only to buy time because there is no possibility for recovery of Europe without changing our work standards and drastically decreasing our quality of life, which will mean that at some point our countries will start selling everything that's possible to foreigners from outside, turning our countries into economic colonies. Now the United States. The USA looks at the world as a business. It has a very modern materialistic culture, and it's about having first and buying second. The United States economy specializes in services, while production of actual goods is constant or even dropping, being relocated to other countries. The banks were one of the most important sectors of the US economy one time. Banks are a bloodstream of every economy. Without this banking blood, every economy remains dead in the modern world. How do we evaluate their strength? Usually by market capitalization, because any other method is not stable enough, or by a total assets. So here we may see the world top banks from 2010 by assets. And here from 2019. The four major American banks are replaced with Chinese. I will make a very controversial claim here, but if we look at the population growth in the US compared to European Union, we can see that the growth is 3 times larger than the European Union. The United States maintains its leading economic position through its population growth. It's the American demography and not technology that is shaping the US inner economy, and it's the demography that is powering up the inner consumption, the internal market. The United States remains powerful thanks to its growth of population, and this means the immigration. The US economy is using migrant workers to keep the pay lower by around 20% of what the average American should be normally paid without migrants in their country, which benefits the US economic competitiveness. The more people work, the better the GDP. The growing GDP results in the United States are thanks to the growth of the population. When I will present the rest of the information, this claim will make complete sense. We are witnessing the destruction of the middle class, which is necessary to preserve democracy in the country, and we can also clearly see the growing gap between wealthy and the people from the lower spheres, which definitely will lead to instability in the long run of the social order. Here you may see inequality between social classes in Germany, China, and United States. The lower, the better for social justice and stability between classes. For years, there has been a demonization of the wealthy and the rich in the West, especially in the USA, by the left. It seems to be, to great extent, justified, at least in numbers. I am afraid that regular wealthy Americans will be taking all the blame for any economic misfortune within the United States, while those truly responsible will be safe, with a secured future elsewhere. So, After the middle class is destroyed, the independent wealthy people from the top will become the next target. And if we combine this demonizing narrative of the rich with the mechanics which I mentioned in the final version of CBDC system, then we have a perfect solution to eliminate the independent wealthy classes in the West with the full approval of the society. I really worry that this is how things are going to end for the independent wealthy families. And why? Because independent wealthy people are a threat to those at the top positions of power within any country. And according to the rulers' logic, this possible threat should be eliminated when they won't be needed anymore. So yes, I think the ground for that is already being prepared. Remember, there is a big club at the top, but the majority or even super wealthy people are not part of it. The biggest spending from the US budget each year goes on social security. And the US society is aging, and the young migrant workers arrive currently not fast enough to patch up the gaps. The current and projected worker-to-beneficiary ratio is not sustainable to maintain the current old American way of life, which means United States must start increasing retirement age and somehow motivate people to work longer, harder. Very unpopular opinion, so unlikely to happen. Also to start introducing and promoting euthanasia as a solution in the future for the old and sick who cannot afford healthcare. Similarly as it is already slowly introduced in Canada or Holland. Otherwise, US social expenses might become unbearable for the US budget. A constantly growing budget deficit, without any breaks. If the United States ever goes broke, it will be the end of the world for the financial sector and the system functionality itself. The debt limit is constantly being increased, and politicians seem not to care, leaving the growing problem for the future elected politicians to solve. A complete lack of care or responsibility with faith that at the end all problems will be solved in one way or another. With US debt, it's same as with US politicians. Things will continue getting worse no matter who is being elected. The interest expense on debt is constantly growing, consuming a larger portion of the US budget each year, and the interest expense cost is currently on the same level as the budget for the entire US military from 2020. And here from a share of federal spending. You may often hear about growing inflation. The United States must constantly and urgently react to any growth of inflation for all costs, because when there's inflation, the debt interest expense is growing as well. If inflation broke loose out of control, the US budget would fall apart, being unable to cover up the costs of the interest rates. And why is the United States having problems with inflation? Because of constant money printing. They were printing money like crazy during the pandemic and were throwing it on the market. Speaking of inflation, there are phenomena across the West, but especially in the United States, which I would call a corpo inflation. There are thousands of zombie companies, overvalued on the market, while producing nothing of real value for the market, or constantly generating losses. In all rankings of the top biggest companies, the US is winning. There is also ranking based on the EBITDA system, which clearly shows US domination in the ranking. But there is a problem, a big one with EBITDA ranking. It is a very creative system where the company values are often artificially made, because the value of the company is often detached from the company results on the market. How does it work in practice? Companies can constantly be losing money, producing nothing and being worth billions on the market. A good example is Theranos by Elizabeth Holmes. Many people have probably heard of it. The company value at some point was worth around 10 billions, while producing nothing and having no real technology for the product which the company was to produce. And here is something that I want all of you to notice. When I first heard about the Theranos product itself, a revolutionary microelectronic device which was to test your blood and reveal all possible issues with your health, I instantly started wondering how it was possible that a small electronic device of the size of a fingernail was capable of testing your blood and detect all abnormalities without the need of a lab or anything like that. As someone with an understanding of technology and electronics, I instantly assume it's some science fiction technology because it's physically impossible to build such a thing with the current technology. So why has nobody else in any position of authority from universities, sectors of medicine, public agencies with specialized personnel pointed out that her claims about Theranos product are lies, that the technology needed for the presented concept of a product does not exist? And television was involved. She was in various top magazine covers, being presented as a revolutionary genius. Investors from all over were pumping money into her company. Serious people from different areas started working for her. Some engineers with some STEM degrees started to work on the development of this device. Why they should understand from the start that the device concept itself was unrealistic, already in the theory. And still, the company was operating for years, obtaining more funding and more people were involved in a scam from the very beginning. And I'm sure some of them had to understand its unrealistic concept and that the business is a scam. And they still went through it to the very end, promising things which had no chance to come true. And this zombie company, worth billions according to EBITDA, was on the list of US top companies. I can tell you that there are thousands of other companies like Theranos in the US, including in top companies rankings, while producing nothing, mostly operating with smaller but sometimes even larger budgets. So data about top companies around the world, which is based on the EBITDA system, is deeply unreliable. At this point I want to say I do not know the scale of zombie companies in China. There is no way to evaluate this phenomena in other countries than the US. What I can say is that one of the biggest zombie companies in the US is currently owned also by the person promoted as one of the richest on the planet. And here again, please notice, the guy organized a contest for so-called Hyperloop design. Thousands of students, engineers were involved from hundreds of universities from across the US. And not only, huge money was invested, and not a single university exposed the concept as impractical and dumb for the realistic implementation in transit. This is what I meant before about the fact that the quality of young engineers in Europe and the US is much different from those in our older generations, based on what I see in the sphere of our politics, military, society, engineering and science. I feel like we are de-evolving into a system of idiocracy. It's so unrealistic for me that with all those different specialists, agencies, commissions, we are allowing so many resources to be wasted on stupidity and other nonsense. I will be pointing out more examples of this later on. And about the former richest person on the planet and his companies and projects. They are all bad, no exception. I am monitoring those type of things personally. He created the biggest zombie companies on the planet by literally burning money in many cases until his businesses went bankrupt. The only functional profitable company, at least for now, thanks to its brand, is the one with the EVs business. But even the EVs industry was a trap from the very beginning, because in our idiocratic system, instead of focusing on preparing infrastructure first, and developing the necessary technology for electric vehicles to be economically efficient and reliable, such as batteries, we did none of that, so most of the EVs companies are sentenced to be doomed within the current system. EVs with the current battery technology and infrastructure cannot replace the regular means of road transportation. And people such as CEO of General Motors said in 2023 that they were still planning to end gas-powered vehicle sales by 2035. And he's not the only CEO from the car industry with this level of delusions or incompetence. Humanoid robots is another scam to suck money out of naive investors. We do not have technology that would allow a humanoid robots to be efficient and to act independently in non-repetitive tasks outside any pre-programmed area and operational environment yet, which means they will not serve any higher purpose or perform any more advanced work than what simple robotic arm does in a factory today. Pretty much the opposite, because of its more complex construction, the humanoid robots will be way less reliable and more likely to encounter errors than a factory robotic arm. For humanoid robots to be practical at work, you would need to provide them with self-awareness, to adjust themselves to unpredictable situations and environments, and such technology is beyond the range of our AI technology for the same reasons why fully autonomous cars on our roads outside highways are a myth, because even if they make navigation to traffic safe and reliable, it will be slow, creating traffic jams and generally inefficient with other human drivers on the road. The hyped AI all over the world is not and will not be a sentient AI. It means it's not dangerous for us until someone programs it to be dangerous and grants it access to controls over some weapon systems. It will never become self-aware on its own with its own made-up purpose. I could make a separate material presenting the scams of our system, which for some magical reasons are gaining enormous attraction, funding and support from the ignorant masses, and what's even more concerning is the support from specialized investment institutions and companies. It's like people who are evaluating the potential of that technology lack common sense or understanding of what they actually should be specialized in. I do not understand how those people responsible for evaluating ideas and concepts are giving green light for concepts which are already in theoretical stage, have no right to be economically efficient or functional in general. And it's not only private companies that are reaching a peak of incompetence in evaluation of valid concepts and ideas. Look what DARPA did. It's like we haven't even solved the basic problems to establish anything sustainable for humans on the moon, or even in space yet, and they are already wasting money on developing technologies and constructions for a long-range transportation on the moon's surface, which most likely will never be used in the first place, if we are not able to solve the main problems such as protection from the radiation in space and so on. And if those cannot be solved, we can forget about any colonies. This whole concept of colonizing space is dumb because it's not economically sustainable in the first place with the current technology. It's like some people out there in power are acting without any common sense or understanding of our technological situation and completely ignoring the economic aspects of space travel. We cannot solve the problems to sustain the functionality of our civilization on Earth, and some people detached from reality believe we can start colonizing space with the current technology. More peak delusions of the masses and people not competent enough to see the whole picture. Some may ask, why do I criticize the ex-most wealthy and innovative man of the West? Maybe he could help our cause after all. My answer is because when his empire will go down, I don't want my name to be associated with him anyhow. Also, I have seen how he sold his allegiance, being forced to wear a small hat, to implement censorship on his social media platform while claiming to be the freedom of speech absolutist. A possibility exists that he will never go down, because his investors will continue bailing him out no matter how much money he is going to waste on dumb or economically dysfunctional initiatives and businesses. Just because he is too big to fall, and his image as a successful genius and a businessman who knows more about manufacturing than anybody currently alive is too important for the image of the whole Western tech industry. In simple words, his fall will expose how incompetent investors and their specialists are in the West, by allowing them to pump money on stupid ideas, which would definitely shake the credibility and competence of many big institutions and investors across the West. Some people will reject the facts and reality of the situation as long as they can afford to do so, for the sake of their own ego. But let's go back to the US economy. From the world's top 50 companies, 20 are American, all of them privately owned. 19 are Asian, almost all of them Chinese, from which all except one are state-owned. The 4 other are 2 from Japan, 1 from Korea, and 1 from Taiwan. And only 11 companies are European. Only the US and China are capable of fighting for hegemony while Europe is left behind. Summarizing the situation so far from the perspective of business operations and banks, I conclude that the West is fading away, and there is a clear rise of Asia, of China. At least that's what data shows. I struggle to find a good sides of the West where the West may actually dominate the East. And please do not talk to me about the military because I will cover this in a chapter about geopolitics. And when it comes to technology, it's difficult to say who will be dictating the new technological standards based on the current situation. But the main problem is elsewhere. The US trade deficit with China and the rest of the world is growing fast. China has things to export, the United States not really. Many technologies are being invented in the United States, but the goods made based on those technologies are being produced elsewhere. The United States has a non-competitive economy, and I know there are narrations and rankings claiming a totally different thing. Some of them set the USA on the second place as one of the most competitive economy on the planet. But those rankings are very misleading, because find me any article explaining why the US is so competitive while being specific, in explaining the reasons why, or simply why there is no demand for the US-made products for export around the world except military equipment. How many products can you find at home which are made in the USA? The trade deficit speaks for itself. So, what's the outcome? Chinese domination as a major exporter for most of the world. The whole world has become dependent on China, especially African countries, and the reason behind Chinese industrialization is almost like the United States sabotaged themselves. The industry was moved to China in the past by the American business owners themselves, who moved it there for cheaper production costs. The United States has its military bases all over the world. But how long can you rule the world with military presence with constantly changing military technology, which makes lots of current military standards and strategies outdated? How long can you enforce the US dollar on other countries if you produce almost nothing that you can buy for this dollar? Because how many US-made goods do you have at home? Do you have any? Despite that, we still use US dollars for international trade. It's all because the US military guarantees the stability around the world, and it's the only political reason, but not economic one. I read articles explaining the loss of US competitiveness because, according to reports, I read the main reason for the lack of competitiveness of the US economy is market concentration, which means few giants control specific market and they do not compete with each other, which is half true, but about that later. So yes, the United States in a nominal GDP is running away, leaving behind the rest of the world, but only in nominal GDP, because the demand for the US dollar is powering up the US economy. In the United States, it's the US dollar which is pulling up the US economy, and no other way around, as in every normal state economy. But this world order will last as long as the United States can afford to pay off its financial obligations. But the debt keeps growing, and it rapidly increases the yearly budget interest expenses on debt. And this current tendency is not sustainable, and the United States will fall because of that. The interest rates will have to rise. With growing costs of interest expenses, the US dollar will have to become more expensive, decreasing further competitiveness of the United States on the world market. And that will be the end of the United States as we know it, the end of the world hegemon, and the official beginning of a multipolar world system. Or maybe we will witness something more devastating as an outcome, which I will talk about later on. Here you may see how the situation looks like compared to various European countries. They all seem to be following the same American trend, becoming non-competitive on the world market and increasing its debts. The situation looks like the United States is constantly borrowing money from the other countries to pay for imported goods and is living on an endless credit. I will try to clarify how crazy the situation is. Imagine having a country with unlimited money and where the whole world is working to provide goods to this country for that money. This is more or less how the situation with the USA looks like today, for the rest of the world. The world produces real goods for the USA and receives paper in return. A paper everyone trusts, for now. So no wonder the rest of the world is making moves toward de-dollarization, especially since the USA is one of the most disliked countries in most parts of the world, and is also imposing the most sanctions on other countries around the globe. Now, China. Based on the data I have analyzed, China stands out as the world's most competitive economy, with no other nation even close to catching up. While talking about China, let's quickly start from the BRICS. The BRICS is originally an anti-American group, and China is the major economy in the group. But opposite to G7, where it's the United States who dictates the rest of the members the directory of their cooperation, in the BRICS, China is not a big boss responsible for making on its own all the major decisions, because of India, which even if economically still far behind China, is having a demographic advantage on its side, and the relations between China and India are not in good terms. If we look at the influx in the world economy between G7 and BRICS, we can clearly see that the G7 is losing its position, while the BRICS are constantly on the rise, mostly thanks to China. But there is also another group, called OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, which has 38 members, all of them democratic countries which are an extended version of American G7 group. I am mentioning this group just because some people may claim that the OECD group is more important than G7. So here is the graph comparing the influx of OECD, G7 and BRICS. And as you may see once again, the influx of OECD in the world economy is also going down. And here is the influx of the United States and Europe in the world economy. In every case, the economy of the West is losing its impact on the world economy. And here is China, the European Union, and the United States. This is just pure mathematics, and this cannot have a different interpretation from how it looks like. If we look at the GDP PPP of all mentioned graphs, for BRICS, G7, OECD, the numbers look even worse for the West. The BRICS is an alternative model to Pax Americana, and the BRICS is expanding. At least 30 more countries are waiting in line to join it. But the BRICS is also not about cooperation, because there is no real cooperation between the BRICS members. The BRICS wants an alternative order to contrast that of Pax Americana. The world does not want to finance the deficit of the United States, so the BRICS was created. Also, I would like to point out here some very disturbing news about the G7, which makes me think that the leading figures are either delusional or detached from reality if they are making those sort of unrealistic agreements. It gives me European Union vibes, where they wanted to ban diesel and petrol-powered cars by 2035. And this makes me wonder as well, if those politicians and their army of bureaucrats have advisors who openly tell them that those are unrealistic goals, and if they are really implement those bans, they will destabilize the functionality of our countries. So whether it's stupidity or an international sabotage and destabilization of our countries, I will leave it up to your judgment and interpretation. This graph shows the percentage of the world population that belongs to the BRICS and to the G7 state members. So even according to pure demography, the West has no right anymore to tell others how to develop the order in our world. We cannot shape the world while having less than 10% of the world's population. Chinese economic data is better than American in almost everything. Lower inflation, smaller 10 years bond yield 2.8%, while the US has 3.6%, and so on. Here we may see the current account balance. The US is living at the expense of the rest of the world. China is having over 300 billion on plus. And twice as much if we add Europe to the table. So EU and US combined have a deficit of around 700 billion. What do you think? How long can you live at the expense of the rest of the world, selling them only your money? When will the rest of the world say stop? For now, everyone is still buying US bonds, but one day the world will say it's enough when a reasonable alternative will be presented. The government debt of the US and the OECD countries, which are pulling down the European Union. And Chinese debt, which is around 80%. That's a lot, but still below the average of OECD countries. A quick glance on GDP PPP for China, the European Union, and the United States to compare growth. And on nominal GDP growth. Worth to point out that the nominal GDP and GDP PPP is always same for the United States. Also, I think Chinese nominal GDP would outrace the American one, if not for the fact that the China is constantly devaluating its currency to preserve its export. On the one hand, Chinese hold an authoritarian control over the value of their own currency. On the other, they bought and hold US Treasury securities for around 800 billion, and if they decide to release them, it will be disastrous for the United States, but it's a double-edged sword because China will be hit as well, to a certain degree, so it's unlikely to happen. And here is a better illustrated summary of nominal and real GDP for China, European Union, and the United States. Chinese demographics. Chinese people are 1/5 of the world population. Chinese are everywhere, often in large number, which might be problematic for host countries in case any conflict with China is up to occur. Worth to mention here is that Chinese surveillance technology dominates all over the world as well, and which is a security threat for any country where it's being used, because of possible backdoors which might be integrated into Chinese-made systems, which is worth to note down for your consideration. The Chinese diaspora is not very visible in social daily life in our countries, but they are almost always economically active, which is especially visible in Canada or Australia. Also worth mentioning here is that in China, Chinese people work officially 6 days a week, from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., but realistically a large portion of them work 7 days a week, usually around 72 to 80 hours a week. It's not an exaggeration to say that Chinese live and work like machines. Their lives roll around work, to survive, to earn money for when they are old, and so on. Chinese people have a large network of banks in foreign countries, wherever their diaspora exists and operates. Those banks are officially local, independent, but unofficially they are under the influence of the Chinese government, giving them a certain level of control in any country where Chinese banks operate. There are around 40 large Chinese banks in the United States only, and those are realistically not independent banks. They are definitely under the influence of the Chinese government, and this cannot be ignored. And I am talking about banks created locally in foreign countries by people from Chinese diaspora in those countries. The Chinese population is 4 times bigger than the population of the United States. Each year, around 300,000 Chinese are leaving China to study or work abroad, while the United States gains over 1 million migrants each year. Wherever Chinese people go, they do not lose their Chinese identity. It stays with them, and even if they do not promote their culture in any host country, their loyalty remains questionable, especially if any Western country finds itself in a possible conflict with China. The median age in China and the USA is almost the same, and is around the age of 38, so it's relatively young society. But it's the Chinese society that is aging fast, while in America the situation looks much better because of the constant flow of immigration. The Chinese demographic situation, especially aging population, seems to be a very serious problem, and even if the effects of aging population will be visible in around 20 years, the Chinese demographic situation seems better than the American because in China over 90% of the nation are Chinese, and the remaining minorities are mostly Chinese compatible without any serious issues, or they are brutally forced into submission. In the United States, it's the European population that is rapidly passing away, and in 2060 only 40% of the US population is expected to be of European heritage, which in my opinion will have a huge negative impact on the state economy and the functionality of the country in general. Also, China, opposite to the rest of the world, does not need to worry about social expenses for an aging population. In China, realistically still, the best retirement security for the old is their children, and the money they save for their retirement during their life. China is a type of country where you may let millions of people starve on command as long as the order comes from a position of authority. And Chinese people, either because of their culture or nature, will submit to even the most oppressive regime. It's in their mentality, everything under the sun and other nonsense like that from Chinese philosophy, and it was clearly visible through Chinese history. The most recent example of how the Chinese police state is capable and efficient in controlling and doing with their people whatever they want was visible through Chinese pandemic lockdown. In some cases, people were welded shut at their homes, or starving because they were not able to go out and do shopping. And yes, there were some people who protested against all the crazy restrictions, but they had no impact, or changed their situation for the better anyhow. Worth to point out here is that the Chinese lockdowns were efficient, and it's clearly visible in the numbers of deaths from the coronavirus between the United States and China. Also, if China will be desperate for workers in the future, they will apply the same solution which we may observe today in rich Arab states in the Middle East, which is about importing slave labor workers who will work hard for money but will not be allowed to obtain the citizenship or equal treatment in the host country. And this is the solution which China may apply if they end up desperate for a workforce, and they already have entire empty cities to fill up if there is a need to allocate those foreign workers somehow. But as it stands today, China has rising unemployment, not because their economy is crumbling, but because it's evolving. China has the biggest automation program in the world, and millions of engineers and STEM workers educated all over the world. The opposite from Europe or United States, where we are already facing shortage of specialized workers with specific higher engineering education. Funny fact, we have provided education to those students. And their knowledge will be used now to undermine our economic and technological position. China will not need to beat us in any open confrontation. They will make us and the world addicted to their goods, and float us with their numbers, investments, taking over our assets and countries by pure economic influence. This is a peaceful plan for a Chinese conquest of the world. Here is a GDP growth forecast by the IMF for China. Please note, India is rising on the horizon and is expected to become the third largest economy before the end of the current decade. But their time has not come yet, even if forecasts look promising. That's why I do not include the subject of India in my material. So, Europe is in stagnation, with an expected economic decline due to an aging population, bureaucracy, incompetent leadership, and a growing competence crisis, resulting from the culture and quality of migrant workers. The US is on similar trajectory, but the process is delayed for the time being, and we are witnessing and expecting further growth among countries in the BRICS group. I hope by presenting all this data I have provided enough evidence to back up my claims, and I cannot predict the exact outcome. I do not know when we will face some serious crisis, when we will witness the creation of a multipolar world, or something worse, but the point is that we must be prepared for all those possible scenarios if we want to have our future secured as European people. And obviously I took all those possibilities into consideration while planning the solution, which I will present later on. You can take for granted that the current system, with its irresponsible resource management, growing non-European immigration, and functionality on a credit, where we grow debt endlessly, is not sustainable, and it will end with some global disaster sooner or later. Because of all the reasons which I mentioned so far, I am deeply concerned about the economy of the West in the future, and I worry we are going to lose our privileged position in this world, which will either lead to an economic takeover of our countries from the inside, or the West, as usual, will stage another conflict for a world domination, which might have even more severe consequences. But about that in my next chapter about geopolitics. The situation in geopolitics is another major threat to our future, so it must be addressed. Informations which I will start presenting now are my own claims, my own interpretation of the situation on the global stage. They won't be backed up by any data, so judge by yourself if my claims are true or not. But please take everything I say for deep consideration, because our future depends from it. I will start by presenting the current world order, which nobody speaks about openly, but as soon as you analyze the international political arena and the globalized economy, you should quickly jump to the same conclusion. This map I made presents how the world order looks like. There is only one king, the United States of America, and the rest of the developed world is under the protectorate, operating almost as satellite states, while the remaining world is basically a trade market and one big labor camp, which works for the so-called developed world, especially for the king. The European Union relies purely on the protection of the United States, and generally during G7 meetings does whatever the US expects them to do. The privileged resource colonies, and I am referring here mostly to Canada, Australia and Russia, are having the same quality of life as in European Union, but exceptionally their economy relies mostly on providing resources for the rest of the world. On red I marked a beltwork, which goes from South America through Africa, Middle East and ends in East Asia. Basically the entire world production is located in that belt. In South America and Africa it consists mostly of countries which operate like banana republics, providing all sorts of goods and resources for the developed world. The Middle East obviously is a resource market, specializing in supplying the world with oil. And China is obviously the factory of the world, where all sorts of goods are being produced. In addition, we have South Korea, Japan and Taiwan, which are also relevant in this area when it comes to the production of high-tech products. Most of the countries around the globe are irrelevant for the world situation because of their irrelevant economy and lack of weapons of mass destruction, or because of their small population. But please remember, the population of a country is not relevant for its position in the world, but it might be relevant for the state economy. This is the true world order, at least as for today. We have a bucket of so-called democratic countries from the West and the rest of the world. By presenting this world order, I want you to understand that any sort of inner revolution in the countries of the developed world, which belongs to the Western Bloc coalition, like NATO for example, is not possible to occur and succeed because those countries, in case of instability in a neighboring land, will send their own military to help support the government which is beneficial for the current world order, including the United States. I made videos debunking armed uprising in the past. You may find them on my channel. An armed revolution in the modern world in any developed country is sentenced to a failure. So stop lying to yourself that you may save your country this way. Now, what are the real threats which come from the current world order situation? The major threat comes from too many independent countries with big egos who want to have an impact on the world situation because the economic balance between West and East is changing, because the world is evolving into a multipolar structure, and some people or governments are unpredictable, capable of doing very stupid things, even if those things are self-destructive in the final outcome. Let's discuss the possibility of war between major players in our world, who own weapons of mass destruction. Currently, there are two real possibilities of a World War III outbreak. The first major one comes from the situation between China and United States over Taiwan, and the other one in the Middle East between Israel and Iran. Both conflicts could initiate chain reaction, which could quickly evolve from a regional war into a world war scenarios. Now, I do not want to believe that any of the mentioned countries would be dumb enough to start a conflict with another country armed with weapons of mass destruction, because if such conflict occurred, then they would most likely use all available weapons for two main reasons. First, that in case of conflict between two countries who own weapons of mass destruction, the huge advantage belongs to whoever fires the missiles first. So it's irrational from the perspective of high command to withhold using those weapons against the enemy if you must take into consideration the fact that the enemy may use them first against you anytime. And there won't be any magical agreement which we may trust that is going to be respected, which will define the rules of the conflict, limiting it to use of conventional warfare only. Nobody will be dumb enough to trust such agreement if both parties are at war with each other. And second, assuming that such magical agreement would be made, then what assures you that your enemy will not break the agreement if he starts losing the war? In an act of desperation, he will launch his nuclear weapons. So, based on those 2 points, we may highly likely to expect the use of weapons of mass destruction. And I do not think it can be avoided if an open conflict between nuclear powers takes place. Nuclear weapons in combination with modern delivery systems, hypersonic missiles and so on are a game changer on the modern battlefield, where huge fleets or armies and most of the modern military electronic equipment might be destroyed in seconds without any realistic means to defend themselves. So, based on this logic, I think a direct confrontation between nuclear states is an unlikely possibility. Still, a possibility which must be taken into consideration while planning anything to secure our future. And I did. Personally, I do not think the United States may win a conventional direct war against China without the use of weapons of mass destruction in the region of Asia and the Pacific, for a few reasons. First, because of the population. China has a 4 times bigger population than the United States and its allies in East Asia combined, and they on average are more competent when it comes to indoctrination and determination, and more united as a nation than the average American is. Another reason is technology. China, when it comes to military technology, operates on a similar level as the United States Army. And yes, I know about the budget allocation differences for military spendings and how much the United States spends each year for the research and development. But it is not visible in reality when it comes to the quality and technology of the military equipment. For example, in the recent Ukrainian conflict, we could witness how Russian T-72B3 tank destroyed Abrams with one shot, and how drones worth $300 were disabling tanks such as Leopards and Abrams worth over $5 million. So I think allocation of US military spendings is either invested in a wrong direction or simply trashed because of corruption, similar as it was exposed in Russia months ago. Another reason is that China recently obtained a loyal supplier of resources, which is Russia, which means China will remain sufficiently supplied with its needed resources to wage a war and prosper, even in case of war. And cutting off China from essential resources is not really possible in this situation. And the final reason is that I cannot imagine the scale of the Chinese industry production in case if China switches itself into a war economy. They could probably outproduce Europe and the United States combined in the amount of produced military equipment and ammunition. Those are the major reasons why I think a conventional war against China cannot be won, and the use of nuclear weapons will be necessary. Also, when it comes to China and Taiwan, I think we might witness another proxy war, like the one in Ukraine, or maybe a peaceful annexation. Time will show. Still, a state of chosen people in Palestine is very unpredictable. So if something escalates ever, it's most likely in the first place in the Middle East. Years ago, I made a claim that a large-scale conflict between a country in Palestine and Iran is unavoidable, and I stand with that claim. I am deeply convinced that war between those two can be postponed, but cannot be avoided. Proxy wars will continue happening, where small nations, irrelevant for the global stage, will be used as a pawns and paying with their own blood for the benefits of the big. That's how it works in our reality. If your country supports the West or East and is not a NATO member, your country might be used as a meat shield in another proxy conflict between the West and the East. Now, I did not mention Russia as a threat, even with the ongoing war in Ukraine, because I do not see a rational possibility from Russia's side to attack any NATO member, because that instantly leads to a conflict between nuclear superpowers, and Russia is definitely not suicidal, nor they have any ideological ground to expand their borders outside the territories of East Ukraine. Because in the name of what? Putinism? At times it was a communism. Today they have nothing. Before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I refused to believe that Putin would attack. I see it as a stupid move from Russia till today, and they paid a high price for it. But about that in a moment. From my perspective, the war started because during the Orange Revolution, a Russian Muppet president in Ukraine was overthrown and replaced with Muppets from the West. The pro-Western leadership in Ukraine instantly started going into the direction of NATO membership. This made Putin respond, trying to prevent Ukraine from becoming a NATO member and securing strategically important areas of Ukraine under Russian control. After the invasion of Ukraine, first I was expecting a short war, a blitzkrieg on Kiev, but the Russian attack was so incompetently planned, without sufficient preparations or assembled forces, that the only logical explanation why the attack took place in the form it did was the naive stance of Russian intelligence and decision makers believing that Ukrainians will give up without a fight. But Russians clearly forgot that even people not motivated to fight can be forced to fight, the same as many troops were forced to fight for the Soviet army during World War II. So, even if Russian economy temporarily gained through this war, without losing much because of the inefficient Western sanctions, the Russia lost this war when they started it. Because Russia today is alienated from the Western world, becoming a new villain, a boogeyman, which united the West even more, expanding NATO with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden, and Russia fell into Chinese hands, relying on Chinese banks, means of export and import, becoming a Chinese dog, reinforcing the side of non-European nations and benefiting them more while our civilization is losing. And do not forget that Russia, just like Ukraine, is losing lots of people, which is very painful, especially since both countries suffer from a low fertility rate of their population. I heard theories that there are deeper reasons why this war is taking place and why Ukraine is being depopulated, preparing those fertile lands for settlers from somewhere else. But there is no evidence to back up this theory, so we may only speculate. The biggest loser of this war is the European Union, and the biggest victor, China, and there is no doubt about it. Just another step to a further destabilization of the current world order. Russia is also experiencing a Chinese colonization of Siberia, and Putin openly claims that Russia is a multicultural country. This will lead to some serious destabilization inside Russia in the far future, especially during any future economic crisis inside Russia. There is a theory claiming that a large pack of countries with different cultures, religions, and values packed on one planet with limited natural resources leads sooner or later to a conflict between the major factions on this planet. This eventually to a war, and thanks to the achievements of our technology, to a mutual destruction. I do agree with this theory. People are just generally too dumb to prosper peacefully in the long run. Most of the current geopolitical situation was already covered in the economic section of my material, but to summarize. China is building its own empire around the globe. Europe and the United States, or the whole West, is losing ground in the Middle East, Africa, and South America, and there is not much that we can do about it from an economic standpoint. And our politicians are very incompetent and irrational when it comes to international politics. Except for the mentioned, the global situation looks relatively stable. But hope for the best and be prepared for the worst. Any plans to secure our future must consider the possibility of a world conflict, where weapons of mass destruction are used. Otherwise, it's irresponsible planning. And, contrary to a common belief, a global nuclear war won't be the end of the world. That's why many people from the top of the top are preparing for it, including preparing means to preserve their position of power to whatever will come afterwards. And now we are moving to the subject of the last major threat to our future existence, the subject of the elites. While covering this subject, I will have to guide you through my thought process, because I do not have specific answers to many questions. So I will help you understand my concerns about the elites on your own, without providing any verified information. The quality of our ruling elites in politics, or at an international level across the whole West, is dangerously bad, and people must understand this problem to address it adequately. This is not a temporary crisis, it's a permanent problem which seems to be getting only worse with every new generation, especially because people of non-European heritage are also obtaining more relevant political power in our countries. So who do I consider an elite? People with power and influence to shape our nations and civilization in general. From mainstream influencers, religious leaders, through lobbying groups and organizations, and ending up with the politicians. People who are very rich and wealthy, even if not active in any way in influencing politics or the mainstream, are also classified as an elite because they have the power to do so. The major public leading figures are obviously the politicians. They are officially responsible for what is happening in our countries, but when it comes to them, you may recognize a first pattern: overwhelming incompetence, irrationality in their decision-making process, and a similar agenda is being approved and pushed by the politicians internationally across the West, especially in all major Western countries. For example, a green agenda and policies. Why are they being approved and pushed everywhere, even if applying green policies across the West will have no realistic impact on the planet because we barely pollute the world compared to Asia or Africa, and even if those policies do not make any logical sense and are destructive to our country's economy and the general competitiveness of our economy on the world stage? Or why are our countries unable to contain illegal immigration across the West? Sure, there is always some opposition for a show, but the general trends do not change even after all those years, and even after the so-called anti-immigration parties reach top positions of power, like for example in Italy. So, assuming we are living in a politically independent countries, where our governments can implement whatever policies they want, why are they always cooperating internationally to push the same major policies in the final outcome? And sure, some countries do oppose things delaying them, but it's mostly for a show, because the final outcome is always the same. And okay, you may say that in Europe we have the European Union, and our governments must do what they are told by the European Union Commission. But how will you explain that the same things are happening in the United States or Canada? It's almost like those irrational trends are taking place across all the countries of European people. So, let's analyze quickly why our politicians are acting this way. We may assume that all major leading figures in our countries are intellectually incompetent or insane, some form of a massive international madness, which is obviously very unlikely. We may assume that our countries are not strong enough to defend their borders and to enforce proper policies to, for example, stop illegal immigration, which is a complete nonsense. There are means and tools to stop this phenomena. We may assume some powerful lobbies influence our politicians to make irrational decisions, or at least to act passively toward immigration or the green agenda, which is the most possible reason from all mentioned so far. We may only speculate why they allow our homelands to be taken away from us, or why the sabotage of our economy continues no matter who we elect into position of power. And those who truly want to change something in our politics for the better have no true power to do that. And yes, I do understand, as I mentioned before, that the overwhelming majority of countries in Europe are too weak and economically too irrelevant to decide for themselves on the global stage. But once again, this phenomena is visible in Europe, North America, and in a bit different form in Australia and New Zealand. I do not think our political elites can be trusted with given responsibilities, and believing that you may finally elect someone new, independent in the next elections, who will start truly fixing our situation is borderline crazy at this point. Because when you keep pushing, having faith in something that clearly does not work over and over again, it classifies under the definition of madness. And with each new year, our situation is worsening, especially the demographic situation. So believing that we may elect an independent, rational politician someday, granting him a sufficient position of power to make a difference, is deeply naive. We are living in a system where the intellectually incompetent people are obtaining top positions of power, which means the system is bad. The system is flawed. And there are people who still have faith in this system. And don't get me wrong, go vote for whatever or whoever you consider a lesser evil. But do not expect a change for a better from our politicians. Personally, I consider believing in democracy a deeply naive stance. Only someone who does not understand those processes may still have faith that a true democracy exists in our countries. Because in general, it's about manipulating the masses to vote for presented candidates who will do the biddings of people with big money behind them. This is especially visible in the USA, where you can clearly see major investors in any political campaigns. Politicians are not reliable or trustworthy. Any person capable of independent critical thinking with a little awareness of our world understands this. I hope I made myself clear enough. The elites in the politics are the problem, but we cannot do anything about that, because we do not have sufficient voting power nor control the mainstream propaganda, which is shaping the opinions of 80% of our country's population. According to the psychology of the masses, only 20% of people are capable of not following the mainstream trends and narrative, deciding for themselves, and are going their own way. And from those 20%, we don't even know how many agree with us anyway, so there's even less people out there in our society who cares and wants to act responsibly for the sake of the future of our countries. The next groups of elites often blame it for the promotion and normalization of this madness in our countries by people who do not fully understand the situation are mighty corporations. They are being accused of being greedy for money. They want to make a business from the destruction of our society, family values and so on, which is a complete nonsense for a few reasons. First, because those international corporations or major companies are often losing way more money than what they could ever earn whenever they promote a woke agenda. So it's not about the money. Many companies who went woke found themselves at the brink of bankruptcy, but ended up bailed out by the shareholders and other investors. And this is the key element here. From the perspective of a business owner who wants to benefit his business, it's simply irrational to appeal to some rainbow flag minorities while annoying the majority of the clients. Those corporations clearly understand that by promoting woke ideas or agenda, they are not appealing to the majority of their potential customers. In fact, they are doing the opposite by pushing away most regular people. However, they are still doing this because they are instructed to do so by shareholders and investors, who tell them not to worry about financial losses and to just send the message with their advertisements, products, or policies. The major investment companies, shareholders, or general investors all have in common that they spread the same agenda, promoting everything that corrupts our nations, and it's visible everywhere. They have their own shares in every major industry or company. They have so diversified profits from the financial sector, banking, various companies, and it's not exaggerated to say that they have all the money in the world, definitely more than they could ever waste, because they are making profits from every economic sector. So for them, it's not anymore about making money. They do not mind losing money. It's about delivering a message. It's clearly a coordinated promotion of an agenda across the whole West, because we can see this happening everywhere, in the continents of Europe and North America, so it's not about a few corporate CEOs who are that incompetent or insane to go woke and drive their own businesses into bankruptcy, but they are simply following instructions from above. This is the only logical explanation why we may observe this phenomena everywhere. So yes, the corporations are not the top guys pushing this agenda upon us. They are just a tool. And the CEOs are the only managers of the business, controlled by the major shareholders, or more like a true owners in the possession of those companies. For example, in the picture you should see right now 11 corporations, which control the food market in the United States. Behind each there are families with names, but also behind all of them and their sub-companies, you will find the same repetitive megacorporations and shareholders, such as BlackRock, Fidelity Investment Group, Vanguard, and so on. And all those major investment groups own each other's shares as well, so they operate almost like a single entity. So there's an entire chain of proxies, and the top owners are also some families which we do not know. This is the reason why regular people have no power to boycott the woke industry, because no matter what you buy in any shop, the money always goes through proxies to the people at the top. And this is the reason why companies worldwide submit to the same directives about diversity and other weird enforced policies like that. From my perspective, those who rule at the top on the international level have created a very diverse and decentralized system under their control. It's a global network of businesses, corporations, proxies, puppet politicians, and other organizations and leading figures, or should I say, tools of control, often competing with each other, and sometimes even directly attacking one another. This gives illusion for the masses that there is opposition and that we have a choice. However, for the people at the top, it's irrelevant who wins and how, because in the end, it's almost always one of their puppets. Therefore, even if millions of people were magically organized to boycott some companies, or few for being woke, it would not affect the ruling position of those at the top. And any company which would be allowed to go bankrupt will be replaced by another. The masters of the capital do exist. They profit from every branch of our economy and almost every major corporation worldwide. They profit from the central bank decisions, from the market speculations, and the national debts our countries own them, thriving in both times of crisis and prosperity. They profit from inflation, our misery, peace, and war, often indirectly staging controllable conflicts globally. Operating beyond the limitation of any single country, they have constructed a global parasitic empire with tentacles reaching into every aspect of our lives, using laws to their advantage while controlling the masses. They constantly reinforce divisions between the people of different cultures, nationalities, to keep us divided and distracted, busy with infighting or focusing our attention on problems and scapegoats which actually are irrelevant to our general situation. The majority of the world population is not aware about the existence of those international rulers at the top. The entire system is designed to keep them in power, and ordinary people or individual countries cannot change this as long as our globalized world system remains functional. If you wonder who those people are and what their agenda is, look at which groups are the most protected and privileged in most countries. Then consider the cultures and religions that are most attacked by the mainstream narrative. This should give you an idea of who rules our world. Some gurus on our side claim that we are like a hydra, where if you cut one head, two more will grow back on its place. This metaphor is completely inaccurate, so I will rewrite it to illustrate how our position and theirs really looks like in this system. We are like rats, annoying and sometimes disturbing the order in the place they control. However, ultimately, they do with us whatever they want. They are like a hydra, spread all over the entire globe, with thousands of heads fully grown. Realistically, we have no normal means to shake the position of power of the international ruling elites because this is their system. They are in control with unlimited resources at their disposal and huge influence on the masses. There is only one thing that can be done about the ruling elites at the top, but I will not reveal it until I'm already dead, because my life would be destroyed if I would reveal it while alive. I pre-recorded some videos before I even published my first material years ago. In those videos I am revealing some information and sharing my specialized knowledge, which will help regular people to cause fear in those at the top, where their position of power will become shaken once more. This material will be published by trusted people just in case anything ever happens to me, because I don't need to care if I'm dead after all. And I need insurance while I'm alive, leading to the realization of my initiative. And it is one of the insurances I made for this operation, from many, just in case. So those are the other elites. Ruling families whose leading figures or representatives are defined as those who sit behind the king's throne. At times they used to be part of nobility, members of various international clubs and private groups of interest for the top wealthy from all over Europe. Today, they are something else. But they still rule everything thanks to the power of money, because they inherited, preserved, and grew their family's wealth through generations. They divided lots of their money through family members and trusted friends, creating and using proxies till today to cover up traces of their true wealth, to avoid visible concentration of their wealth from the public. They are from an old bloodlines, often of specific non-European heritage, but I will leave this up to your own personal research and interpretation. Some may ask, why are those families, those people doing this? What's their motive? I do not know exactly, but I have few ideas. Many of those leading family members are old, at the peak of their lifetime. When people are old and they start thinking about death and the possible afterlife, if they are religious, they might attempt to make up for their immoral life during their youth, or generally try to buy some favors in the eyes of God if they believe in one. So they have this enormous wealth, and they are trying to do some good for the world and the people, believing it will help them secure some better place in heaven or spare them from hell if there exists one. And maybe because they are not really the intellectually brightest people, they pump all money into ideas which appear to be noble and good in their eyes, such as helping non-Europeans to find a better life in Europe, help people who they consider discriminated or oppressed somehow. So yes, this is a possibility that they are dumb enough to believe that they are doing good, while in matter of fact they are contributing to destruction of our civilization without understanding this. I consider this explanation highly unlikely, because again, we would need to assume that all those top leading family members are that dumb and short-sighted to not understand what they are doing. But there's a better explanation, because there are some ruling families of definitely non-European heritage, ideology, philosophy, or religion, and if you study some of those ideologies or religions, you will quickly understand that they want the destruction of Christian civilization and the destruction or a weakening of nations of European people, for many different reasons which I cannot talk about openly, but now consider that some of the leading family members in those ruling families are old, devoted to their beliefs, or maybe they consider themselves specially chosen people with a mission, and let's assume they want to implement their beliefs or ideologies and plans into our reality, with an ultimate goal, the destruction of our civilization, because they want to please their God, or maybe be remembered as heroes in the eyes of their own people. And then yes, it will all make more sense. If you were born in some powerful family, growing detached from the brutal reality of regular people, and you have so enormous resources, power, if it was given to you on a plate, it might drive you crazy, make you feel like someone chosen by God to shape the world. I think I do not need to point fingers at any specific group of people of non-European heritage, or more like their elites which hold enormous power and influence in all our countries, because you need to be blind not to see it. So, to summarize, their motives are most likely ideological, based on the religious teachings, culture, and non-European heritage. It's the only logical explanation why the most powerful people in the West are destroying our civilization from which they benefit. Some people may say they do that to reduce world population and save the planet, which is another possible ideological reason. But here is a logic problem, because they clearly targeted with their agenda the people who are creating the least pollution in our world and who cares the most about our planet. So it simply does not make sense, because they allowing the nations who pollute the planet the most to continue developing their destructive industry and preserving their irresponsible way of life, which is so destructive for our natural environment. I will tell you now who I truly blame for allowing this destruction of our civilization to continue, and why. and I won't be presenting you with any conspiracy theories. The people I blame for allowing this madness in our countries to spread and continue are not the ignorant masses, because you cannot blame regular people for the lack of interest or understanding of how our world works. Most of them are too busy with their daily life on the ground after all. But I do blame the most wealthy, the most powerful, with means and resources, and who have the obligation to use their wealth to make the world a better place for the sake of us all, to support both actions and people who actually work for the prosperity of our nations. If those wealthy family members cannot do work on their own because they feel too incompetent, then find and invest in someone who does. At times, the European nobility was responsible for using their own power and wealth to help defend their own country and people. Today it's clearly not the case anymore. But don't worry, we shall give them a chance to rehabilitate for the crimes of their ancestors. From what we can see today, the top wealthy people are investing lots of money in organizations, groups, people, initiatives, and politicians who are destroying our countries, contributing actively to the powers which are destroying our civilization and traditional values. The wealthy and the rich are more interested in investing to make more money without caring about their own countries, living detached from the problems on the ground. And their concerns are, for example, what wine they are going to drink for dinner next day, instead of caring about how the changing world will affect their lives in the future. Those are the people I blame. There are many of them. I don't know them all by name. But they are out there, and we can see clearly how they support the bad guys or promote their toxic agenda. In a big generalization, I blame the super wealthy and the rich. They either remain idle while our civilization and countries are being destroyed, despite having the power to have an impact on the ongoing situation, or they keep making money from what is happening, living in their own happy bubble, while doing nothing to benefit our collective interest. In doing so, they are guilty of participating in the process of our destruction. So, they are either dumb, in overwhelming majority, not understanding what they really support, or they intentionally support initiatives which are destroying our way of life, culture, and our future. And if this is the case, another question is, what sort of European or American elites of European descent would create an international conspiracy or collaborate to destroy their own people? By pure coincidence, what the elites are doing goes in line with so-called conspiracy theories. Once again, I am leaving this up to your own personal interpretation. As you see, I am not a conspiracy theorist. I simply follow common sense, the logic, based on my observation and understanding of the world. But this does not mean that conspiracies among certain groups from the upper social circles does not exist, because some conspiracies from the past have been proven with time to be real after all. In this world, money means power, so the top wealthy are the ones to be blamed for allowing the destruction of our civilization to continue. Because if they did the right thing and acted responsibly, it would be people like us, who are concerned about our future, who would be strong fixing this mess in our civilization. But it's the forces from the other side who do what they want, pushing this madness upon us without worrying about support. Also, a group responsibility should be applied toward those families at the top for a few reasons. For example, a wife, son, daughter, or an uncle. They all have the ability to think for themselves, to recognize what is right or wrong, and influence the leading family members to act in the right way. Also, with time, they inherit the wealth and the positions of power within their families, taking over the responsibility for shaping our world. If they are ignorant and continue supporting and pushing the same agenda, they are guilty as well. And here is another problem worth pointing out. Many of those older leading family members were already replaced by the younger, who took over, and it's not really a secret that most of those top powerful families failed to raise their own children in the right way. But it's a common phenomenon today. The majority of parents do not know how to raise their own kids. So, in most cases, they believe that sending children to the best schools, providing them with the best education and life, does the trick. Why, in reality, it almost never works as intended, because Most of those kids become selfish, sociopathic, spoiled brats, and if you give such kids position of power, you are creating a dangerous mix. A responsible father's or a mother's duty from the upper circles is to identify the most naturally gifted and morally disciplined from among their children, teach him about life values, duties, responsibilities, to care for his less gifted siblings if he has any, and teach those siblings to rely on the best from among them, becoming supportive towards the family, and also provide him the best start possible within our society. And a message to those parents who are thinking differently, that their children should start from a rough life with barely anything and build their place in this world on their own. You are extremely short-sighted if you think this is the way, because in our world there are people who do not do that and are trying to give the most privileged start to their own kids, giving them a position of power from the start, teaching them to be someone important. So when you try to be just and fair toward your own kids, while the world is not, you are sentencing your children to disadvantage, forcing them often to work for those bad guys and their corporations on the top. If you discover a gifted kid among your own children, your duty is to provide him the best start so he can break loose from the chains of being a wage slave for someone and become someone important from the start, and hopefully start doing his part in fixing this world instead of sacrificing his life and precious time on surviving and learning about life while starting from zero. The parents' mentality where they tell their own kids to get a good education and just find a good job is broken. It's conditioning, because if you have a good kid, you must motivate him to aim as high as possible from the start, because only those from the top have actual impact on our world and on the lives of all of us. Also, if you have a huge wealth in your family, do not split it fairly between your children. The most gifted and the moral one should inherit the most, having a duty to take care of his less gifted siblings. I have seen how wealthy European families trashed their wealth and lands by splitting them fairly between their own children, with each new generation losing more and more of it from the family's wealth, just because most of those who inherited this wealth acted irresponsibly, started selling it out, or losing it in life because of their incompetence or immoral life, being detached from seeing any higher value in their family's heritage, weakening the whole family in the end. Strong natural sense of what is right or wrong, a strong moral backbone, and honor should be valued way more than intellect and education among your children. Remember that. One of the biggest monsters in our society is an intelligent individual without a moral compass. Never divide your wealth equally between your children if they are not worthy of it. And if you can't find a worthy family member to preserve the family wealth, consider choosing someone from outside, because we often may encounter better quality people in the world than among our own family members. Sometimes it might be simply a better choice. And yes, I am fully aware that something that might be seen by some family members as unfair treatment or an injustice may lead to conflicts or acts of backstabbing between siblings. That's why one must have advantage over the others to a point where they won't dare to raise their hand against him. But if any of your children is capable of acts of serious hostility toward another, it means you already failed to raise them as a good, honorable people, so you failed as a parent. Also, dividing the family wealth equally does not prevent inner conflicts, but you are giving them equal power, which they may use against each other, making them more dangerous toward each other. The only solution is to raise your children the right way, to indoctrinate them about the proper values, matters of honor, or religion. The decisions always depend on the situation and how gifted your children are. With a proper intellect, character, personality, you always must evaluate each one of them on your own and make a decision either to divide your family wealth equally between them, risking that some of them will trash themselves and part of your family's wealth, or prioritize one above the others. Teach him to keep his siblings in line, on the right path, to take care of them, and teach the rest of the siblings to support their brother. because he bears a huge responsibilities on his shoulders for the sake of the whole family. Every family is different. Each case should be individually evaluated, and the right decisions must be made. And most parents are failing at the responsibility of raising their children in the right way. If you are a rich person or belong to a wealthy family of European descent concerned about our culture, the survival of European nations, and who has more money than you will ever need, then it's your obligation to use your resources and act responsibly, because everything what is happening today across the whole West will backfire at you, your wealth, and your family. Every intelligent person who sees the big picture understands that it's a common sense for such people, but many among our elites were conditioned as well. Also, those wiser, more responsible leading figures in those families are either too old today or already dead, passing their power to their children, and those children are not necessarily competent to do the right thing. So, I will tell you a thing or two about the rich people, how to recognize quality intelligent people from the upper class, and differentiate them from those less gifted with intellect, immoral or fake. I have my dosage of experience with people from the upper circles, or actually overdose, because I am very disappointed in most of those which I had the forced pleasure to meet, and it also makes me very sad how thousands of people see various influences from those upper circles as a role models to follow. So I will address this issue as well. I can usually easily say in the first meeting or a conversation with somebody if I am dealing with someone more or less competent intellectually. The first thing you should pay attention to when dealing with those people is if they shine with their status, if they make it visible that they are rich anyhow. It should be seen as a big red flag in the first encounter. If you meet someone with expensive classic clothing, expensive watch, a fancy car in an unofficial meeting, you may assume few things from the start. That the person is trying to sell his image to get something from you, because he's offering advice services, or maybe he's trying to get a weak-minded or gold-digging girl for an adventure, which means he's an immoral individual, or that you are dealing with a very shallow, superficial person who has nothing to offer, so they are trying to cover that by presenting their status, or that you are dealing with a very intellectually deficient individual. I have never met a high-class looking person who wasn't a snob or a mushroom, and definitely I do not want to be dealing with this kind of people anymore. So this is the first factor which allows you to identify who you are dealing with, by how they present themselves or how they present what they have. The decent, intelligent people from those upper spheres, they look almost always normally. They look casual. They wear casual stuff. A normal suit happens very often, but nothing fancy, which would reveal that you are dealing with a wealthy person. They drive a normal car. They act like ordinary people. They do not reveal to the general public anything that could compromise their safety or reveal their wealth. And why? Because they often get fed up with being overwhelmed by people who want to be their friends. Fake friends, obviously, who don't really care about them in need, or because they hope to benefit from them anyhow. A rich person's life is almost never lonely on the surface level, because no matter how dumb, weird, or insane they are always surrounded with a bunch of clowns and opportunists. But on a deeper level, it is a lonely life because they struggle to meet true friends in life. Another major reason for avoiding unwanted attention is because maybe they are young and open to meet a partner for life, and they are a decent people who do not want to be appreciated for their money, but for being who they are. Worth mentioning here, yes, there are wealthy people who often get beautiful wives because of the power of money, but at the same time they are not truly happy, nor are those wives, because they often end up cornered in such relationship. I can tell you from behind the curtains that a trophy wife of an immoral man might have been offered a wonderful life, and a loving husband who in most of cases cheats on her sooner or later, but he tells her something like, "You will have everything, but never dare to leave me," which is a passive threat. And that's how many of those relationships which haven't ended up in divorce work out there. Also, they sometimes meet friends from their own circles, but it's a shallow, snobbish friendship, probably in every case. And I am telling you this because it will be relevant for the subject which I will be covering later on. I am very allergic to snobbish people. I can barely bear them. I have no respect for people who use their wealth for love adventures, sleeping around, wasting money on stuff they don't really need and that they stop using after a week, who have generally irresponsible or immoral lifestyles, especially while the West is dying. In our traditional culture and values, it is also immoral to show off your wealth in public when you are living in a society with a huge inequality between the poor and the rich. Especially this should not be tolerated in the USA, where you have armies of homeless people on the streets, and where the majority of families live without savings. It's not only a matter of morality and honor, but there are practical reasons behind it. Because in times of war, it's especially those people from the lower classes who are being used as a meat shield on the battlefields. And inequalities in their home countries have a bad effect on their morale. This can be compensated by the fear factor, obviously, and another is because visible inequalities in the country are providing ground for the left-oriented movements and other populists to destabilize the country or, in extreme conditions, to stage some revolutions. That's why in a healthy society with a healthy culture, the people who show off their wealthy or extravagant lifestyle should be shamed, definitely not appreciated or respected. The same should be applied to any people with degenerate lifestyles, including your own family members. But there are a decent good people out there in the upper circles. I test them very well. And we will need them to save our civilization. So yes, I am very picky when it comes to choosing who I shake hands with. That's all about the elites and our upper classes. I cannot predict the future, but we must take all mentioned major threats as possibilities, and we are risking ending up unprepared if we don't proceed with the realization of the plan presented in my material. Let's summarize our situation today based on everything that we know so far. A summary of our miserable situation today. People do not breed. The fertility rate of Europeans in all countries of European people is a disaster, whose consequences are warranted with time and it cannot be changed anyhow. European people, especially in East Europe and between Europe and North America, are divided, some programmed by indoctrination and propaganda to hate each other for made-up, irrational reasons, mostly because of specific narrative presenting controversial events from our history. Some of them openly backstabbing or killing each other in staged open conflicts, which could easily be avoided. No more brother wars is a myth. Our authorities across the West in most of cases do not deserve to be in any position of authority. The majority of the population within our countries have the mental capabilities of a lemmings, which means those people won't support or do anything for our future if they don't see benefits in that in a short perspective, or as long as their own wallets are not directly affected. So they will always focus on here and now, submitting to the mainstream narrative, remaining ignorant about things that actually do matter for the future of us all. We have huge divisions within our nations, which are constantly growing, especially because of progressing multiculturalism and growing radicalization of various groups from the right and left. So whoever controls the narrative effectively is setting people against each other, preventing from acting united for the benefit of the collective as a nation or civilization. Our elites in most parts sold their honor and soul for financial gains, and other privileges, sacrificing their countries, nations in the process for the sake of their own family's well-being, even if their children or grandchildren will face the same consequences as all our future generations with time. Most of the powerful and influential institutions, corporations and organizations are actively contributing to the destruction of our traditional values, culture, and our future, and we have no power to change this anyhow. Like-minded people who share our concerns all over the West in most part fell for the traps of the bad guys, either supporting people from the so-called controlled opposition or commentators and actors who waste our time. For example, in form of a conservative gurus and philosophers or muppet political opposition, being misled and manipulated or falling for paranoia of fear and distrust, remaining divided, disorganized, confused, or hopeless about any solution, often ending up discouraged from even trying to oppose the destruction of their own countries and people, while being conditioned to remain passive, or to do the best for themselves on their own, ignoring the interest of the group. Remaining alone, weak, easy to control by the system and whoever stands behind it, while at the same time allowing the progress of our destruction to continue. We are losing our rights and freedoms for the sake of tolerance and political correctness, which is more and more regulated and controlled not only by corporate censorship but also by law, and in the future by the CBDC and the credit score. In the US, freedom of speech does not protect you from consequences of whatever mainstream classifies as hate speech. So that's how the system is going to bypass our right for freedom of speech. The major elements of our economy in the West is in hands of people who are destroying our civilization. Some of those powerful international groups or people who openly contribute to destruction of our civilization, controlled by proxies, private security or private military companies, which have private armies bigger and much better equipped than militaries of some countries, with their own private intelligence companies which operates beyond any jurisdiction, and it's possible they will remain operational even after possible collapse of the current system. The powers which are pushing this destructive agenda upon our countries operate internationally and are coordinated, well-financed, having all means to continue doing what they do without facing any real consequences for it, going so far as performing so-called humiliation rituals on the population of our countries. As people who are concerned about our future, we do not have any strong international representation with a strong economic background or any true influence on national politics in any country across the West. With full confidence, I am telling you that there is nobody, no person or organization or movement which we may consider to be on our side and which is implementing any realistic plan or a solution which is sufficient enough to make a difference to save our future, while preserving our traditional values and civilization. And how do I know that? Because I would already know about it. And how can I be sure? Because such an initiative must be public and international, otherwise it won't make any difference, and I will explain my logic why debunking specific ideas and visions which some people consider as good, while in reality they are not. Precious time is being wasted with no real solution implemented, while we are becoming weaker each year, less numerous in our countries as Europeans, older with less rights and freedom, and we will end up completely chained in a full slavery system with the implementation of the final version of CBDC which I described before. Which means those who are destroying our civilization can bully us into submission, doing whatever they want with us, because they not only have money and power, but also control over the majority of the population in our countries, while the voice of the reason can be easily ignored or even demonized. And what's even worse, they effectively divided and control the people who stand up against their agenda, allowing us to protest and cry about everything that is happening in an environment controlled by them. Also, I do understand that money and power go together in line. If it was all about money, then it would mean we have already lost and that we stand no chance. But it's not. I will explain the details later on. Also, please do not accuse me of spreading or having a defeatist mentality, because I'm here offering a solution. I would never make this material public if I did not believe it may work. So let's discuss proposed solutions, or should I say pseudo-solutions, about how to secure the future for us, our grandchildren and all future generations while preserving our traditional values, way of life, our cultural heritage and even wealth. This section of my material is also known as the Alternative Ideas Debunked list. Please note here, I will be covering those subjects not because I want to ruin your dreams, self-confidence, or to discourage you from continuing doing what you do, because if you are doing anything, it's better than nothing. But by removing any illusions which allow you to believe that what you do is enough, and realizing that what you did or do is not enough to secure the future for your family, hopefully you will be motivated to do more when the actual real solution will be presented, and you will become an actively engaged supporter who will do his part for the cause instead of being a passive opportunist who want to benefit from the fruits of our work if we succeed. I do not want people to remain passive observants, living with delusions about their future being secured just because they are doing well here and now. Many of you are lying to yourselves about the situation, making not sufficient plans and preparations, or refusing to accept the outcome of the current events by not completely understanding the situation in the first place. Until one day it will be already too late, and all of us will be directly affected by the consequences of our ignorance. For example, has any of you considered the final version of CBDC, which I described in my material, as a possible threat to your own plans and our way of life? Hold no harm toward me for applying shock therapy and exposing you on some brutal facts about our reality. I'm doing this to help, not to make things worse, even if the truth will hurt a lot, because many of you did lots of work, preparations, or even investments into our wrong direction, or in plans which I will expose as not good enough to make a difference, or even in some cases as a complete waste of time and money. So, the first proposed solution, which I hear a lot about in the mainstream, is people saying go and vote, especially for representatives of so-called boomer generation. Create an independent political party or vote for such if you already have one in your country, and through political activism and our power of vote, we may change the world. If you are one of those who still believe that we may vote our way out of this mess, with our current demography, divisions, lobbying, propaganda, narrative from the mainstream, the power of money which our opposition has, and so on, then I cannot consider you a responsible person. Sure, we may assume it is a possibility, we cannot say it's not, but believing that we may succeed in this area in any relevant country across the West, which will have an impact on the future of us all, is extremely naive, because the chances are extremely slim that an independent, rational, responsible politician or political party will obtain true political power and be elected in the United States or Germany or Russia, and that they will start fixing our world. We really cannot afford to hope that whoever we elect will fix the situation in our countries at this point, assuming we will be able to elect such a person for a true position of political power in the first place. People like us who are able to recognize truly responsible and independent people to lead our countries are in minority in our nations, and we are more demonized and marginalized every day. So we have no real power to shape the political arena in our countries except by gluing ourselves to the mainstream candidates and supporting the one which we consider a lesser evil. This is all we can do, and this is a fact. And do not get me wrong, I do not discourage you from voting, because please do. Keep trying to vote for whoever you consider a lesser evil, and who will preserve your country's stability and peace even for a bit longer, which will always benefit us all. This is a reasonable stance, but it's not a solution, and people who are familiar with how elections have been going in their countries for the last 20 years should understand it by learning from our history, based on how the situation in our country is developed by the power of vote. You should be tired of winning by now. If you would like to learn in detail why democracy does not exist anymore, or is a fraud in my eyes, and how the system truly works, Watch my video about this subject. It's called Why a Political Solution is Impossible in Our Current World System. And let's not forget about philia. Democracy does not work in a multi-culti ethnic society. The political scene in every major so-called democratic country is dominated by the people who actively contribute with their decisions to the destruction of our country's traditional culture and values. For example, even conservative movements are hijacked by bad actors. They reshape the conservative views to be more compromising, liberal, and less aggressive toward the mainstream narrative. And even the mainstream is still demonizing them, branding conservatives as fascists. Controlling the players in all the teams of the political arena has been practiced for a very long time within our system. For example, those anti-migrant political parties and the politicians which are gaining traction across the West will only be shifting the narrative in one way, stopping illegal immigration for a show, while realistically they will be turning it into a legal worker migration. Even when those anti-immigration parties obtain a prominent position of power, they only perform actions for a show. They deport 200 while each year 200,000 comes in. They do not take any real action to stop the flood. People also cheer seeing how most of the younger men are leaning toward conservatism, while ignoring the fact that the perception and meaning of conservatives has changed. But at least conservatives is moving further to the right, but it's still far away from a healthy view of the current issues which are ruining our countries. I believe democracy today is a joke and a fraud, and only those with limited understanding of the world may believe it actually works. At times, the right to vote was reserved for those who were the most competent and for those who had a lot to lose. Today, it's all about populism and the control of the mainstream propaganda. Believing that true democracy exists today is as naive as believing that the free market actually exists. Why, you have major corporations dominating the market, driving small companies out of business, exploiting small producers and dictating the rules. Unfortunately, the majority of the people are naive enough to believe in this fraud of democracy and free market, without the awareness that they are being played and manipulated. That's why we cannot vote our way out of this, because the people capable of independent critical thinking and willing to actually do some research will always be a minority. We have the illusion of freedom of choice, but realistically we may vote only for Muppets and other actors, and we have owners with a monopoly of power. This is my opinion based on my observation of how the situation develops in politics across the West, and on my understanding about where the true concentration of power really is. For those who did not study my whole material, please jump to the chapter about the threat of the ruling elites. Next, political activism, protesting, showing we exist, showing the world we disagree, showing the world we know, telling people what we want. Well, continue supporting those if you like, as long as it does not damage our image as responsible people. But do not expect any major positive results, because the world does not care, nor the majority of people in our countries, because the mainstream is not on our side. So we may whine, cry, shout, protest, wave flags on our streets, appeal for patriotism and other values which already does not exist in our nations, and even have symbolic or propaganda victories for a show. But it has no real impact on our situation. And you should already know that based on how such activists and movements which are representing the voice of the reason and the true are perceived and treated by the society itself and the politicians. There is a difference between the people who only disagree with the mainstream narrative or the government agenda and those who actually are willing to do something about it, and who are always a marginalized minority. So the only thing that the people at the top need to do whenever we cry, whine or protest against them is to ignore us and do as they please. They will do things their way in the end anyway. I am sorry, but that's how it is. The majority of people do not care about facts, evidence, the truth, or about who is wrong or right. Our representatives winning debates is useless in the eyes of the general public, because only people who care actually watch those things. Regular people care more about what some famous superstar or actor has to say. I heard in the news that some woman named T. Swift in the US has sufficient influence on voters to affect the presidential election. And this shows clearly what sort of people we are dealing with when it comes to average citizens in our countries. I see lots of charismatic people representing our interests online, making speeches, doing events, debating various subjects. And what's the outcome from this sort of activism online in the last 20 years? We have an army of meme posters or people pissed off about the situation or depressed, giving up, losing faith, still not knowing what we can actually do to change our general situation anyhow. And sure, 200,000 people from all of our countries are discussing those subjects online, maybe even 1 million or more. But it's nothing compared to the size of the general population of citizens in your country. Also, most of those people are scared to openly talk about our concerns and the situation with people they work with face to face, or even with their own family members. So do not expect any true impact from the strategy for the shape of our society or countries, as long as we do not hold a position of authority in the mainstream world. We can say what we want, having traction, but without real power we are just a rebellious sheep, which need to be contained, forced to submission and controlled. In our world, the truth is dictated and controlled by those who have power, so it's not really relevant how much we stand up for the truth, or that we know the truth, when those in power control the mainstream narration. The influencers, commentators, journalists, talking heads, or people with traction who seems to be concerned about our situation and who talk publicly about the problems which are destroying our civilization, have no real impact on the majority of people within our countries, opposite to the mainstream propaganda tubes, which means no matter how good they are at what they do and how correct their arguments are, it won't be good enough to make a difference anyhow. We are not going to win by debating or commenting the madness which is spreading in our countries, and all of them failed to provide any reasonable and realistic way out of this messy situation in our countries. After all, you may compare their ideas and initiatives with what I presented in my material, and their flawed logic is clearly visible. The majority of people who share our concerns about the future prefer to continue deluding themselves, believing that everything is going to be okay if we continue doing nothing, cheering for a few showmen representing our side with a big and growing following, or some staged or illusion of changes for the better in the politics, and fight for a show. I guess time and what is currently happening today in major Western countries proves without a doubt that we continue losing ground until major irreversible damages to our countries and the society will be done. The majority of us had to learn where things are truly going the hard way. We cannot afford to waste more time doing nothing relevant for our future, hoping for the best in our current year and in our worsening situation, because in the near future they will eventually start developing and implementing the final version of the CBDC which I revealed in my material before. If someone tells you we are winning while we are not able to secure a significant position of power on the global stage for our representatives, he is lying to you. Or maybe you are lying to yourself. Reality around us shows clearly what direction our system is heading to and who is in control of the general trajectory of the situation. People like us are just too small to matter, too irrelevant for the masses and to the political arena in our countries, so trusting that any of those mentioned will change anything is deeply naive. There won't be any mass awakening or awakening of the masses. People are conditioned, indoctrinated. Those who are not able to critically think for themselves will remain blind until they reach the very bottom with the rest of the society. But when it happens, it will be already too late because the CBDC will have been implemented and we won't be prepared for it, being cornered by the system without any escape. I have a little hope for the majority of the younger so-called Zoomer generation. In many cases, they are programmed to recognize and react automatically to certain patterns and vocabulary. This is especially visible among those who lack the ability for independent critical thinking, or to consider information from different perspectives. They are programmed to be close-minded and to act with ignorance or hostility toward those with opinions that violate their programmed beliefs. There's no reasoning with those sort of people. They may never be able to rebuild or organize anything to preserve our culture, values, and the rest of our heritage. My generation is probably the last one that still can. So, to the people who claim we should do nothing, just focus on our lives because the radicalization of European society will occur eventually on its own with time, I will say we cannot afford to believe in that because our demographic situation and the time are not on our side. With the progression of immigration, aging European population, or the dropping birth rate among Europeans, by the time the ignorant European masses radicalize themselves, it will be, as I mentioned it, too late to change anything because we might be outnumbered, too old, too weak, too much controlled by the final version of CBDC to make a difference. There is no real resistance or pushback as it stands today, and it should be clearly visible for all of us. A large portion of people who do share our concerns are also not much less ignorant or dumb than those people on the left. And we are falling for psychological games such as Q plan to save the world and other nonsense like that. This is also a very sad fact because it shows how easy it is to mislead desperate people who consider themselves smarter than the majority of the population within our countries. And I see such people as deeply naive and unreliable. General ideological or philosophical concepts such as proprietarianism, which by the way I exposed as a bad concept in my video about the subject, and other visions like that, even if effectively unite like-minded people around them, will remain in the sphere of wishful thinking because there won't be any realistic means of its implementation without political will, or a solid community with a strong economic background. And those concepts have nothing to do with being a solution to our situation, even if those concepts are being sold this way by various gurus and influencers online. The area of politics is beyond our reach for people like us, in all countries where we live, especially the major ones, for reasons which I explained before. Also, you need to understand that electing a reasonable and independent government in one country is not enough to change the final outcome, assuming this would ever happen in the first place within the current system, because the forces that are pushing this madness upon our civilization are international. From the perspective of those international elites, our countries are just an area on the map, where they may perform various operations thanks to the power of money. The next most common advice which I heard was about sorting your own life, improving yourself, becoming somehow successful by focusing on making money, creating a family, having children if you want, and basically live your own life while doing nothing else, or worrying about anything else. This is a sort of advice which you will get from people who do not know what to do, and who want to sound smart. But at the same time, they just sentence you to fail with everybody else when bad things start happening. You know, it's like when people tell you to be careful, to watch out when you do something risky or dangerous, even if it's a pure common sense, but they still want to sound supportive and nice. This is the damaging piece of advice. They are basically telling you to live your own life, keep waiting for the world to sort all the problems for us on its own, in all our countries with time, because, as some say, one way or another we will get through this and things will get back on the right track eventually. Does this sound for you really like a responsible piece of advice? To do nothing more than care about yourself, while those who are destroying our civilization are working together internationally for generations. They really want us to remain idle, why they work hard to reshape our world according to their agenda. So by following this advice, you are giving them a green light to continue unopposed and accepting or ignoring everything that is happening. And I could even agree with that. A sort of a natural selection where the strong and successful will prevail as they always did in the past. But not this time. Because we are not the strongest or the most successful on the global stage, especially when it comes to the preservation of our culture and our fertility rate. So especially not because of our demographic change combined with immigration and a cultural change, where the cultures which created our civilization are being replaced with something else as a natural demographic situation outcome, especially because of the children with the migrant background and the normalization of a life as a childless, singles, especially among European population. So, if you are a self-driven person without higher values, principles in life, or any sense of duty and responsibility toward your country, nation, or even your own children, if you have or want any, then yes, it might work very well for you. Get money, do nothing, enjoy the show, because if you have money, you can secure a future for yourself till the end of your days, assuming you know how to do that. And if things become unbearable in your country, just relocate elsewhere, leaving all the problems behind. It's always a way to waste your own life living for yourself. And for those who are saying something like, not my problem, or I will be dead before it affects me, or I'm glad I won't have to deal with it, enjoying my life and the system until it falls apart. You are not type of people I would ever willingly shake my hand with, nor do I consider you worthy of my help in need. But if you are a family-oriented responsible person who cares about our European heritage and for the future of our people, then obviously this is not a solution in the current situation. If someone tells you that the best we can do is to work on our own and in securing our future, he's deadly wrong, because we won't be numerous, organized, or strong enough to ever have an impact on our situation in the future. So here we are facing another proposed solution: packing your bags and leaving for another country or continent for a peaceful life. Once again, escape is an option if you plan to live for yourself, but if you don't, and you plan to start a new life in, let's say, South America, then your European heritage will be sentenced to death, because there won't be any possibility to preserve it outside our homelands. For responsible people who care about our culture, values, there is nowhere to escape from Europe, North America, or Australia and New Zealand, because wherever else we go, we will be always the outsiders, and we will end up absorbed by the local culture, if not instantly, then in a generation or two. I have seen it happen to immigrants from Europe who went to South America. Through our history, there will be no turning back from that, and nowhere to return ever again if we abandon our homelands. But there is more. In case of any global system major destabilization, the countries of South America will be taken over by very ruthless, tyrannical and vile men. Many national militaries will go rogue, because countries will struggle to function without foreign capital and technology. If you would only know what I do about the mentality of South American societies and their history and culture, you would not want to escape there. In South America, you will be always seen as outsider, as a high priority target in case of a system collapse. We will see the rise of violent organized crime and even slavery, which does exist there today, hidden under the camouflage of civilized society. And I can tell you that the women of a lighter European features are most valued there among human traffickers. Very much same as in the Middle East or even East Asia. So I'm telling you, South America is a no-go zone for us Europeans in case of a scenario where system will fail to function. And I am sorry that many of you invested lots of money over there or on properties and more, which I consider a wasted investment because in the future you will not find safety and stability on that continent, and you will be much safer having better chances in North America or Europe. The next proposed solution is to stay but also to live off-grid or in some form of isolation to protect yourself and your family from the system. This is not possible, no matter where you live, and it's not a solution. It's about hiding and hoping for the best, that the system will not come for you or your children one day. It's one of those delusions which will lead your family into a trap. There won't be any escape from the CBDC system which I described before, from laws and regulations, where already today in some states you are not allowed to collect rainwater or own your own unregistered vegetable garden. Eventually, homeschooling everywhere will be forbidden by law because they say it leads to radicalization. So if you try to protect your kids from indoctrination, the system will take your children away from you. And if you completely hide the existence of your family, you are damaging them because they won't be able to find themselves in our reality. And do not forget, your children will have to marry someone one day and create their own families. If you raise them as innocent, good people who do not understand the reality of the modern society, you will sentence them to a culture shock and to suffering. You cannot protect your family by isolating them from our reality because there's nowhere to hide in the long run, and sooner or later they will have to be exposed to the brutal reality of our world. And before that happens, it must be expected, and your children have to be prepared for it. Next, prepping. Living a relatively normal life with self-sufficiency if possible, protecting your family from the influence of the world as long as possible, but at the same time being prepared for the worst possible scenarios. Yes, it's reasonable to be always prepared, same as it is to be self-sufficient in need. Growing your own food, maybe having your own bunker for emergency situations, being well equipped, so that during any crisis you will be able to handle it for yourself and your family. Again, a few problems here. First, you will be as much self-sufficient as the regulations allow you to be. What I mean by that is that they will control our way of life, what we are allowed to do or not, and there is no escape from it or even hiding when CBDC will be implemented, because we live in countries with a society which is evolving in a very wrong direction, and most of the people in power are control freaks, especially in the European Union. There is this chance that under different excuses we might be forced to serve or work for the country while barely being paid when the final CBDC will be implemented, as a part of some form of a national service for every young or unemployed citizen. So there's no escape. Moreover, you always need to think about the bigger picture, about who your children are going to be exposed to, who they are going to marry one day, how they are going to discover a quality partner for life in our messed up world. None of those concepts about self-sufficiency will assure your independence in the future, nor security, and definitely it's not enough to preserve our civilization or way of life, because those will depend on the society, on the number of people who are willing to stand up with you for your rights, freedom, and an overwhelming majority of people like us who care about traditional values and who are opposing the spread of madness in our countries are isolated, living quietly, hiding, operating on a margin of the society. And when you act like a solo outsider, you will have no impact on the situation in your country. All those plans about prepping, running away only buy you time, but it will not change our fate as European people. I made an extended video on prepping. It's called Why Saving Our Future Through Prepping and Making Babies on Command is Impossible in Our Situation. Consider watching it, if my arguments presented here are not enough. And once again, do not get me wrong. Preparing for whatever future might bring upon us is responsible, but it's not enough to make a difference on its own. because we need people. There is no escape from the society if we want to be responsible toward our future generations. Each time we run or hide, we leave ground for someone else to take over and become stronger. If my intel is correct, the international ruling elites are making proper preparations. This will give them the green light to once again shape the reality of our world, even during the rebuilding process after a possible collapse of the current system. If you plan on hiding underground, you might fear returning to the surface. Even if you construct something for yourself on a faraway island, it will only be a matter of time before the rulers of the new system reach you and force you or your children into submission. The whole strategy of running or hiding is only about buying yourself extra time, but it is not a solution to secure your future or your heritage. We cannot be running away, hiding, isolating ourselves and expecting to win, while there is a whole world out there, with all those people who will always be building some form of system from which there is no escape. As long as we share the same planet, we must remain visible and active on the surface and start building our own system as well, not only for ourselves with our families, but for the other people like us in our wide world, and slowly, step by step, attracting and bringing more people to our side, to our system, because we need the people to survive, to remain strong and to be prepared for any possible future confrontation. There is no doubt about that. I have interesting information about building private bunkers under your home or in the garden. Many people invest lots of money into those. What's the useful purpose of those bunkers? Well, if we ever end up affected by nuclear war, we may find safety in the bunker from the nuclear blast or radiation, at least for a while. But did you know that the private surveillance companies, which are basically private intelligence agencies, have directives to collect data about private bunkers' locations in our countries? They collect them either from the administration, if you registered your bunker construction project, or directly from the bunker construction companies, often without the construction company even knowing that their data and plans are being copied. I can imagine that they are doing so because some people from the upper spheres decided that knowing the locations of prepping infrastructure might become useful for them in case of any serious crisis situation. Maybe because they will consider your bunker a good place to find supplies in case of need, or to create an outpost, who knows. But generally, if a family is sentenced to stay in the bunker for too long, the bunker becomes their tomb, where they will end up buried forever. So yes, having your own bunker increases your chances, but does not secure your future. Remember that. No matter how well you stockpile supplies, you will run out of them with time, and one day you will have to leave the comfort of your bunker to get back on the surface. And what world are you going to find? Who will rule over it? If we decide to hide and wait alone, we will end up at the mercy of whoever will take control over the surface. And top elites today are already making plans for that scenario. I studied deeply the subject of the bunkers, shelters, and based on what I know, I'm telling you with certainty that most of those private bunkers, often constructed by professional companies, are not good enough. Usually the first flaws are visible in the bunker localization, later in design. If your bunker is not 100 meters above the sea level, if it's constructed in a bad location from a strategic perspective, if it doesn't have at least 2 emergency power production and ventilation systems capable of working independently, or doesn't store extra spare parts for the maintenance or life support and the preservation of its functionality, and doesn't have at least 2 extra emergency exits, then your bunker has been designed poorly. Hiding underground is simply not good enough. Localization of those private underground objects is extremely important, and most of those who are constructing them failing at making the right choice. For example, many wealthy Americans wasting tons of money on projects constructed on islands of Hawaii, and overpopulated islands without self-sufficiency, with many strategic targets in case of future world conflict and active volcanoes. Critical mistakes like those reveal that even the best paid advisors of the people from the upper circles are often not competent enough because they are failing to consider many important factors while advising where to make those huge bunker investments. And it's a wide phenomena that shows the incompetence among those specialists out there, because till today even New Zealand is promoted as a good destination to hide in difficult times. A similar situation might take place when you own registered firearms or a license. You will always be on a watch list with higher priority than regular people, and such information will be used against you. For example, when an enemy occupies your country, the new authorities will knock at your doors in the first place, either to confiscate your firearms or to arrest you. But I observed a similar phenomena that is more likely to happen in Venezuela years ago, where regular people do not want to have any registered firearm. Why? Because some corrupt individuals in the administration sold the data about gun owners in the country to some shady people. And there was a wave launched by gangs and other criminal organizations targeting private gun owners on the street, at their homes, with the goal of robbing them their firearms. And they were also possible targets for robbery in general, because of the assumption that someone who needs a gun for self-defense must have something of value to protect. So yes, owning a firearm in some countries is a double-edged sword, because it's reasonable to have proper means of self-defense. But on the other hand, you might become a high-priority target one day, and bad guys always have the initiative in such situations. You will never know when and how. And the bunkers for the super rich, or a large bunkers for those who may reserve a room inside for their own families. Well, let me tell you that locking yourself up with a bunch of snobs or people with demands claiming they deserve or have rights because they paid for being in that bunker with you will not end well for you and your family, especially if you add to this the fact that such bunkers will have security personnel, paid workers, not ideologically guided in their morality or principles anyhow, which means they are mercenaries. And that type of people is not reliable in crisis situations. They may quickly realize that the money you paid them are useless, and that bunch of snobs might not be needed anymore, or that they don't deserve their protection, becoming just another mouth to feed. Some of them, knowing their often immoral clients, might decide to deliver some justice upon their masters. This is in fact one of the major factors which super wealthy worry about, which is how their own security will react toward them and their families during a serious crisis. Will they decide to remain loyal and respectful, or will they get rid of their hated ex-employers at the nearest presented opportunity? Among the interesting facts, the best advice super wealthy people got about the security personnel and how to deal with them during a crisis was to always treat them as an extension of their own family, which obviously does not work as well. I have seen an interview with a runaway ex-bodyguard of North Korean leader who said they were treated like his own children. But not only did he escape from North Korea and his privileged position, but also started talking bad things about his ex-employee as soon as he started new life in a new country. Another idea was to act similarly to some gangs and cartels across South America. When some gangs initiate their recruits or candidates for promotion, they often take individual for a ride. They take a camera and film him introducing himself, and then they tell him to sometimes kidnap or murder random people on the street, recording everything. They do that to ensure the loyalty of the tested individual, and to make sure that if they ever go down, he will go down with them, because they will keep the recording of his doing in their archives. This initiation assures the gang that the new promoted member will do his best for the gang or the cartel's security, because he will understand that if he betrays them or if their organization goes down, he will face the consequences with them no matter what. So some of those major bunker owners had a similar idea to assure that security staff remained loyal to the owner by keeping them in check with certain technological solutions. Obviously, such a rule of terror is unsustainable because people will constantly conspire against you and your family, trying to regain their freedom, not only because they simply don't like you, but because they will be afraid of what might happen to them and the bunker if anything goes wrong with such security protocol for technical reasons. You cannot lock yourself up in some bunker with enslaved people and expect your family to be well on the long run. So yes, it's a good tip from me. Do not lock yourself up with pseudo-friends or people who do not truly respect you, trust you, or share your values, ideology, and principles in life. Probably the main reason why wealthy people waste their money on projects and ideas which are flawed at the design itself is the fact that they often rely on the advice and opinion of people who are ex-professionals or competent on paper and are not necessarily the brightest in their ideas and expertise. There is this trend which I observed where ex-military or ex-employers of intelligence and other specialized agencies are being seen as the best specialists and advisors among most of the elites, which will have fatal consequences for many of them. People are giving so much credit to the special services of our government, believing often the mainstream propaganda from the movies and some tales or rumors about how effective the agents working there are. Realistically, people working in our government agencies or intelligence services are not really that special anyhow or super intelligent as propaganda portrays them to be. The best of the best and other nonsense like that. Between the 50s and the 60s, there were studies performed in the Soviet Union, which at the time had one of the most effective intelligence services in the world, specializing in psychological warfare. What I will say now will sound very controversial, but they concluded that the most intelligent agents, the cleverest, are less trustworthy and less likely to remain loyal to their duties and their country. And various intelligence agencies from around the world took notes from the results of the Soviet research. In simple words, the most intelligent people who would be the most efficient at doing their job in those top intelligence agencies are just way too smart to believe things such as serving your country, with corrupted ideologies which are designed for the masses, which affects their devotion to the cause and loyalty. An ability for independent critical thinking goes along with the high intelligence, and this does not go along with the patriotism in our current world, when you serve a country which does not stand for your beliefs. There is a difference between a healthy and toxic patriotism. Healthy is when you love your country because it's actually worthy of your love, and toxic when you love it because someone made you believe you should. Please understand the perspective of those more intellectually competent people with a better ability for independent critical thinking. They see the state of our government and incompetent politicians who are ruining our countries. They see the modern state of the society where the most shallow, disgusting behaviors and people are being praised, celebrated and rewarded, and how everything dear to us in our heritage, culture, traditional values is being destroyed, trashed, and then they ask themselves, am I to join and serve, protecting and following orders from those incompetent, treacherous people? Am I to risk my life to fight and defend this society, which does not appreciate or even respects my beliefs and values? There is no honor to join and serve our countries anymore. And in case of conflict, those people will prefer to pack their bags and leave, caring only for their families. In the meantime, I prefer to work for someone who actually pays me better, without promoting in my duties any rainbow flags or diversity quotas to our staff. That's why you will struggle to find truly bright people serving our countries today. I think it's not a huge exaggeration to say that if you have some truly bright individuals serving your country now, he had to be cornered to choose this path in life, or must be corrupted somehow. A person must have a very limited perspective to allow himself to become indoctrinated and honestly believe that he is serving something that is worth doing his best for it, risking and sacrificing his life for it. The best of the best work in a private sector, because the pay is better. The operatives have more freedom and independence to act the way they think they should without thinking about any jurisdictions. And the selection to specialized positions is more restricted, which makes people with true talents and abilities become effective at whatever they do. And with full confidence I can tell you that the private surveillance and intelligence sector has way more competent people working for them than for the government agencies. Take that into consideration whenever you hear advice and other specialized attack from ex-CIA agents or any other so-called experts from any other national agencies. To simplify this even more, you may consider most of the Secret Service agents as well-educated cops with extended training and with access to fancy equipment, tools, and who have extended rights, privileges, and a position of power higher than any other national services. But realistically, there is not much of anything special about them or their intellectual abilities. The quality of people working in the national intelligence and other special agencies is dropping each year, while private agencies are developing and recruiting top quality specialists and the most competent individuals for the job, keeping them loyal to them with generous pay, and the unspoken rule, where they point a gun at your head if you betray them, and yes, they often operate beyond any rules of law. Many people who share our concerns about the future realize that they won't be able to secure a future for their own families in this world on their own. So they expanded prepping to community building projects. I will try to keep it short as possible because it's a wide subject. There are many different communities which are using different recruitment grounds. For some it's a religion, for others it's a philosophy, mutual interest and specializations, but I haven't seen much success in a community building projects which are based on any of those mentioned. For example, I know a Christian community in the US with assets, lands and a few businesses and which is very active across the whole country. Grew by one new family in 2 years, which is very inefficient. The concept of creating communities of like-minded people is good. It's just that to make it work, you need many of them showing up across the whole country or a continent. And there are two possible conditions which allow for a community to successfully be established and to grow. First, that the community is founded and developed by a group of wealthy people, and all the community members have a secured source of income to maintain the community's growth and lifestyle, which is very uncommon thing to happen, because in most cases you have people who are not in such a lucky and privileged situation. Also, those type of wealthy communities suffer from the same problems which I described in the subject of the bunkers for the wealthy people. The people from the upper spheres are fine to have a drink together, to have fun, to talk, but they struggle with establishing a good solid friendship or with being trustworthy and reliable. And what's even more problematic, they do not like to be bossed around, having this attitude that they deserve, they have rights, but when it comes to actually facing any crisis, this type of people is the first one to run, because they feel like their lives are worth more than anybody else in the group. So packing this type of people in a one bunker or a community is a very unstable mix. It's very difficult to build a true friendship for the people from the upper class. Most of the friendships which I witnessed between them are just for a show, or because it's convenient for them, and they just don't want to be alone. It's actually very sad as soon as you understand more than what's visible on the surface. A second way to establish a truly successful community with a great development prospects is to build a community around a business, where you may hire your future community members, where you have their respect and gratitude, where the community founder can be a king in his own castle, growing and developing the community around that business operation and expanding with time. I know how it sounds, but based on our human nature and the way we work, this is the most efficient form to build a stable community, which will be determined to stick together and to overcome any crisis, understanding that their lives depends on it. As I was saying, communities on their own are good, but not enough. Because when they are on their own, they will share the fate of those pagan villages when Christian armies were uniting Europe by force under Christianity, or when city-states in old Greece were on their own unable to resist the massive armies from the Middle East. The point is that communities who act completely independently are unlikely to be well coordinated, as an empire would, and effectively stand up united for each other, because of disorganization, lack of mutual authority, or someone respected in power above. This leads to hesitation when making key decisions in time, and so on, which allows potential enemies to deal with them one by one. That's one of the reasons why European countries need to be European Union, because most of those countries would be irrelevant for the world on their own. As I stated before, isolating yourself in your local self-sufficient paradise is not enough, because there is a whole world out there, and this world will go after what you have sooner or later. I hope I explained this well enough. We will need community projects, but independent communities on their own do not stand a chance to secure their well-being and functionality in the future, while we live in a world where there will be a society either in this system or after this system collapses. And there is also the rest of the whole world which will remain. So only the cooperation of many communities, well coordinated with respect towards some universal position of authority, will be able to plan proper counter-actions and coordinate possible mutual support against various forms of threats within current system, mostly when it comes to legal protection and business cooperation, and if the current system does not survive, to provide mutual security and to help those communities preserve its functionality. Please take it into consideration. A good example of communities which already exist today and which are designed to fail is Oriana in Republic of South Africa. A prosperous, peaceful community which will continue to function as long as there is a secured stability in the host country. Because in case of any destabilization in their country, the majority of the population will be blaming those Europeans for any misery which their country will be facing. They will come for those Europeans there and their assets, and there will be nobody to help them. If Oriana attempts to defend itself by hurting some people from the angry mob at its gates, the regular people will use this act of self-defense as an aggression to justify the use of violence against the defenders, and Oriana on its own does not stand a chance. And I am not saying this to scare people who live there, but to warn them that they are investing in something that provides safety and security for now, as long as the country functions normally. But this is not a sustainable situation based on our reality, and the truly bad times for Republic of South Africa will come. So the Europeans living there should be prepared to leave the country, or it will not end well. I think those are all the major alternative ideas for people who want to prepare themselves for the future in our fast-changing world. There were some others, such as encouraging European people to make more babies on request, or on command to fix our demography, which is obviously a wishful thinking nonsense which will have no impact on demography within our countries. And I even made a video about this subject explaining in detail why. Consider checking it. The name of the video is How to Encourage People to Have More Babies. When it comes to the birth rate among people of European heritage, the situation is expected to get only worse with time, as I revealed on the graphs before. The majority of people within our nations do not understand what love actually is. They do not value love themselves. They do not know how to build stable relationships, how to choose the right partner for a lifetime, how to bond, or even how to raise their own children to become decent people with the right understanding of the world. In some Western countries, the divorce rate is over 50%, and we have an epidemic of single mothers everywhere. So how can we expect our society or demographic situation to get better anyhow, especially with the current toxic mainstream narrative? Some people are lying to themselves with hopes for an armed revolution, which is a trap. In simple words, those people do not understand what they are talking about, but I do understand why they want it or why they have this mindset. It's because they feel hopeless and desperate. I also made a video about this subject and it's called Why an Armed Uprising is Impossible in Our Current System. There are also some individuals or groups claiming to work over the realization of some secret plans, but whatever their plans are, I can tell you in advance that they are not good enough. Firstly, because if they are doing this remotely online, then there is no security or privacy possible, which might be needed for the success of their plans. Also, if their plans are secret, it means they are small initiatives, which means they won't be sufficient to make a difference for our general situation. That's why I cannot take any secret plan seriously, because the concept itself is dumb. I made a video about privacy and security online. It's called There is no internet security or privacy. Consider noting this down. All the mentioned videos are on the video list of my main channel. And what about those Americans who claim that Europeans in Europe are none of their business, or vice versa? We are on the same boat. Alone we will be too weak to make a difference. The people who are pulling the strings in the global arena are from the same team, pushing their agenda everywhere, having the same source of funding and generally cooperating, making their moves well coordinated. If we decide not to care about Europeans in different continents, we won't become relevant to the system. Even after a possible collapse, we will remain too weak compared to the organization of people who are currently preparing for the future internationally, having their own structures everywhere. The more divided people with our concerns are, the weaker and more irrelevant we are for the system and its rulers. Remember that. The people of pure European heritage are a tiny fraction of the world population, and from among those people a small minority in our nations share our concerns, values and principles in life. That's why we must work and make a stand for our future together, no matter what continent we are living in. There are simply too few of us, and there's a whole world out there. And there are even more people with a broken mentality who claim they do not care because their own country is populated in, let's say, 99% by people of European heritage, which means your country is probably too small, too irrelevant on the global stage and will be at the mercy of the bigger countries in your region, which most likely will be multicultural, to say it softly. Which means it will backfire at your country with time, either by the influence of your neighboring countries that will transform your country into a multicultural progressive utopia, or by political and economic hostility toward your monolithic country in the future. Always think about the big picture, long-term strategy and outcomes while looking at the concept of preservation of our civilization and the heritage of European nations. Some people say we should trust God and live our own lives the best we can, and end up like Christians in North Africa or in the Middle East. But that's clearly not the way forward for a better and secure future. If we are to prevail and survive, we must work for it. Together, no matter your religion, as long as our core cultural values match, and your religion is not hostile toward our way of life and those core values. I was raised in a Catholic family, and I stand up strongly for Christianity because I do consider Christianity the best from all religions available for the masses. But my best and most trustworthy friends are not only Christians, but also pagans and agnostic, and we understand each other very well, being the best friends for years without issues. And don't get me wrong, I am not blind, and I see how the madness is spreading in various groups and churches of Christianity. It's not a secret that the church was also a target of subversion. It's official information that the Soviets were among the first ones who made a strategy and were subverting the institution of the church. And a large part of the modern church is now messing up with the minds of its followers. The godless or even satanic bad guys have been winning for centuries, obtaining enough power and influence to shape our culture, our whole nations via social engineering. Most of our society is turning its back on God and becomes more morally rotten every day. So stop telling people to only pray and expect victory, because such a thing will clearly not happen if we don't take real steps to build our own position of power, to represent our interest in this world, and take real actions to oppose this madness in our countries. Each year, more people walk away from the church in Europe and in the United States. Does it look like a winning? And European paganism is not a religion for the masses, for reasons which I explained before. European paganism will remain completely irrelevant for the future of our civilization. So, no, it does not look like a God is going to save us in this world. But he might help if we decide to save ourselves on our own by acting smart and responsibly as I presented in my material. In Spanish there is a saying, praying to God while hitting with the hammer. To say that you shouldn't expect that everything will be solved by praying. You have to do your best to solve the problems and pray for support. You may build your local community united by religion, but in this initiative we must be united by something bigger, by our heritage as European people. And religion is only a part of it. I do not like dealing with religious fanatics of any sort. All I am expecting from you, in order to work with me, is to be a reasonable and rational person, who is willing to do his part for the sake of us all, as European people, and the preservation of our civilization. Christianity might help, but it's not going to save our civilization on its own. Remember that as well. Well, I think those are all proposed pseudo-solutions which people took into consideration so far. But remember, any realistic solution which can actually be done must be an international initiative. Otherwise, it will be vulnerable and not strong enough. And it also must be public. Otherwise, you won't be able to reach the right people in sufficient number. And such moves cannot be kept in secret anyhow. This is the reason why I was so confident that there is nobody else proposing a realistic valid solution, because I haven't heard about any initiative that matches those conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, except a few symbolic victories from time to time and triumphs for a show, our general situation and trajectory remains unchanged. So far we are only losing because we do not have impact on the reality within our countries anywhere, being at the mercy of the people in power, which we are hoping will start acting smart and reasonably, which simply never happens, and things will remain this way until we mobilize around a solution which can actually succeed, based on what we have, and which will actually have impact on our situation in the future. Now, about preservation of your wealth. I will quickly address the most popular investments. Please be aware, I am not a financial advisor. I never made a single penny by investing money in any from the assets which I will be discussing now. But I know many of my material viewers make various investments hoping to preserve their wealth somehow. And even if I am not an investor myself, I do consider myself skilled in pattern recognition. And I do have knowledge about this subject which some of you may find very useful to save your own money. So please, at least consider what I have to say in this matter. Starting from private properties, which I consider a trap, because I see toward what direction our politicians are leading our countries, which is the left-wing populism. So in the future, there will be more so-called equality and most likely some redistribution of wealth. Increases of taxes for the rich, which means people who own more than one or two properties, and small landlords might be additionally taxed to discourage people from owning too much, because our society becomes poorer. It will be a sort of a fight with inequality inside our country. Now let's look at the most popular investment form, which is gold. Everybody with extra money is trying to invest in gold, including our countries, so maybe it's worth to hold and wait because the price appears to be constantly on the rise. Even if it's mostly rising slowly, but this is misleading. Because since 1971, the price of gold is market regulated, and the price of gold in 1980s was higher than today if we include inflation. So if you bought gold in the 1980s, you lost money. The most common backing for our national currency are either American bonds or gold, but everybody expects the American dollar to continue to fall, so those more reasonable central banks are purchasing gold to provide some backing for their national currency. In 1919, the price of gold started being regulated in London according to the agreement of 5 investment groups. This process is formally called gold fixing or gold fix. I'm sorry for my pronunciation in advance, and the names of those companies were NAM Rothschild & Son, Makota and Goldsmith, Samuel Montagu and Co., Pixley and Abel, Sharps and Wilkins. The system of those 5 banks is functioning till today, just the name of those banks has changed, and they are known as Barclays Capital, Deutsche Bank, Scotia Bank, HSBC, SocGen, Societe Generale. In practice, 5 representatives from those banks make a video conference together every day at 10:30 a.m. and 3 p.m. and later they publish the price for the public. 80% of the transactions in the gold market are performed internally between those 5 institutions. We do not know how many of those transactions are based on the market conditions and how many are pure creative speculation for their own profit, which means the gold market is most likely manipulated by those 5 companies, in my opinion. How much do you lose at the start while investing in gold? Around 7% from the purchasing price goes to pay off the gold producers and dealers. From the purchase and sell price when you enter the gold market, your loss grows to around 9%. If we plan to stockpile gold for an emergency use, for example during a serious economic crisis like the one which we may witness currently in Venezuela or Argentina, and if you selling your gold for whatever you need on the black market, your loss is around 30%, sometimes even way more because the black market dictates the price to the seller. Also note here, the black market operates fine as long they can smuggle gold out of the country elsewhere. But in a possible future global economic crisis, or in a scenario where we are operating within the final version of CBDC system, the black market most likely won't be able to function. So you might end up in a situation where you trade a few gold coins for a sandwich, assuming there will be anybody willing to accept it as a payment because of the law and regulations about gold, which will be introduced with time. According to my intel from the ground in Venezuela and Argentina, it's very difficult even today to find someone willing to accept gold from you as a means of payment, and even harder to find someone willing to accept crypto. Realistically, it simply doesn't work. If some trader, investor or other influencer is convincing you about an amazing future price or to purchase gold, silver or crypto, he is either possessed and dumb or he is doing that to earn money somehow from your actions directly. Gold is not a good investment, but is probably the best option from all which are covered in my material. And gold is the best for a long-term investment, for 20-30 years, but I do not think there is enough time to make that investment anymore, because I am convinced that the final version of CBDC introduction will also introduce another forced confiscation, or should I say forced sale of gold to our government, similar to the Executive Order 6102 from 1933. But this time we will witness something similar in all our countries, because our governments will need desperately backing for printing our currency, and gold will be seen as a strategic resource for functionality of a country during time of a serious economic crisis ahead. And if anybody tells you that any new public currency might be fully backed up by gold, creating a new gold standard for any public currency, do not listen to this nonsense. Such people do not understand what they are talking about, and I'm telling you this with full confidence. Gold standard is a limitation for economic development, and it's unrealistic to be introduced today anyhow, simply because there is not enough gold on the planet to make the price of gold to be economically and financially functional within our global system. For those who want to understand exactly why, I will try to illustrate. Imagine that we are backing up US dollar or euro with gold standard, and suddenly your wedding rings or golden earrings of your wife or mother would allow you to buy a house or a boat for over 250,000 US dollars. Because that's how much such a small amount of gold would have to be priced on the market to fully cover the amount of currency in circulation. And using gold in a situation of state or system collapse. Let me tell you how the reality of using gold looks like in some fallen countries of South America. You need to be very careful with buyers because sometimes when you are trying to sell precious metals in some fallen South American countries, you might end up marked as a target by some bad guys. So after attempting or successfully completing a transaction, if you notice you being followed, do not return to your home and do not expose your close ones at any risk of being raided during a night or even day, or kidnapped for ransom. If you were unlucky enough to be targeted by professionals, they got men in the police, so they can track you down with your car registry plates. Also, you must assume they know what they are doing, so resisting during a home invasion or defending yourself might end up being a death sentence for your family. They usually respond very violently as soon as they are being fired back. If you barricade yourself at home well enough, they will smoke you out with Molotovs. It's really not worth defending yourself out there if you become a target, because your survival chances are better when you cooperate. The best thing you can do in such situations is to keep a giveaway stash, which might help you not to lose everything at once when they come for you. I think those type of threats will become a reality in the future also in Europe and in the United States. So take this information for your consideration, especially if you are planning to escape to some South American country during times of system destabilization or any serious crisis. And please do not forget what I said in the section about the final version of CBDC, where owning or trading unregistered gold without license might become a crime. Also, in the extreme case scenario, someone trading a sandwich might have a better bargaining power than you with your gold, because he is selling something you both need to survive while being offered in exchange a shiny useless metal. Please take those factors for consideration as well. People will give everything they can to obtain what's needed to survive in difficult situations, which might occur often in the future if the worst-case collapse scenario takes place. What about silver? The situation looks way worse. If we had bought it in 1980s, we would be crying today. Let me tell you a short story. Has any of you ever heard about Bunker Hunt? The Hunt brothers in the 70s were among the wealthiest people on the planet. Bunker Hunt and his two brothers had a bright idea, purchasing and stockpiling silver, believing that thanks to inflation they would be making money out of this process and that generally would have a power to manipulate the prices of silver on the market. They were buying and buying, even making deals with Arabic investors from the Middle East to buy even more silver, and they assembled around 10% of the world's silver in the market at the time. And their strategy was recognized as a threat by the world finance sector. In a very simple explanation, first Chicago Stock Exchange started playing dirty by changing the rules for those who operate in their market. Same thing later was done by COMEX Exchange. And Fed increased interest rates from 11 to 20%. Those were moves which made the Hunts declare bankruptcy in the 1988, because they had become the public enemy number one of the world financial market, and they had to be stopped. You cannot win against the world financial system. You cannot trick the system, because the system will play dirty against you with full government backing if you become a threat to it, as we could see that based on the Hunt's family experience. What about cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and others? Crypto was seen by some as a noble concept for people who wanted to break loose from the banking system, with a wishful thought that people would join in providing computing power to the blockchain and grow the crypto market to obtain independence from the banks. None of that came true, of course. Currencies need backing to be worth anything in trade. US dollars are backed by the threat of invasion of the US military and potential economic sanctions. Although they used to be backed by oil and before that by gold. A currency issued by any entity connected to the world banking system can be safely labeled as a World Banking System Debt Notes, or WBSDN. The American dollar, the Canadian dollar, the euro, the rupee, the yen, and the British pound are all examples of the WBSDN, as they are fundamentally a measure of debt, not a commodity value. Cryptocurrencies are backed by their computation time or storage volume, that is their span runtime on a computer. This is fine in a vacuum, as prices for goods can be experimentally determined based on the resources required to operate such a system. However, things like crypto markets exist, which are connections between the world banking system and the otherwise decentralized nature of cryptocurrency. Now, an independent token of value becomes backed not just by its machine runtime, but also by debt in form of the WBSDN, being exchanged for them. This connection effectively makes crypto a WBSDN and allows the same abuses that those types of currencies suffer from, namely speculation and market manipulation by the entities that can print more WBSDN at will. Crypto markets can thus be said to contaminate the otherwise freestanding decentralized cryptocurrency systems. It's a very unstable, speculative and constantly changing market, a pure gamble in fact, where the big players pump and dump currencies, basically controlling the market through various forms of manipulation. Some whales, owners of crypto wallets with lots of crypto on them, are ideologically guided, believing in the concept of storage and transfer of value without the interference of the banks. They believe crypto means freedom, and they often use their wallets to make the crypto market attractive during times of crypto crash. But there are also big players from the system who enter the crypto market territory with the idea of robbing people from their money, and they are currently controlling the market, baiting people to invest, and when the price is good, they dump for gains and to punish smaller, naive, greedy investors. The whole system of how those whales operate reminds me of a casino. Sometimes you must let some guests win to power up your scam machine even more. But in the end, the house is the only true winner. Some wallets operate like they have a crystal ball. They magically know exactly when to buy and sell. Those are a proxy wallets owned by a certain whales at the top. So, the possible manipulation from those with very least impact on the value and ending up with those with the biggest impact. Individual regular clients. Every person which operates on the crypto market has an impact on the value. Next in line obviously are influencers, the people who are able to convince a larger number of investors to perform certain actions on the market. Next are those with actually slight significant impact on the market situation, and those are mass media, especially in South America. By delivering certain information, they are able to either encourage or discourage a larger number of people to perform certain actions. Next are bots, which are programmed to perform automatically certain actions on the market based on the market data situation. There are many of those. Nobody knows who their owner or creators are. Definitely some institutions are involved, but anyway, the action of one mostly creates a chain reaction activating other bots which combined together to either a mass sell or buy are able to affect the value of specific cryptocurrency in the market. Next, cryptocurrency mines. Bitcoin, same as most cryptocurrencies, are based on a proof of work. In this case, people need to use energy to create Bitcoin, to put new Bitcoins into circulation, and based on the price of the energy consumed by the cryptocurrency mine, the miner might adjust the sale price for the specific crypto adequately to the price of the consumed energy to produce new crypto. Next in line with a significant impact are whales, people or institutions with a huge wallets of crypto. Those people have so much that if they decide to sell, they are able to impact the value of all the crypto in the market. Obviously, we do not know who they are, what their principles or ideology are. So, the whole time while you are a client who operates on the crypto market, you are at the mercy of those people. Next, with a huge impact on the value are the crypto markets, which are currently the major sellers of crypto, and for each transaction they obviously take a fee based on the demand and supply for specific cryptos, which means the crypto markets with a drop in what they earned through fees are affecting the price, taking more and more control over the general crypto market. And let's not forget about the insider trading. And the biggest impact on cryptocurrency have futures market, which can be compared to derivatives market, but in a crypto world, dominated by institutional investors. Manipulations exist everywhere, in every market, including gold, silver, and every other. But manipulations in the cryptocurrency market are even easier for those with lots of money. In the crypto market, you may quickly gain a lot, but you may also lose even faster. And the majority of investors are losing their money. In 2022, over $2 trillion vanished from the crypto market. Many investors lost their money going through tragedies in life. As always, poor, greedy, and naive people pay the highest price. Many of the so-called crypto investors are falling for the propaganda of the crypto influencers and other specialists, who are luring those naive investors into a trap, talking about a promising future for a crypto market, where in reality there is none. And the most obvious reason why is the one I already explained in my material about CBDC, where I clearly stated that when the final version of CBDC will be implemented, the crypto market will be banned by law, or cut off from the exchange with the mainstream CBDC financial system. If you wish to hear the details again, please go back to the section of my video about the second major threat to our future existence. The crypto market is just a casino, and will remain this way until the final version of CBDC will be implemented. And those who won't have escaped from that market on time will lose their money forever. So now we are moving closer toward the actual presentation of the plan, with the solution to all the problems which I explained so far. But before I lay down the plan itself, I must explain my work from the past 4 years. When I presented my initiative to the wide public for the first time in 2020, I never intended to lead anything. But this time I am forced to take the leading role because I see no reasonable alternative. In the past, I was only trying to present the solution, explain what must be done and how, help to organize whatever needed, and I wanted to support already popular leading figures who were seen as the representatives of the voice of the reason in the West, in the realization of the presented solution. They had people behind them, possibilities. They had the range and position of authority and credibility among people like us, who were concerned about the situation already at the time. All they needed to do was to act reasonably and consider what I proposed. In my first plan presentation, I pointed out 6 general objectives. One of the objectives was to inform people about this plan's existence, and it was to be accomplished with the help of already existing influencers. To make this plan succeed, I must reach enough people, from among which the most skilled and competent will join our work over various projects which are a necessary element of this plan to succeed. I will present later on the details. The idea to accomplish this objective was to engage myself in public debates, discussions about possible solutions for our situation, and to promote this plan through already well-established propaganda tubes and influencers, who also claim that they are concerned about our situation and our future. At the time, until today, nobody has presented any solution. They always just shout noble empty slogans, such as we need to organize, we need to elect Trump or some other pseudo-anti-establishment individual. We need to be strong, united, to put on some, and I quote, armor of God and win.
Our elites have declared a war on us, and now it is time for us to put on the full armor of God, fight back, and win. Thank you so much.
Because our future is at stake here, and other noble sounding empty talking like that which doesn't change anything as it is visible in our miserable situation today. I sent dozens of emails, even made video appeals, and I ended up ignored by the majority of them, no matter how kind and helpful I was trying to be. So it made me realize I am reaching out to people who do not really care about the real solutions. Most of them are just doing this to appeal to people like us, asking for support by leading us to nowhere or intentionally misleading us to waste our time, money, and to keep us idle, as I explained before. There are always idiots or sellouts pointing at the wrong enemy, dividing, deceiving, misleading. We must be smart and reasonable on our own to consider arguments and ideas from every side and to decide what is right or wrong, or what to support. Risk will always be involved in one form or another, but if we don't take the necessary risk, we will lose everything. But some did respond. They fed me with fake friendship and supportive stance for a show. Some of them had around 1 million followers, and I ended up left behind by them in the moment of truth when I actually requested their assistance to promote this plan. Some of them were probably not competent enough to understand how important my work is for the future of us all. Others probably intentionally deceived me or ignored me because they didn't really care or were paid by third party to keep us idle and distracted. I will leave this for your individual interpretation. Judge them by how our situation looks like today and by what they offer for us to do to change our situation for the better. Just be reasonable and objective while judging their actions because you might be deceived as well. The point is I could not accomplish my task without their help. In their position they could afford to ignore my appeals to cover up the existence of what I was proposing, and I could not move further with my limited range. Not without their help, no matter how hard I was trying. I was really expecting at least one of those with a lot of followers that I knew to be sincere and to do what's right when I asked them to, but it simply didn't happen. But some interesting individuals heard my message and reached out to me in private. They proved themselves to be helpful, very often in critical moments for my work when I struggled to accomplish certain projects on my own. I will explain details of their help later on. This time I won't be asking in private for help from any influencers and propaganda tubes. Whatever needs to be done to help me reach a sufficient number of people will be presented in this material, and will be done on our own, probably thanks to help of people like you. The detailed instructions will be provided later on. Based on my experience at times, I thought the majority of people were not ready yet for the solution which I presented, because they clearly preferred to lie to themselves that the situation will get better, that people are waking up, that Trump as a president will fix everything for us, and other nonsense like that. I hope people had enough time to learn the hard way that we must do way more than we thought we should, because the situation since then has become much worse for all of us. So hopefully people like you will take my appeal seriously this time, giving me the credit of trust and follow my instructions in my initiative's plan realization, because there is nothing else that we actually may do, and that will be sufficient to allow us to shape our own future as people of European culture and heritage. My initiative is a global operation, a universal plan which will allow us to either regain control by shaping our fate within the current system or after the current system collapses on its own. Being prepared for every possible scenario which we may predict is the most reasonable approach to move forward, and I am usually able to take into consideration a lot of different factors from many different angles, which I proved, I hope, by revealing various information in this material. This operation is going to be very ambitious, complex, and I will need lots of help from many very specialized and experienced like-minded people who will contribute to my work with their own skills and wisdom. But the most important thing is that if we motivate ourselves to act responsibly and to use presented opportunity, we can successfully make a true stand for the future of our civilization and our nations. This plan is a chance which we cannot afford to ignore and lose because there's really nothing else that we can do. While presenting this plan first, I will generalize the main objectives. After that, I will start explaining the details, and near the end of the plan presentation, I will provide direct guidance and instructions about how someone like you may help in this plan realization. While explaining various projects from the plan, I will also be explaining how we are going to benefit from them on an individual level. So, what is this plan about? It's about creating a system within the current global system, with its own principles, structures, and organization, which will help us become strong, representative, and influential group of the true or traditional European nations and civilization all over the world, either within the current world system or outside of it, if the current system collapses or destroys itself in a possible world conflict scenario. In this initiative, our organization will have many different forms, but the most official and the strongest one will be operating in a form of an international corporation, with its own trade market and means of exchange, which will grant us legal grounds to build our own economy and a system within the current system to eventually grant our representatives a true position of power within our countries, within the current world system, or in whatever that will come afterwards. And I know how it sounds, how ambitious or unbelievable to accomplish for most of us based on our current situation. But it can be done, and this plan objectives are necessary minimum to make a difference, to give us all a chance in the future, and I will explain everything, all the objectives and how to achieve them. I will tell you about the risks, chances, and opportunities, explaining in detail how to overcome the obstacles and any other problems which may arise during the realization of this plan. I did my best to think about everything, to consider every factor, but you will judge for yourself while hearing the whole plan presentation. And if I am forgetting about anything, please inform me about it, as I instructed to do so in the organizational section at the beginning of my material. As I stated before, I am presenting you the information. You will need to analyze it on your own and make some decisions. And remember, we are under time pressure. If we hesitate for too long, or if we act too slow, it might lead to a point of no return, where the implementation of this plan won't be possible, such as the implementation of the final version of the CBDC, which will make the realization of this plan not possible anymore. An interesting fact, I may say, is that some people already did this in the past. They started as a minority, united by values, identity, operating as communities, traders, business owners, bankers, spread all over the globe, but with respect to a position of authority at the top, which was uniting them all and which made them, with time, one of the wealthiest and most powerful influential groups of people in our world. We will just have to do what they did, but better. And if someone already is thinking this is not possible, then what? Are we too intellectually incompetent not to recognize what's right and wrong, and not to do what must be done when the opportunity is being presented, and why there is still time? Are we too coward to stand up and work for our future together because we are too afraid of exposing ourselves at any risk from the reality of our system, knowing that if we don't do what's needed, we will definitely lose everything in the future? Are we too indoctrinated and conditioned to be selfish and short-sighted, divided, caring only for our families instead of acting for the sake of an international group with mutual ethnic and cultural heritage as a collective, for the sake of European people and the civilization which we inherited from our ancestors, for our heritage, our place in this world in the future, for the safety and security of our future generations? Are we so dumb or ignorant that we can't engage ourselves in acting responsibly while we cruelly witnessing the destruction of our society, our traditional values and our way of life? I will tell you what to do and how to succeed, but my initiative is for many people. It needs people, and I understand clearly that my future depends on the well-being of those people and on our European nations remaining European. So we must accomplish what I will present in this plan, or we will accept our fate, doing basically nothing that matters to oppose our destruction. Because no matter what you are doing for yourself alone, or with your family, it won't be enough when Europeans will become outnumbered minorities in a police state system which our ruling elites are cruelly preparing for us. We do what I present in this video or we are screwed. And there won't be any place to escape to, because even if you directly avoid the impact of our changing world, our future generations definitely won't. Remember that. One of the problems with people is that the majority of us will stand up when we have nothing left to lose, when we are already living in a world of mess, and the bad situation around us is directly affecting our personal wallet and way of life. But when it comes to that point, it will already be too late for the majority of us. Once again, time is not on our side. We need to decide and act fast. So the general plan is about creating a system within the current world system, designed in order to survive the collapse of the current system or allow us to secure a position of power and influence within the current world system if it's not going to collapse. Now I will explain exactly what must be done, how to accomplish everything, and why, so you may understand all of it on your own. But please remember, I will be addressing a solution for a very complex problem, which requires a complex explanation to address many different issues related to our current situation. For our luck, I am good at solving complex problems, but anyway, I am asking for your patience while processing all those information with me. Remember always what is at stake here. So, how to build a system within our global system? By focusing our work and efforts around the establishment of a large-scale business operation, which will consist of newly created businesses of strategic importance and assembling around them newly created smaller businesses or already well-established businesses which would like to join this ideologically guided business operation. Why is it all about businesses? Because to establish and grow like-minded communities in a real world on a larger scale, you need to build them around business, which can provide jobs and other opportunities to those people. This is the most efficient method which can be implemented on a mass scale. When you are trying to unite people only by their ideology or religion, while leaving them on their own to survive in our world, in almost all cases, such communities will fall apart with time, especially in the future, where things will become more rough for the life of regular people. We need strong and stable communities in a real world. So how to create them and to make them grow effectively? Assemble like-minded people around one major or few smaller businesses in the center and keep expanding. When we already have a successfully functional business and like-minded people working with us, you do not stop. You continue investing and expand your business operation, building partnership with like-minded individuals, and with more viable jobs at your business operation, you attempt to grow your community. A process like this will bond like-minded community members who work together for mutual interest and their survival way more than any religion or philosophy. I understand that probably most of us do not have any idea or ability about how to build business on their own. I will explain everything, how to organize all of this, how to build all of that without even needing to rely on people with their own business initiatives, except my own. How to find competent like-minded people or how to solve the problem of money for the necessary investments. I will explain the details later on. So how do we proceed with the following this plan and the achievement of the main objectives? There are two possible ways forward. If I said we build an international organization where private independent initiatives will be developing their own businesses and communities in the direction pointed in the plan, in coordination with the leadership of the central organization, then I would be asking and expecting too much. I tested this in the last few years. I did something like that and I was monitoring how things were going. For example, there was a small Christian community in the US. They had land, assets, and few businesses, means and possibilities. In 2 years, they managed to grow their community by a single family, and their business development was basically frozen in place while having all of that. Telling people the general idea about what needs to be done is simply not enough, in most of cases, to make this work. A clear guidance and telling people what to do by someone more specialized with a clear vision is necessary. Similar to how white-collar syndicates operate in Italy by having their own lieutenants and so on. What I am trying to say is that there will be two possible ways for the realization of this plan. One is more based on a wishful thinking and general messages, giving people general guidance to grow and expand their own businesses, communities with the protection and coordination of the central organization in form of this so-called corporation. And the second, which is most likely going to succeed, where individuals with their own businesses and communities are taking direct instructions and investment from the central organization, similarly to how current international ruling elites own megacorporations, buy shares, and how they rule within our system. From my perspective, I really think if this plan is to succeed, then the second option is how it will all move forward in most of the cases. Time will tell. But both strategies will remain open all the time. If some supporters from outside will be successful on their own with building and growing their own business operation and community, it will make things easier and faster for all of us to accomplish the main plan on time. So I personally think, based on my observations so far, that everything will be growing around the central organization, around my direct initiative and this corporation, which will be strategically making major investments in individuals or communities and their business projects, and not the other way around. I'm sorry, but independent initiatives simply don't work most of the time. Many people are not competent enough to act independently for various reasons. Some lack vision, others lack the motivation to grow if they feel well established and can provide for themselves and their families a comfortable life. Some lack ambition or ideas, and some are simply afraid of becoming too big and having too much to manage. I have tested this over in the past few years. The majority of people need to be directly told what to do, what to focus on, and very often even how to do it. In my plan from years ago, I was hoping that we could start many initiatives in many different countries around the globe because many like-minded people already own their own businesses or farms, and combine them all into one major business operation similar to how Asiatic League was created in the past. But today I am convinced it will start slow from my own personal initiatives. The other smaller businesses will start being created around. People will be joining, providing skills, expertise, assets, and resources of their own, increasing the range of our operation with time. But once again, I will be happy if there are successful business owners over there with ambition and who can grow on their own. But I am not expecting or demanding from any of you to succeed with the realization of my main initiative. I really prefer the first option, which is still possible if the right people will reach out to me and join. I am open to everything. A rapid growth in many countries around the globe would help us win lots of precious time. The decentralization of this operation at a national leadership level will develop according to our progress and will mirror how the current rulers of the system decentralized their own structures. I previously explained the details of this system when addressing the threat of our ruling elites. In simpler terms, the decentralization and command structure of this operation will evolve to match the initiative's growing size, needs, and possibilities. We will always need competent people to take various responsibilities in their own countries, which are not easy to find. In every country and continent where we operate, we will need independent organizational cells to represent our initiative and manage our business operations at the national level. A national-scale organization will be created, bringing together like-minded supporters to realize this plan. As stated before, we must operate in every country with European people around the globe, constantly growing and expanding our business and the local like-minded communities around them. In many cases, our businesses in different countries will operate as separate entities, owned by trusted local citizens and our trusted representative, who is competent and devoted to our principles and mission. This approach will be taken when necessary for legal reasons, while still respecting the central organization's leading position, as long as the central group remains operational. We will be playing by the rules of the system, according to the laws and regulations of every country where we will operate, but we will also be adapting to constantly changing situation. This is also one of the reasons why an international cooperation is necessary, because if something becomes too difficult for our business in one country, we must be able to back it up from or relocate to another. National-scale operations will always be at the mercy of the government of the country where it's taking place, while our international initiative will always provide possibilities offered by the global arena, and it will require an internationally coordinated attack at our structures from our enemies to shut us down, which is way more complex, difficult to do or justify thanks to the international pacts and regulations, which regulate the international trade and the business cooperation. Any divisions of my initiative and its leading cells will make us weaker and less coordinated. So such decentralized leadership and organization should be applied only in case of emergency or crisis. Otherwise, we must preserve a monolithic structure and functionality as long as possible. Some people with an irresponsible mindset may say that we should start independent initiatives working on the realization of this plan, maybe even at the national level instead of an international one. The most successful one should take the leading role by dominance and expand. The first major problem with this strategy is that nobody who represents our side in the struggle anywhere around the globe is wealthier, more influential and powerful than those bad actors who pose as they are on our side, but who are realistically being backed up by the current rulers of the system. So the bad guys with a huge advantage at the start would instantly hijack this operation. So we must assemble everything we got around one major initiative, hoping it will be enough to give us a chance of accomplishing this plan on time. The second reason is that if we apply this form of strategy, we could repeat the scenario of the old Greece, where you had many independent city-states, too small and weak on their own to build anything relevant to secure their future, and too divided by ego-driven kings and other leaders who were too short-sighted to make the best decision for all Greece as a collective, unable to show solidarity and effectively coordinate their defenses against strong united empires from the east. Also, I do not want to end up in a situation one day where, for example, I appeal to our organizational cell in Britain, Spain, or Portugal, or Poland with the full autonomy about something that they must help with in another side of the world, and hear a response from the short-sighted, foolish, charismatic local leaders stating, "It's not our business." Because with this mentality and lack of strict coordination and cooperation at the international level, we all will lose. The power structure in this operation will be decentralized, but there will be a clear chain of command, and there must be a one leading group center, or a one king, for an effective, strong leadership. Obviously, the word king is a metaphor here, but yes, there must be one person at the top, gluing all of this together, resolving inner conflicts, assigning the right people to the right positions and responsibilities, and keeping them in line, and who has the top position of authority, allowing him to make the final call about the most important strategic decisions. And if such person ever starts drifting off the plan realization or acts anyhow irrationally against our interest, betraying what this operation stands for, simply expose such person for it and turn your back on him, as I explained it before. If we had always independent, competent politicians ruling our countries, there would be no more wars between our European nations ever again. The same applies to this operation, because if everything goes according to plan, a new international organization will be created, with its own clearly defined power structure. When we are united, we might become strong enough to have an impact on our situation and the future. But the black sheep might appear, sellouts or people not competent enough to see the bigger picture. And sooner or later, under noble slogans of independence, they might be attempting to destroy this united structure. Do not let any local community leaders or national representatives of our operation divide us and make us weak ever again. If we build our strong position in this world, we must preserve it. If someone has issues with the direction of the leading group center of this operation, then point it out to us. We may always discuss any problematic subject in public. As a supporter, listen and consider arguments from all sides before jumping to any conclusions. Think always by yourself, question everything, choose what is right or wrong and who to follow or not to preserve our position as a strong united people in this world. People who will try to divide us without good reasons very often might be bad actors motivated by their own ego and stupidity, or more shady reasons. There will always be black sheep trying to intentionally sabotage the success of this operation, so pay attention to any actions and voices of any figures with authority which might lead to the outcome of dividing us, and think twice before you decide to follow any voices which will be calling for more independence of the national organizational cells, because they clearly want us to remain small instead of united and strong. Once again, united we will have a chance to prevail, to work it out. Divided we will fall, and we must assemble for this initiative everything we got under one single chain of command. If the supporters of this initiative do not like what we do or intend to do, and if we are ignoring their reasoning without providing a solid reasoning of our own, people may simply abandon us. There is this power triangle system, where supporters at the bottom control their national organizational cells and its local leaders, who will be always our representatives. They may always express their approval or disapproval about their doing in our poll match platform. And if there is a problem with any of them, they can be replaced by the decision from the leading group center. But in case the central leading group becomes toxic, acting against our interest, the national organizational cells may team up and, with the approval of its supporters, reject the authority of the central leading group center and replace it with something new. At the most advanced stage within the current system, you may picture the central leading group as a board of directors of a corporation, which should allow the directors, which at the same time will be the leaders of the independent organizational and representative cells at a national level, to remove even the men at the very top. This is the best system for power structure which we may use. I planned everything in such a way to make sure that even an army of bad guys infiltrating our ranks won't be able to do any significant damage to this operation because of the strong, clearly defined power structure and the supporters of this operation from the public who will be able to monitor our work thanks to our full transparency policy and expose any actions against our interest and bad fruits among our ranks in every country. Everything we do, intend to do, our plans are shared with the public. We are not racist, hateful, we are not doing anything illegal or compromising the operation or its supporters. We are just citizens concerned about the current situation, working together to secure our well-being in the future in our own countries, by combining our possibilities and working over the realization of a plan which is to benefit us all. Our hands are clean and are to remain this way. We have nothing to hide, nothing to be afraid of or be ashamed of. The logic behind my claims will be very easy to understand later on. And for those already existing community leaders and their communities, I am confident that you did not know about some of the threats which I revealed in my material, and you will also need what some of the projects for my plan offers to secure our well-being in the future, on the long run. So please be reasonable. Do not lead your community members into a dead end because of your ego. Please offer your support and respect my position in my initiative, because without the implementation of my plan, communities like yours are not going to survive on their own for reasons which I already explained before. And as I stated before, I will not interfere into your community politics. If your community prospers remaining loyal to our core values and principles, you may expect our help and investment from our side to boost up the development of your own community when we have the capability to do that. I hope my request and structure of the power system in this operation sounds fair and reasonable for all those who are interested. As I explained before, if we are to have sufficient strength to make a true stand for our future, this must be a global initiative where we work together internationally doing our best based on our possibilities. From my side, I promise that as long as I lead this operation, I will never prioritize one nation or a country over the others. And all my future actions, decisions will be guided by pure strategic interest to benefit this operation and all of us. What unites us is not our nationality, but our traditional European heritage, and the goal to preserve our culture, way of life, and the fact that our homelands are being colonized and our society morally and spiritually destroyed. For me, it's irrelevant if you are Nordic, Slavic, Germanic, Balt, or European American of British ancestry or any other, because we are all Europeans. And we must work together for our mutual interest as a minority compared to the population of the rest of the world. From my perspective, our close cooperation and devotion to the realization of this plan, our loyalty to the cause and respect to the authority of the top leading structures in this operation is the only way we may become strong in our currently marginalized position within our countries. Some may not like what I will say now, but this operation for me is not a business, but a duty and a mission. But I am smart enough to understand that for us to gain power, we need to focus on building international business operations and a solid, strong cooperation. If this system does not collapse anytime soon, then in the future the world might be ruled by mega corporations. We must be sure to become one of them while it is still possible. The international decentralization of this operation is necessary for our success, but under one chain of command. I am convinced that there is simply no other way to make this work in the end. I want to also repeat and clarify that everything must be public and transparent. The more discreet you are, the easier it is for your enemies to make up and spread lies and other disinformation about you. And also the people who want to join and help must understand what they are getting into. Nothing that I propose to do is illegal anyhow, or requires any secrecy to succeed. We are open and welcoming organization, and we are building whatever is needed to make a stand for our civilization. We have every right to do so. And if any country or government has the best interest of its culture, people, and even economy at heart, they will support us in what we are trying to build by following this plan. As I mentioned before, there are few business areas or business operations of strategic importance for the success of this plan which are necessary to secure the future of us all. Those business initiatives will always be at the center of this whole operation with the highest priority for their realization, and they will be the elements of the so-called corporation. Please note here that the first major step to proceed with the realization of the projects from the plan is to assemble people around this initiative. Because we need to know in advance if people actually care and are willing to help. We are doing this for our future. We will need numbers and competent people available to help. We must see that people care and are willing to engage themselves instead of only observing and waiting for opportunities they may benefit from while we do all the work alone, exposing ourselves to the risk and investing our resources and time into all of this. After people like you analyze my material, I will need to see that people stand with me and are doing their part, to evaluate if we have a possibility to move on or not. It is not exaggeration to say that we will need what this plan and its projects provide to survive. You should come to the same conclusion on your own after hearing my explanation about what those projects are about exactly. Now I will explain to you what those business and projects are and why they are so important for all of us at the individual level. There are 5 companies and projects of huge strategic importance which must be established and accomplished in order to give us sufficient chances to survive and success in the future. The first companies from the plan are technologically oriented. They will require competent personnel with a specific type of specializations, but as I mentioned at the beginning of my material, this operation is designed to benefit all of us, no matter if we are poor or rich, or if you are a farmer or a high-tech engineer, because in the final outcome, all of us will have the opportunity to benefit equally according to the contribution made for the realization of this plan. We won't leave people behind, but our possibilities will be limited based on to what extent we will manage to develop this plan. So I do not know yet how much this operation is going to grow, but we will always continue expanding to involve and help as many people as possible. The order of the realization of the companies in the plan and the mentioned projects may change. Some must be implemented as soon as possible. The others may be postponed for various reasons. We won't afford to create everything at the same time because of lack of qualified manpower and the resource shortage we will struggle with at the early stages of this operation. All those major companies in the plan have a double purpose. On the one side to make profits, on the other to provide us with necessary means and possibilities which will improve our survival chances in the future in case of a crisis. The first company from the plan which must be created is an IT business, with its primary purpose being to keep everything formal, organized, maintained and coordinated, while at the same time becoming a profitable enterprise to work for itself. and from which we will continue expanding and growing new businesses later on. This company will serve its purpose within this system, or in case of a possible collapse scenario, in a more decentralized form in the post-collapse world. Details will be explained later on. This type of company should be easy to establish in any country of our choice. It's also easier at the start to distribute digital products worldwide instead of those in physical form. Working over most of the projects can be done remotely, which will make things much easier for us, especially if some like-minded specialists might be spread all over the world. Personally, I do not see any issues with remote work as long as the workers perform their responsibilities well, remaining self-disciplined, and provided that they accomplish everything on time. This company will have a subdivisions, or more like sub-projects. A few will be primary, the remaining optimal, but helpful for our cause, and will be started when there will be need and possibility to do that based on each project's priority. Now I will list all of them and explain in detail how they will benefit us and what those subdivisions and projects actually are. The first major mandatory project in this company, which will be developed and maintained, is the Polmash platform. Polmash is a necessary multi-purpose platform and, in the future, a whole system, which will become a main tool for a proper organization, control and monitoring system for the whole operation and all its future projects, as well as a platform where people may find like-minded friends, new members for your communities, business partners, find and offer jobs, or even where they will be able to search for love. I already started development of this platform over a year ago. It's not completed, but it's functional to serve its purpose. There are around a dozen of videos with its own playlist explaining this platform functionality and features on my main channel. But this platform will resolve for us, and especially for me, all the first problems when it comes to filtering people we want to associate with or not, and providing statistical data which will help me to evaluate what we can actually do and where, knowing the size of our support and countries and areas with the largest concentration of like-minded people involved in supporting my initiative. Only when I know exactly what we are standing on, I will be able to continue moving forward making the proper strategic decisions about the realization of the plan, or not. The platform address is of course polmatch.com. At the current stage of development, the platform is very primitive, but in the final form it is to be a fully interactive world map with a proper interface where by clicking on different places around the world you will be able to browse through files of like-minded people in a specific continent, country, region or area, business or job opportunities and so on without compromising the user's true identity. As I said, the Polmash platform will become a control panel for this operation, with many specialized features and functions, so it's not only about networking and finding people. Thanks to this platform, we all will be able to know, with statistical data, what is our potential, numbers, and in what areas around the globe we have the biggest accumulation of like-minded individuals, which will help us make proper strategic decisions in the future, such as where to invest and in what local initiatives to benefit the operation the most, and much more. Worth mentioning is the fact that the platform, besides serving the organizational purposes for this operation and for our like-minded communities around the world, will help like-minded individuals find partners for life in the most efficient dating system possible, assuming the platform will become popular enough among people with our mindset around the globe. Why is it the most efficient? Because the profiles for finding friends or possible love partners are designed in such a way to expose everything that's important about a person to establish a successful, long-lasting relationship with someone similar, while not revealing anything that could reveal who the other person really is. So you will be able to learn what the person is like without knowing who the person really is. It will allow you to learn in advance the most important information about the other person to decide if it's someone worth your attention and time, before you even start any interaction. A system like this will help you to save lots of time and money, which normally are sacrificed on discovering the other person for weeks or months, while here you will have on a plate everything that matters in advance, knowing what to expect. When you find the profile of a person who matches your preferences, you just start the interaction, discovering who that person really is, verifying the information from the profile of an interesting individual, and as soon you find yourself exposed to a lie, you simply react as toward any serious red flag and walk away. So our dating system might save you lots of time, nerves, and stress, preventing you from making any critical mistakes while building a relationship with someone worthy of your attention, someone like-minded, of similar qualities, and with mutual concerns about our situation in this world, and with the similar life goals. Once again, I made videos presenting the features of this platform. I suggest you watch them yourself if you are interested in learning more. One of the greatest benefits of this platform for someone like you is that we will be able to find and reach out to each other in a real world in a way more efficient way than ever possible, drastically increasing our chances of finding what or who we need. At the same time, drastically growing our chances to discover friends or love with someone who matches our values, heritage, and way of life. And one more tip. If we want an efficient system to find love partners for a lifetime, we need to focus the activity of like-minded people on one major platform dedicated to this purpose. Because when we are spread on many smaller platforms, often limited to a national level, the efficiency and chances of finding like-minded soulmate or a partner for a lifetime are much lower than when we accumulate similar people on a single platform with a single search engine. The Pollmatch platform is to serve the operational management staff in the first place. Regular users may find their friends, love, community members or communities to join, jobs or offer jobs, business partners, and other mentioned before. But it will be also a platform to monitor our work, for supporters to express their opinion by voting on various strategic decisions and investment decisions of the operational management staff, to see how many people approve our decisions and the next planned moves. So even if the final strategic decisions will be made at the top of the operational management staff, the supporters will be able to influence those decisions. Or if we ever betray our cause, or the interest of the people which we represent at the global stage, the supporters may simply turn their back on us. The further impact of the Pollmatch platform on our functionality, organization, and the whole operation will be explained later on while addressing specific aspects of the next projects from the plan. The second mandatory project, which must be developed later on, when and if we will have a wide network of people involved, by the first division of the IT business company, is a TradeMatch or a TradeStrat platform, as it was originally named. TradeStrat is one of those critical projects for the operation, and it would be basically our own internet trade market operating globally. It would be a hybrid market, fitting perfectly to the current rules and regulations within our countries, the same way Amazon and eBay already do that today, but with a second privately available means of exchange, which you could call a corporate token or an incorporate currency. This market could become a base for a new economic bloc in the future, because it would be designed to survive the collapse of the current system, same as all the business companies of strategic importance for this operation, and which are the elements of this Planet International Corporation. I spoke a lot about this market in my old videos with the plan, so I won't be expanding on the details here. When it comes to the TradeStrat market, we are speculating a lot about its final form, because it is expected that the rules and regulations will continue changing in the future, which will be affecting the legal functionality of this market. And we will be forced to constantly adapt to the reality of the future world within the current system's functionality, and especially when they introduce the final version of CBDC. So how we will benefit from this project? By having our private alternative to the giants which dominate the world market today, where we may trade and do business with like-minded clients, business owners, and where we may obtain and preserve the means of exchange which will hold value even after a possible collapse of the current world market and the economy of our countries. How it will preserve its functionality after a possible collapse scenario? I will explain later on while discussing the Farmstadt project. This project in the future is expected to become one of our main money-making machines, whose profits will allow for a more rapid growth, development and creation of new businesses under the wings of our corporation. The third major but optimal project, which should be under development by the first division of the IT business company later on, will be an extended version of the Polmash platform, which is to be a control system for an entire country, allowing our governance to maintain control over our countries in a very easy and very efficient way. There will be a huge demand on such control systems for entire countries, especially during the final version of CBDC implementation, because our governance will want to tighten the control over the population and improve the efficiency of the state management and functionality in the same time. So if the government, its workers, administration, have a national scale integrated system to monitor and control the functionality of an entire country, with all its administrative wings, from police through fire departments, healthcare, education, including taxation and military, then such a system would further contribute into the destruction of corruption within the country, the same as improving the country's administrative and economic functionality. To illustrate you how such system would look and work like in the future, imagine a computer game where you control a country and its development, and where you can focus your control over every single city, town, or a village within that country. For example, by clicking on a fire department in some village, you can instantly have access to all the files of the workers there, its operational and field reports, if you are authorized to access this sort of data within the system, and various other tools of control, which will help you remotely monitor and manage small things within your country from the very top, if there is a need for that. This is another system, similar to the final CBDC version which I described before, worth billions for any country around the globe. Obviously I could design it, it would take years and it would need to be done individually for each country, and obviously we would need qualified people to actually code this monster. I think I know how to find and recruit such people. I will explain details later on. Another optional project of similar size, which we could start developing in the future assuming we have qualified specialists, means and possibilities, is basically the development of our own final version of the CBDC system for a national and global use, with the idea of offering such system to interested countries or maybe even for a global implementation, because I think if any country will be expanding the final CBDC system in the future for international use, they will be most likely hiring a private contractor or some banking institution to take care of the development and the maintenance of such system, and I think they will choose their own trusted, already established companies with reputation, and which have those shareholders which control all the major corporations in this world. But maybe, if I am wrong and they are really just open to hire more independent company or corporation, especially those who are the initial architects of such CBDC system, such as representatives of our company, for example, then it's pure logic that such a contract would be extremely beneficial for our operation. The final version of CBDC system will be eventually used in every central bank around the globe, and apps for such system will be used by every citizen of every developed country. It will become mandatory to have a personal wallet, ID, and more, as I explained before. So any corporation which will be responsible for the development, maintenance, and distribution of such giant system and its elements will quickly become one of the most wealthy and influential corporations on the planet. If you are a bit lost about why the final version of CBDC, which I call it chain, is so valuable and why it must be implemented in our system sooner or later, please jump to the chapter about the second major threat to our future existence, which I covered before. Assuming that the patent which we applied for will be approved in combination with the fact that we are developing the CBDC system might help us slow down the implementation of that system and earn us maybe some money from selling the license. Also, it's better if that system is developed by us and not some shady Muppet company of the global ruling elite. Another optional project, this time for the second division of the first company, would be TACMap, which is basically a tactical navigation map application. This multi-purpose military-grade application is designed for all sorts of war games, tactical orientation in the field, and planning for those who run around with paintballs in the forest and fooling around. For a private security, police use, fire department, to effectively fight off large-scale fire outbreaks, and update firefighters about the situation every second in need, ending up in a professional military use during small conflicts or even large-scale wars, even in case of the possibility that the satellite system and the GPS will be shut down or dysfunctional for whatever reason. TACMap is a tactical map which you can install, open on your phone, create a server, invite your friends or squad mates or even larger formations with more complex structures if there is the need for that, and where commanders and every single authorized individual may exchange intel with each other about their status, situation, positioning, and marking the possible threats and other points of interest on the map, which is shared and updated with a regulated access to various information with a specific group of users or with every individual person who should be informed about that specific information and the situation or any given orders from the higher-ups. The application will work in two modes. First, being synchronized not only with other phone devices but also with GPS navigation data, allowing you to track the movements of other users in your server in real time, offering the best efficiency to coordinate units on the battlefield, and thus avoiding friendly fire incidents or any other nasty surprises which may be an outcome of people losing orientation in the field of the operation and confusion about the situation. So this application is designed to provide tactical superiority when it comes to navigation and understanding of the situation of every single unit under your command or simply on your group server. The second mode is designed to function in offline mode, where there is no internet access or GPS signal at all, and where you may use any photo of local area map as a background map and where you may exchange intel about the map and situation on the ground manually with people in your group or your server, and where the communication between devices is relying purely on radio communication with a range of up to 10-kilometer radius in supporting terrain and conditions. If, for example, you connect your phone to a walkie-talkie device, I think this will be the first and only tactical navigation system designed to function even after a nuclear war, as long as you can have batteries. I wanted to develop this application in the past. I didn't have sufficient resources to accomplish this project at the time, so we invested in the development of Polmach instead because it's more important for organizational purposes. But because of that, we lost the opportunity to make a good money from the war in Ukraine or those in the Middle East, and lots of people died because of friendly fire incidents and other reasons related to lack of tactical navigation for units on the ground on the field of battle. Many lives could have been saved, and also good money could have been earned for our operation from this app, so it's a big shame. I do not think I need to explain here how much more this application will benefit us all in possible future scenarios which await our civilization, so I am leaving this up to your imagination. But for sure, our security formations will be using this military-grade tactical navigation system. Another sub-project from the IT business sector of the plan for this operation, which should be developed by a third division of the first company from the plan, or a separate company dedicated to this sort of business, is gaming company. And before some of you feel bad about this idea, hear me out. In the future, people will be more isolated than ever, especially younger people whose parents in most of cases will be working themselves to death to afford decent life for their families. The most affordable and popular entertainment for those people who will be hiding at home most of time, trying to avoid exposure to the brutal reality of the multicultural world or the low-trust society of the outside world, will be computer games. This is unavoidable, and symptoms have already been visible for years. Good games have a huge impact on the minds of people. In fact, better than any school education or any other mainstream media indoctrination. The people who play games actually engage themselves with their attention and thoughts into the games they play, memorizing the world and other aspects presented in those games. Unfortunately, the woke agenda and other mainstream propaganda are already being promoted, or should I say pushed, all over this sector of entertainment, annoying a large portion of the players as well. What I am trying to say is that if we want to reach young generations, teach them independent critical thinking, present them with alternative views or real history, the gaming industry is the only place where we can still do that and have a bigger impact on reaching those people than any influencer or book ever will. So this is the first reason. Games are a territory where we may oppose the woke propaganda and present young people alternatives and other brutal facts about our reality and how things were going through history for us for various reasons. And all we need to gain people's attention is a good game. And I have every reason to believe we have the best designers which are out there on the market, willing to work over our projects in this sector. A good game promotes itself on its own. No ads needed. People talk about what they enjoy playing and they gladly buy a good product to reward the developers, which makes me confident that if our products here will be opposing woke agenda or the exclusion of the players of European origin in their games, lots of players will appreciate that. So those are the reasons why we must enter the game industry sector, so we can teach people about the world and our brutal reality. A general recipe for a good game? Make or present the world in an interesting, brutal but realistic form. Provide a good story if there is a place for one. Address politically incorrect subjects or facts from our history, and provide for the engine and the game including multiplayer full modding support, so players can modify your game however they want and share joyful experience with their friends, contributing to your game popularity with time. Every gaming company should listen to the gamers and apply fixes and any modifications, giving them what they want. There is so much more to it, but in this material there is no place to expand on this subject further. Just be assured, the gaming industry is one of our targets. Additionally, when we have our own server stations in the United States and Europe, this gaming company will be responsible for the development and maintenance of an instant messaging and voice communication social platform, similar to Discord or Guided but better. The reason why we need a platform like this is because all platforms similar to those mentioned are under heavy censorship, and where people with politically incorrect opinions and their servers are being shut down. I experienced this form of censorship myself. You may say I am a freedom of speech absolutist, a real one, where I really don't mind people exchanging controversial opinions. I will always respect people with different opinions, even if my own personal opinions may be totally contradicting their stance. I will always welcome any criticism of my actions, plans, or even my own person. I do not mind when people call me names, speak bad about me, and if they have something of value to say, I will take it into consideration. From my side, I can promise you right now that I will not allow censorship on my watch as long as I will be allowed to do so on our platforms. But remember, we will be operating in different countries with their own laws and regulations, and some of those laws will be implemented to enforce censorship. And I stated before, we will always operate with our business network according to the laws and regulations wherever we will be operating. So if the state forces us to apply censorship of some sort, then always remember it's not my fault, and our company is not the one to blame here. I will always oppose any form of censorship as long as it's possible. Unlike other companies on the market, we won't have shareholders commanding us what to do, but laws and regulations must be respected in our business network. The last sub-company from the IT sector which we should create when the possibility arises, and assuming it will be still legal in the future to create and own this type of business except for those who monopolize their position already on the market today, is a company specializing in internet security, email and proxy services provider. Because today every single company which I am aware of on the market is not trustworthy when it comes to that. Third-party groups of interest are funding and promoting companies which intentionally sell the concept of keeping you safe and anonymous online because they know it will drag the attention of people with something to hide, and such data are valuable for private intelligence and surveillance companies. For example, I know the name of VPN service provider which is posing as European Nordic, while in reality it's a proxy of an Israeli-owned agency. There are many more like those offering encrypted communication or email services, while in reality their services are always programmed with backdoor access or entry, backing up your encrypted chat log and other information with the encrypted key being shared with a third party. As I stated before, as it stands today, we must be operating on the internet assuming there is no privacy or security online possible. If you are thinking differently and sharing sensitive information online anyhow, you are exposing yourself at risk. Second major component from the plan, which is also essential for our survival chances in the future and for the success of this operation, is a robotic company. And once again, hear me out before you jump to any wrong conclusions. I must expand on the explanation of the purpose of this company and its projects to avoid any misunderstandings. This is probably one of the most important companies from the plan, because what it will provide us with will have a direct impact on our safety and security either within the current system because of the rising violent crime, which I expecting in the future to escalate for reasons which I explained before in the chapter about the threat of the CBDC, or if the system collapses, because it will help individuals protect themselves and everything they have against possible outnumbering armed intruders. By releasing the constructions produced in this company to the open market, we will dictate new standards of the modern world public and private security. I will explain why later. The constructions which will be developed and produced in this company might provide you the best chances to keep your family safe, to help you guard your house or farm or your land, or generally protect any object or area which requires the best level of security. And the projects developed and produced in this company will serve its purpose even if the realization of the presented main plan fails to succeed at the end. We all will need what this company will be producing and selling on the global market. I want people like you to understand on your own why we need this technology and why is it so important for our future survival. Before I explain what those constructions actually are and what they are capable of, I want to remind everyone that I do not believe that the current mainstream projects such as humanoid robots or robodogs in military use have any future. Because even if robodogs might be functional, they will lack efficiency and a real practical application on the field. And we lack the necessary technology when it comes to batteries and AI to make humanoid robot independent and functional as autonomous units. And I do not expect this to change in making humanoid robots a valid concept to use in the military or police or generally in the security technology sector, simply because we do not have the necessary technology needed for this type of constructions. To make it absolutely clear for those curious who will be asking why, humanoid robots for their non-existent self-aware AI will need a fast computing hardware, additionally dozens of servo and stepper motors. All of that will need to be powered from non-existent compact batteries with sufficient capacity to make sure that the robot can actually do things instead of sitting at the recharge station every 10 minutes. Will we see humanoid robots on our streets? If ever, then yes, but they will be controlled by human operators. AI may control humanoid robots only in strictly controlled and pre-programmed environments, but in an open world, that's not going to happen. We do not have the technology for the reasons I mentioned before, and no matter how much we advance the algorithms or how much we train the AI, it will not become independent and self-aware because the margin of errors will be way too big, which means there will be very limited practical application of humanoid robots, and from an economic standpoint, it's more practical and efficient to simply use a mechanical arms on a mobile or stationary platform for repetitive tasks instead of a complex and flawed humanoid robot. Whoever tells you that independent humanoid robots are the future is lying to you, because first we need a new revolutionary self-aware AI with efficient and powerful mobile computers and battery technology, and I do not even see the potential for any of those in sight. I already explained it before in the economic section what the current AI technology is and how it works. The robots, which you may see in the videos doing repetitive basic tasks, are strictly programmed to do so. And more efficient, faster, less clumsy work can be done by a platform with mechanical arms instead, which were available for us already in the 90s of the 20th century. The technology needed for the constructions I want our company to focus on was available already in the 70s of 20th century. And for reasons unknown to me, no country in the world decided to focus on the development of this technology in the design form which I will present in just a moment. So, what are those constructions? In a huge generalization, a remotely operated monitoring platform capable of using non-lethal rifles, launchers, and so on for self-defense. In more simple words, a remotely controlled camera in which you may install a non-lethal weapon, which you also may operate remotely. For more simplified explanation, imagine you have a non-lethal rifle, which in the presented graphic is portrayed by a light machine gun MG34. You may carry your rifle yourself, which of course puts you at risk during any confrontation, or you may install your rifle on a remotely operated platform. So in our constructions, we replace the mechanical controls with cables connected to controlling computer of the operator, and the periscope with a specific digital monitoring camera, and you have a basic remotely controlled guardian. You may build an entire network, or should I say security system of guardians, which you may install anywhere around your property, inside your house, in the yard, all over the farm and so on, connecting the guardians by cable or wireless connection with your home controlling computer or a phone, and with that remotely defending your property and family. There are many specific features which make those guardians unique and practical in use, but about that later on. A year ago, around this time, I assembled a small team who were to construct prototype of my design and record a demonstration video of how efficient those constructions really are. I prepared all the plans with instructions step by step how to assemble and build one of those prototypes from parts available on the market. I had a person willing to construct and test the prototype at his farm in the US, and I had a programmer from Canada who was to create the controlling software. Unfortunately, overcoming problems with programming networking between various devices came out to be beyond his programming abilities. He did what he could, but we lacked professional programmers, so the best I can show you today are screenshots of the planet prototype itself. Before I show you what you need to see to grasp a better picture of how those constructions will look and may be used for, I want to inform you that I need to be very careful with how I present this concept for legal reasons. In one way, I want you to completely understand what it is about and how it can be used. In other way, I cannot present those projects as constructions for non-civilian use because the planet constructions are not weapons and are not to be seen this way. And the planet company is purely commercial and should not be seen as a part of any military industry anyhow. So, when I design my constructions, I am trying to make them maximally universal, without any specialized use, to not burden our future production line with too many variants of our product, or customers with needs to purchase different models for different functions. And in my design, I have accidentally evolved the universality of our constructions to a new level. As I mentioned before, I was designing our platform to use non-lethal rifles and launchers, and there are many different variants of those around the world. So our platform's rifle slot had to be adjustable or configurable to those different types of non-lethal rifles. You can check pictures of non-lethal rifles on the internet. I cannot show them in my material for legal reasons. The point is that those non-lethal rifles in its design look like real firearms or rifles. So by pure coincidence, my designs for our constructions became not only universal to use non-lethal rifles, but also real firearms. Obviously, we cannot be blamed for it. For the same reason, you cannot blame a drone producer for designing a drone which can be used for military purposes to carry a bomb. And this is our legal protection on the ground, because our constructions on its own are not a weapons. They may be equipped with a weapon only by the client, and they are designed for non-lethal rifles, which by a pure coincidence match the design of a real weapons, and it's not our fault. Based on those facts, nobody will be able to illegalize or limit the distribution of our constructions worldwide. Otherwise, they would need to illegalize the free distribution of flying drones. So I started testing my design with various firearm models to check how many different types will fit into my adjustable rifle slot. And the results are terrifying because almost all the types of main weapons fit in, from pistols to submachine guns, assault rifles, or even light machine guns, grenade launchers, and more, with all sorts of attachments and weapon customizations. I accidentally designed a universal weapon slot, fully adjustable to hold weapons of different size, weight, or even shape, as it is visible on the picture which I am displaying right now. The constructions visible on the graphic shows the inner skeleton of the platform, which is normally installed inside the exterior skeleton, which is holding the whole construction in place, and where the armor is installed. Because yes, my construction is designed in such a way that it allows customers to install a specific armor suit over it, or armor nest within armor plates, making the platform difficult to damage from incoming fire. There is more. Accidentally, the armor hit impact absorption rail, which I designed to consume the impact of the hits from the incoming fire, to preserve the inner skeleton's construction stability, which allows to maintain its aiming precision even when the platform is under heavy enemy fire, also serves a double purpose, because it allows to absorb the recoil effect of installed weapon of a bigger caliber or of a weapon with a higher rate of fire, which means the platform, even if it's designed to engage targets in a semi-automatic fire, can use installed weapon in a full auto mode, while preserving its stability and precision. So yes, those are a very universal constructions. Both the inner and the outer skeleton are made of a combination of steel and aluminium. By having access to customly designed parts of my requirements, which our business will definitely have, our constructions will be even lighter, more simplified in design, more solid and more damage resistant, even if at the current state the prototypes designed from the parts available on the market would be very difficult to severely damage or destroy. One of the reasons why I may afford presenting the concept of the security technology to the wide public is because with those constructions the design matters. For the same reasons, the designs of tanks during World War II had a decisive impact on the efficiency of a specific machine on the battlefields. And those constructions are my personal specialization from a very young age, so I do not think there is anybody out there in the world who could make a better designs without my help. Which means we could have an advantage even if some already existing company will try to steal the concept for themselves. This is about technology, which we must introduce and popularize and normalize in this world to give us a decent survival chance and before someone else does it. Because we must be in control of this technology. And I am the author of the universal and most specialized designs of those constructions for civilian use. I will now display a summarized characteristic of our constructions without going further into the design details, not to reveal too much. But here is what those platforms can do and what they can be used for. Consider pausing the video to read. The purpose of those constructions is to neglect numerological superiority and initiative, which bad guys may have when they outnumber you, outgun you, or when they have the element of surprise on their side, Within the current system, the guardian's job is to keep the intruders at bay from your house or a family until the police arrives. In a post-collapse scenario, you may re-equip the guardians with whatever you want, and I leave the rest up to your imagination. As I mentioned before, I was closely monitoring how the situation develops in fallen countries such as Venezuela, Haiti, and those in Africa and Middle East. Being armed does not give you super advantage. Even the opposite, because it often makes you a target for organized criminal groups, and while dealing with intruders or generally strangers at your gates, or an angry, desperate mob, the last thing you want is to face them yourself, because that instantly puts you at the disadvantage, especially if you are living alone or only with your family. The Guardians will become a standard equipment of any modern military in the future because they will revolutionize the standards and strategies in the future battlefields. They will also become a new security standard for prisons, police stations, banks, military bases, or any other private or government object which requires highest level of security, which should provide us stable profits, assuming we take the leading role in this industry by presenting successful designs. And yes, I understand the security system, if introduced in our countries, will evolve them further into more efficient police-state countries. But once again, it's better if we are responsible for producing and providing those constructions to the market, than if someone else will be doing it. Because the implementation of the security technology, the same as implementation of the final version of the CBDC, is unavoidable. And because I bet there will be dumb people out there who will design those constructions not only with the auto-aim AI, but also AI will be granted the power to decide opening fire on its own. And as I said before, I will not allow for a machine to make a decision about taking a human life away. Not on my watch. So we must be the ones producing them and dictating the standards for the others to follow. Why will our constructions be wanted on the market? Because they will be providing the best efficiency in the market, while at the same time will be affordable for regular citizens. And they will lower the upkeep costs for any object or institution which requires security personnel. Why? Because wherever you will install our security technology, you may drastically reduce the number of security personnel and, what follows, the costs of your security. Thanks to our technology, one security guard operating guardians will have the same efficiency and even bigger intimidation factor to discourage possible intruders than a 10 guards would have while patrolling the guarded place. Additionally, if we obtain the leading position in the market in the security technology sector, we will gain access to many wealthy people from all over the world because I assure you, for many of them, in the center of their concerns is the safety and security of their own families, and nobody will be able to outmatch what we will be providing. If we gain access to those sorts of people, we may tell them about our extended offer, such as a realization of our operation from which they may benefit from as well, in exchange for their own contribution to our cause. I could go on and on with the list of benefits and abilities of those constructions, but it's not what this material should be about. The point is, those constructions have the potential of being revolutionary in many aspects. They will not only generate good profits for us to benefit the operation, but are necessary for our next two projects on the plan, to secure our future and to give us an advantage in case our system is destabilized. I also designed a massive use system for those constructions, such as a Town Watch security system, which will be worth a lot of money for major cities around the world, but about that maybe in a different material. As I stated before, we need this technology, because without those constructions we might be easily outnumbered and overrun in specific future scenarios, and those constructions will give us a decent chance to handle difficult situations. The second project and responsibility for this company should be a drone development, a variety of specialized drones, because I believe drones will dominate a lot in the future, and we should have our own place in producing and developing those constructions as well. I especially hope that we can help people in the Republic of South Africa in time, providing them with my constructions or at least technology to keep their farms and households secured from any organized intruders, or at least to help them leave South Africa before any outbreak of full-scale civil war will take place. Those revolutionary constructions which I plan to mass produce in this company will provide solutions for many current world problems. For example, one of the security systems which I will introduce in the market might secure schools in America from possible mass shooter attacks. The same technology is able to completely lock down the southern border of the United States without need of any walls or even guard patrols. To summarize, we need this company and those constructions to benefit us on an individual level when it comes to maximizing our security in case of any crisis or to provide us huge advantage in the 2 next projects of this plan, which I will explain later on. I hope by revealing this information, I hope that you understand why is it necessary to set up this robotic company as soon as possible. At this stage of the operation, assuming we establish successfully the first business companies with the mandatory projects and that we have sufficient budget for extra spendings and traction, a new feature will be implemented on the Polmash platform, being its purpose to start expanding our investment to projects and business initiatives separated from the main planet companies of the corporation. This is the time when we will start actively investing in business and ideas for businesses of individuals and communities which supported our operation so far. A list will be made on the Polmash platform with a voting pool available for verified members. On the list will be the ideas for businesses presented by individuals or communities from different countries, and assuming any business project from the list is seen as a profitable and strategically beneficial for the operation, and assuming verified voters want us to focus our investment on it, we shall do so if we can afford it. What does it mean that a project is strategically beneficial for our operation? It means a presented business idea has the potential of creating a community of a prominent size around it, or to become a contracted supplier of whatever we need for the production and trade in our main corporate network, or on the TradeStat platform. This list will become a base for a system which will help us start and expand third-party communities and initiatives, so that they grow our influence and reinforce the position of our partners all over the world. It will most likely be a slow process, and the main limitation for us in this area will be the limited access to resources. But one step at a time, we will be making progress even if we work over the realization of this plan under huge time pressure. We simply do not have any other choice, because it's about trying or giving up. But there will be chances and opportunities which might help us speed up the creation and growth of the third-party communities. I will explain the details later on. Any company or idea which will be on the list to apply for possible investment will need to accept 3 conditions. First, that the applying individual is supporting the realization of the presented plan. Second is that the company will prioritize to hire the suitable and competent people from the applications on our Polmash platform, which means they will be hiring competent and suitable people with our concerns about the future of our world. And the third condition is that if their company starts making profits, they will be contributing regularly to our operational budget, which means the Planet Corporation will start slowly evolving into an investment group. There are few more business companies with their own projects which must be established under the jurisdiction of the main corporation and which must be completed for this plan to succeed and provide us the best safety and security in the future. I will briefly explain what they are and why we need them without getting into details. Please note, the companies of the corporation with mandatory projects are necessary minimum for the plan to succeed. We cannot aim at anything less than that. So even if some of those companies do appear as expensive, ambitious projects, we must do our best to establish them and to make them profitable, aiming for a maximal independence from the third-party suppliers, relying preferably on cooperation with our like-minded business partners. If someone, while analyzing those costly ambitious projects, start thinking that this is far-fetched and that we will never be able to afford the realization of some projects, please remember, as I said before, I have solutions for every problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't call it a realistic solution in the first place. Realistic means something that we could accomplish on our own, but about that later. In this system, we do not have power to boycott any mainstream company for the reasons I explained before, but we do have means to focus our investment and favor services and products of companies which serve our cause. Remember that, please. And the remaining business projects from the plan for the futurization under the jurisdiction of the main corporation should be a transport and logistics sector, to secure in the future our own means of transportation, which we could grow worldwide, especially if the project Farmstadt ever gains sufficient traction in the system. I hope some already existing businesses in this area owned by like-minded individuals would voluntarily offer their help in expanding and building something bigger for all of us when it comes to creating this business network. Because we must have secured logistics and transportation in case of any crisis, and trusted expedition service will be favored among our partners and clients. In the next business project, I would like to form a network of something similar to coffee shops, taverns, or some other of wholesome public places. Public places that are designed for people who care about our culture, customs, and the preservation of traditional values within our society, where you may come, meet some fellow like-minded people from your town and from your own city or from the Polmash platform. Places where you could taste some local traditional meals, where we could form some more organized local communities, similar to football clubs, and discuss the most controversial subjects or celebrate events without feeling awkward about it, without worrying about being politically incorrect in the public place. Places like that would also help people meet their second half in this world, knowing that our taverns are favored among like-minded people or those who are using our Polmatch platform dating mechanics. And don't forget, those places will help us with the organization of local markets and the Farmstadt project in general in the future. Another goal on the list is our own international construction company for various special projects, and because I really want future houses to be as self-sufficient as possible, with completely innovative design and technology in use, which will be developed in this company. I already have ideas about that, but they should not be shared in the public video. The main reason to justify the creation of this company is because we will need our own trusted construction company with trusted workers, who will specialize on specific type of structures, which we will need in the future, especially for Farmstadt project and other special projects, which I will address later. This construction company will be cooperating closely with our robotics company and will be delegated to projects which are designed to help secure the survival of our people in any possible emergency scenarios. Another company would be about the research, development and production of military survival gear, clothing and equipment, and possibly body armor. From my own personal experience, I know that the majority of proper clothing and equipment in the market is based on American designs, which use variety of good quality materials but could use smarter design. And with the help of Polmatch mechanics, we should be able to deliver the best designs and with the most universal use, combined with the best quality materials, if the proper funding is available. This company should produce gear and equipment for the survival of people specializing in prepping from all over the world, but also for the needs of the Farmstadt project and general everyday use, building a brand which will be recognized for its quality and the smart designs of its products. We will have to build a well-known brand for this entire corporation, which will be known in the world for standing up on guard for our European heritage, traditional cultures and values, evolving into this future mega corporation, which will allow that the world hears our voice from position of power and authority, protecting us from being marginalized or ignored by the mainstream. When possible, we should start aiming at the development of our own private healthcare system and even pharmaceutical industry. To explain my logic behind this move, many doctors today, especially those good, older, talented and skilled doctors, who sincerely care about their patients as human beings, are dissatisfied with the direction public healthcare is heading to in all our countries across the globe. abandoning medical ethics, forcing medical staff to perform functions of executioners instead of saving lives. Anyone who knows any doctors firsthand, as I do, will understand exactly what I am talking about. There is a huge difference between the mentality of our traditional doctors, who are mostly old today, and those doctors from the younger generations and who went through the process of indoctrination in the modern medical education, who are becoming disturbingly cold and without true care about the patients or procedures which they perform. I think if we will ever be able to provide private healthcare centers or hospitals where we would hire specially selected, traditionally educated and oriented doctors who would gladly work for us if we don't force them to do any unethical practices and operations, we would have an army of volunteers among the best qualified and competent doctors willing to work with us, and we would make a good business out of this while at the same time providing the best healthcare system, especially for people like us who will need it, either within the current system or after the current system collapses. The healthcare system will need to grow in the future, especially because of the aging population, and with age more and more people will require access to quality healthcare, and especially those wealthier people will be looking for the best possible services, which we, if we have access to proper traditionally oriented staff, should be able to provide. Less and less people trust the public healthcare system, so if we could establish our own, that would greatly benefit our cause. In the future, if we want to bring more people to support our representatives in different countries, we must show them that we act responsibly, that we are able to maintain order, provide protection, healthcare, if the mainstream institutions will fail to do so. Assuming we ever reach a point where we can afford building our own private healthcare system in Europe, Australia and North America, then we also must aim to start building our own pharmaceutical industry. Because as it stands today, if there is a major global crisis or a war, and supplies from China are cut, millions of people who are addicted to life-sustaining medicines might not be able to obtain any to survive. A trusted doctor who is deeply familiar with the subject told me that our hospitals and pharmacies would start running out of essential medicines after the first month of any crisis, because almost all pharma production in Europe, United States, or even in the whole world depends on the supply of subcomponents and substances from China. We are living in a very fragile and unstable system, so we really must start building our own. While considering if it's worth supporting my initiative, please remember, we all have relatives, people which we care about. Some of them will require medicines to survive. We all are going to be old one day, assuming we won't die sooner. So we must have our own healthcare, which we can trust, rely on, and we must have our own private production of alternatives to the mainstream medications, just in case the main system fails to function. If we combine our own private healthcare institutions with the fact that we would also become producer and supplier of specific medications, we might have a chance to build a profitable huge network across the West and break the monopoly of selfish, greedy, well-established giants who overprice many basic medicines people often struggle to afford and which they need to live. Obviously, I understand we cannot compete with the giants, and I do not intend to, but I want to make sure that we will produce enough to secure the well-being of the people we care about and who supported our cause. We all will become VIPs in our private healthcare institutions with prioritized access to our own life-sustaining medications. We all have people which we care about. I have mine. That's why I am trying to accomplish all of this, because without success of this plan, I understand I won't be able to protect them nor secure our future in this world. And I do not want our future generations to suffer because of stupidity of our current world-ruling elites. We should also seriously start thinking about organizing official private education, because sending children to modern public schools across the West is not the brightest thing to do, assuming you want to protect your children from the mainstream indoctrination. Homeschooling will be banned in our countries. It's just a matter of time. And we need to figure out how to protect the young from the exposure to the ideological subversion which is spreading in our countries. Obviously, we will never be wealthy enough to establish our own certified private schools everywhere. So I was thinking about remote schools of some sort. by internet, even if I do not consider this the best idea because young people require social interaction and should not be operating in isolation from their school friends. I cannot find an affordable alternative which will be viable for traditionally oriented families from around the world. If someone has any ideas on how to legally protect your children in a modern world from the madness in the mainstream, let me know. Maybe make your own video about it. The next mandatory business company which we need is a security company, similar to Blackwater, Current Academy. If you would like to check how many of them there are and how big it is, just search on the internet for the top 10 private security or military companies. It will serve as an inner security staff that will also offer their services to customers from the outside. The second main rule would be to offer anti-corruption and anti-industrial espionage services and data gathering, operating as a private surveillance and intelligence agency, self-guarding our companies and partners and serving our cause. And also, in certain countries we will be able to offer a private police of sort and security guards. If our civilization and Europeans are ever to form regular discipline formations of our defenders or maybe a romantic concept of a knights of 21st century, it will be through this business operation. Naturally, if everything mentioned so far goes according to plan, we must have our own professional and elite brand of security forces by providing innovative security services as the first security company in the world which will combine the use of human personnel with remotely operated machines, which we will also be producing as mentioned before by our robotic company. Imagine providing the world's most effective security service where the help from our security forces is immediate. The action is taken as soon as the intruders are detected in your property. What do I mean by that? The clients of our security service will be provided with the option of installing our Guardian technology in their neighborhood, household, or in their property. And as soon as they activate the alarm, our operators from the local command center will take control over the machines installed at the client's property, protecting the house and the family inside until the police arrive. No existing security company will be able to compete with us, because our reaction time is instant. You do not need to wait for our security agents to arrive, because the Guardians are activated instantly, keeping all intruders at distance from your family. That's how the security services of the future will look like, and we must be able to provide them. We should divide our security personnel into regulars and elite, guided ideologically, shaping their brand as the noble guards of our civilization and the last knights of Europe, assuming such image would ever pass in the mainstream. We need competent and ideologically guided security forces operating in every continent where they will be needed. Our security and engineering personnel will also be trained and equipped to operate within areas with biological, chemical and radioactive contamination. But while handling those situations, even the best training and preparations might not be enough. In the post-collapse scenario, those forces are to remain operational and organized while being well trained for various related situations and protect our local infrastructure, communities and well-being of our clients, and especially our Farmstadt projects, which I will describe later on. Based on my observation, in fallen countries, the police becomes less reliable, serving in the first place the wealthy people and their neighborhoods. So we must have our own security in case of any future crisis, which we may trust and rely on, no matter how difficult the situation in any specific country is going to be. Additional functions of this international security company will be to offer training in self-defense and weaponry use for like-minded individuals who are interested in obtaining survival skills and weapon experience. This company will allow us to legalize training and services which are normally illegal and not accessible for the majority of regular citizens. Before I address the last major business project from the plan, I want to point out that we will need to enter the sector of food production and farming, focusing on natural farming, which is not as efficient as the modern farming, but the food production would be completely monitored by the public, offering the most naturally grown food as an addition to the food market. And also this project is vital for the construction of Farmstadts, which I will explain in just a moment. Please remember that basic farming might be enough for post-collapse scenario, But within the current system, in the market, only food products with added value can generate real profits. There are thousands of farmers across Europe and United States who would gladly hop on our board if that would mean they would obtain alternative distributors who actually appreciate their work and who would break the monopoly of well-established tyrants in this sector. I won't be covering the details behind this part of our business operation in this video, but the farming industry is definitely an area which we must have an impact on and obtain a certain level of control. In simple words, we need our own union of farmers supporting our cause, and vice versa, not only because of business opportunities, but in case of any major destabilization of the current world system functionality, to preserve self-sufficiency of our communities in the future. Now we proceed to the final project in the plan, which is called Project Farmstadt, with the goal to secure our survival and a way to reach power in our Western countries, here in the current world system or after it collapses. There are two reasons why I am talking about securing our survival. One, because at some point in the future our countries will become so deeply culturally enriched, creating an irreversible damage to our nations, which will sentence our biological heritage to eventually perish within our nations. And the second reason is because something bad might happen within the system, leading to a global conflict or wars. First of all, everything that I talk about here can be done completely legally. It's just a matter of money, a matter of a legal business operation, and every necessary license we may obtain here in Europe, North America, or Australia. We will obey the laws and regulations. We won't be violating them in any way. If something is not possible to be done legally in one country, we will just move it to another country where it is legal. Also, we will be respecting the authority of our national governance completely, as long as they exist. Secondly, I will present the concept of Farmstadt project according to my vision of how I would design the inner system and organization to be maximally efficient for any outcomes of the far future scenarios of this system, including all possible threats to our way of life and our people which I was able to predict. Farmstadt as an idea are designed to provide us with everything that allows us to maintain our civilized way of life after the collapse of this system, and as a mean to reach a position of power. They are the ultimate insurance for all of us, especially for those like-minded individuals with their families who are stuck and are forced to live in the cities. But in a big generalization, it will be a combination of few farms with a sufficient land and a proper infrastructure to preserve our quality of life even if the rest of the world will not. From an interesting rumors, I heard that the founder of Microsoft is working on similar projects, but not for the people like us, but for those who spread the left-oriented madness within our world and who are responsible for the destruction of our countries in a large part. This objective will also help you understand why the TradeStat project will be the most profitable project of all, and will finance most of the projects in this operation. I mentioned before that the TradeStat project, which is a twin brother of the Polmash platform, which will be developed in our IT business, and it will be an alternative international trade market which will promote the use of our private means of exchange. A currency backed by our ideology and our own economy in the future, mostly thanks to the business network cooperation which we will create through the TradeStat platform with like-minded business partners from all over the world. It will be a form of a currency serving our people, our infrastructure and our cause, and a currency for our own system, a currency for our future, assuming the current system collapses. This alternative means of exchange will allow us to gain more independence from the current banking system and even the current world market and economy in the long run. But the main reason why our corporate tokens will become so attractive to people from all over the world is because it will be the only means of exchange in the world which is designed to survive the system's market collapse without losing its value. Quite the opposite. It will only gain more value. I will explain the details later on. There will be few potential ways in which the system could collapse. A deep crisis and a bankruptcy of your country, which will grant us most likely a victory, assuming we will accomplish the main objectives of this plan on time. A state collapse or a civil war scenario, in which case we will have a decent chances to prevail and be successful in the end. A global economic collapse. We would likely benefit. A global economic collapse combined with a world war. We will have a decent chances. Probably with huge losses, but we will save our Western civilization, even if the situation becomes dire, assuming nobody uses some sort of a weapon that destroys all human life on Earth. If we achieve this objective on time, in the best case scenario we will secure the survival of few millions of our people in Europe, North America, and possibly even in Australia and New Zealand, and provide them a strong starting position in a new world. This objective of my plan aims to secure the future for our people and our traditional Western civilization after any sort of possible collapses. In my material before, I mentioned that we must somehow enter the farming business sector, especially in the project Farms for Organic Food Production. The idea is to open many organic food markets, create a brand which will be known for offering healthy natural food, and to start mass promoting healthy organic food, maybe to generate additional profits. But that is unlikely because people prefer usually to buy whatever is cheaper, and this will be a disadvantage for our farming products. That is why our target will be a wealthier citizens who can afford to pay for more high-quality products. Additionally, those farms are to reinforce the position of our market with its own means of exchange. That's the official version. All the projects listed in my material so far are designed to serve the Farmstadt project as the ultimate solution to save our people and secure the future of our Western civilization. Those farms will have a dual purpose, in the same sense as all the other projects of the plan. Officially, while this system still exists, they will just be farms, which will specialize in the production of organic food. They will also be used as hotels and training ground for our crews and community pioneers. Unofficially, they are foundations for our city-states, similar to the ones in ancient Greece that were called polis. If things go bad around the world, or in your own country, and you want a place to escape to with your family, where you may find safety and security in numbers, combined with necessary infrastructure among like-minded people where everything is prepared and organized to withstand any crisis in your country, then nearest Farmstadt is a place where you will need to go. The basic necessities needed to maintain our civilization and organization after the collapse are water, food, electricity, and security. The farms will provide all of that, being maximally self-sufficient to operate either before the collapse or shortly after, avoiding any currently existing restrictions which could limit our current possibilities. I don't know how things are in the United States, but being completely self-sufficient in food, water, and power production is currently illegal in most of Europe. So those farms will be prepared and equipped with everything required to deploy any equipment needed to become self-sufficient in a matter of hours or few days after the initial collapse. It's how we are going to bypass the restrictions, with the help of our construction company and a few other projects which I have already listed in the plan. A single farm structure will be very complex. It will be a mix of a futuristic technology and more primitive farming methods. Farmstadts will have farms and livestock. Horses will be used largely for work, as the primary means of transportation in order to preserve our supplies like oil, for heavy equipment, combat situations, services, vehicles, and other emergency situations. We will also automate everything possible, thanks to the projects developed in our robotic company, which should make life on the farms much easier. This system is designed and prepared for the days after any possible collapse. Everything will function legally unless the legal system ceases to exist. After the collapse, everybody will have to rely on themselves, but if they are lucky, they may be able to rely on their local group of friends, especially after government emergency operations fail to function, which will likely happen after the first few weeks or months after the collapse. Mass starvation, a lack of clean water, and increases in crime is something that the majority of citizens from the majority of our Western countries will struggle with on a daily basis. Add different ethnic groups with various cultures and religious beliefs to this, and it will quickly polarize, escalate, and turn hostile against the most peaceful populations in our Western countries. At the pre-collapse stage, farms will already be divided into both surface and underground sections. On the surface, the characteristic structures will be the farms themselves, with all the barns and basic farm infrastructure. Warehouses will primarily store construction materials provided by our construction company, which will not only specialize in the construction of maximally self-sufficient buildings with innovative technology, but will also provide machinery for the production of this construction material, which will be stored in the farms in times of stability and during the collapse. I am hoping that more of our wealthy supporters make a pre-collapse investment into the farms, buying land near a specific Farmstadt location or even investing in its infrastructure, which will help us in the coming hard times to save precious time deploying what we need. Each Farmstadt will have one of 3 special purpose concrete structures. Many people misunderstood what those are based on when I described them in the past and what I based its concept on. And yes, they are designed based on the concept of a real existing structures in our world with a similar purpose. I call it those structures centriturms. The purpose of Farmstadt centriturms will be to set up radio towers and produce power and heat for the households, as well as locating the emergency power generators below the structure, emergency shelter, and security system command center for the control of the Farmstadt security system. The centriturms will be the command centers operating the Farmstadt main security system, which will be relying mostly on Guardian's technology, which I explained before, and which will be produced in our robotic company, and will be also relying on our specialized security personnel. Centriturms will also be an emergency shelters and emergency hospitals. Those fortified structures will become a valuable addition for energy production and for our farm security system. Many people were confused by those structures when I mentioned them for the first time in my old plan presentation. But believe me, if something bad happens in our countries, those fortified structures will save lives. They have a similar purpose to a private bunkers, but instead of just barricading yourself underground, they allow you to operate on the surface, securing the surrounding territory. I also heard many concerns about situations where some larger groups of bad guys or rogue military might show up at the Farmstadt doorstep, attempting to confiscate, rob or take control over the local Farmstadt itself. The solution is simple. Make a Farmstadt a not-worthy target for hostile attention by stating clearly that the life of its citizens depends on the preservation of the object, so people will be defending it to the end because their lives depend on it. And if the defenders will fail to protect it, they will burn it to the ground. So anyone who will attempt to take it by force, this life-saving infrastructure, will gain nothing and will only lose. You may compare Farmstadt to a refugee bases for people who contributed on the first place to its construction. They will be the VIPs with citizenship there, but those self-sufficient objects will be helping the outsiders as well. Just for security reasons, obviously, not on equal terms. This is the element of the idea to bring people to our side by helping them to survive if all other emergency services of our countries will fail to do so. But remember, our people, our supporters always go first. There is no place for equality with strangers, especially since we won't be able to afford helping everyone. Obviously, Farmstadts would cooperate with local authorities and representatives of the government, supporting the functionality of the country where they are located as long as it's possible. The Farmstadt will have many different sources of power, energy. Primarily, it will be either wind turbines, water turbines, or geothermal energy. A secondary energy source will be solar panels. It's recommended for every building to be equipped with those. The third source will be 2 or 3 emergency power generator stations, which will be located in the basement of the centriturm. Water sources are either from the water wells, assuming the groundwater won't be polluted, or we will construct our own water treatment or purification plants, which will be located in the area of the polis. The additional strategic pre-collapse constructions located in the polis territory will be a local pre-collapse center for the construction company, which will provide additional heavy equipment and construction materials for any new construction projects inside the polis in the post-collapse period. A local office for our pre-collapse logistics company, which will not only allow us to legally own local fuel depots with fuel and supplies for after the collapse, but also a certain number of cargo trucks will station there, and will be prepared for modifications after the collapse. Those heavy cargo trucks will be used for transporting heavy assets, and also to organize well-protected convoys to exchange supplies and to trade between each polis. Also, if possible, our own local water purification and treatment plant, possibly a geothermal power plant which will be constructed by the corporation in the pre-collapse time. I know this concept might sound far-fetched again, possibly too expensive to construct, especially since we are starting all of this with almost nothing, but I would like to remind everyone that wealthy, influential, like-minded people, even politicians in some cases, will gladly back up projects like this, because they will see a chance for survival and a future for their own families in our Farmstadts. About their location. We will try to choose the proper location for each Farmstadt project relying on data from the Polmatch platform, which will provide us with the information and statistics about the different areas in Europe and in the United States, with the larger concentration of our supporters and communities which they create locally. Evacuation plans will be designed. In case of a collapse, those people will be organized and prepared to regroup and move out in groups together, and make their way to the nearest polis, where they will be expected and accommodated right after their arrival. We will start building the traditional Western civilization on the ruins of the old one, a civilization based purely on our Western and national culture, values, tradition, decency and morals. All the farms should be constructed at an elevation no lower than 150 meters, deep in the land, far away from the shore. It's not because I worry about rising sea levels in case of an emergency, even if I consider it as a factor, but because if we find ourselves dealing with the consequences of radioactive fallout or biological or chemical contamination of the area, operating at the heights may help. The impact of microclimate, flora, attitude will have their own helpful effects. Heavy gases and other wastes will always flow to lower areas in every hole in the ground. Being too high above sea level is also dangerous because of possible exposure. So I had to focus in my research on finding the best balance between all those factors, just in case we are forced to face a threat from different kinds of weapons of mass destruction. We still need a reliable water source. Either lakes, rivers, or rich deep groundwater sources should do. Also, every farm location should be as far as possible from any strategic targets for any site of a future conflict, in case of a possible world war outbreak. The idea behind the 21st century polis economy is to secure the survival of our people and to preserve our civilization without the need of oil. The size of each Farmstadt at the pre-collapse stage of development will depend on the financial possibilities of our planet corporation in our current system. I really hope that even while buying land for those farms, there will be people, farmers and landowners, who will voluntarily offer their support by allowing us to construct those Farmstadts on their lands. I am very sure there are people who own a lot and who will see a chance for the future of their own families in this plan, and they will want to contribute, supporting what I am trying to do. So maybe they will help us voluntarily obtain the land we will need for those farms. After all, the long-term survival and the survival of the civilization depends on entire communities, which will have to maintain both of those objectives. You won't have enough strength to survive or preserve our civilization with just few families around. Not in our modern world, it's impossible. If someone believes that surviving on your own, for example just with your family, maybe even alone, in the long run will lead you to some sort of a happy life and future, I must tell those people that they have the wrong idea about post-collapse survival. People who think like this are very naive. Your survival depends on people, those who are with you, and those who might discover your existence in a post-collapse world, and those people might become a threat to you. I will discuss details about this subject in my other video. I won't be hiding the fact that my plan is not aiming to save everybody. Why? Because physically, while making an investment in the preparations, it won't be financially possible for us to set up enough farms to accommodate such a large population, at an early stage of each farm's development without a proper political support. The majority of people ignore the threats to our civilization, and they ignore the fact that our current way of life won't last forever. It will drastically change in the near future. I think they deserve to be ignored for how irresponsible they live their lives, and for allowing our destroyers to take control over our countries. If those people really prefer believing in our treacherous and incompetent politicians, and trusting them with the future and the stability of this world economy, which is currently functioning on a credit, then good luck to them. Maybe some of them will regain sanity and reason someday. Then they will allow sane, independent people to reach power in our countries, who might then attempt to fix the situation, but I highly doubt that. Those ignorant people will be crying for help when the system, which they are addicted to, fails to function. And we might be able to help some, as many as we can afford to help, but there will be conditions. Laws and regulations for each policy will be created before the collapse, on the Polmatch platform, by the combined effort of Polmatch users. Those who are familiar with the Polmatch project from years ago already know that the Polmatch features will include mechanics to allow users to discuss, rate, and shape laws and regulations currently used in our countries. We will be able to use the very same mechanics on Polmatch data to create laws, rules, and organization for each polis at a national level. Since polis consists of 3 major farms, it means that each farm will assign ownership to people from a given country in case of need. For example, if we prepare a polis in Scandinavia, the 3 farms will be shared by people from Norway, Sweden, and Finland. We will apply similar structure to people in other areas of Europe. I designed a small organized power structure for each polis. We will verify this model through Polmatch platform, combining our minds and creativity. In the future, we will need to write an early form of our polis constitution, which also will be verified by Polmatch users. And if approved, it will be a universal constitution which will provide supreme laws and defines the fundamental rights and values of our Western civilization. The constitution should be called a Constitution of a Civilized Society. There is no freedom, there never was, and freedom is an illusion. It's always about who rules over you, who you obey, either passively or because you are forced to. In this system, which we will design, we will attempt to give everybody as much freedom as possible based on mutual reasoning and understanding. When we establish our own power structure, I hope we can start to make decisions where people obey and support us willingly. My plan gives us an opportunity to perform a very advanced social experiments. Thanks to the Polmatch platform, we will have the ability to combine the minds of the most aware and probably the most intelligent like-minded people from all over the world in order to design a system that we all will want to live in after the collapse. Who knows, maybe one day some countries will adopt our system as their own. I think that deep down all rational people want to be morally good, but they must live in conditions where being good to themselves and the people around them is appreciated by the fellow people and the system which they live in. They also must be able to recognize what is morally good and morally bad, what is the wrong and the right thing to do. This means that they must share same views on morality, values as well as having the same principles of morality or culture as you. In our current system, it's not really possible, because this current system is too corrupt and diverse. We normalize and tolerate things in society which are clearly abnormal. Morality is a matter of perspective after all. If we hold the same perspective on what's right and wrong based on the way we have been raised in our culture, principles and values, we could create something truly good for all of us. The current world is too rotten. People are too selfish and degeneracy is too common. When you are trying to be a good person in this rotten system, you almost always lose, being used and hurt by others. If we design a proper system through the Polmatch platform, perhaps a miracle could happen, and we can eventually create a society that bases its values on a common ground, supported by self-discipline, honor, and maybe faith in humanity and your own fellow people will be restored again. Assuming we will ever be able to restore it. To restore honest kindness, mutual respect, and solidarity. I can't predict exactly what will come out of it, but whatever it is, it's going to be good. At least will be the best that we could achieve so far in our modern world, because our citizens will have so much in common. We will restore honor among our people, give them reason to be proud again, while standing united, fighting for what our ancestors have been building for centuries. The collapse of the current system will just be a lost battle, but we will still be able to win the war. Nobody will be pushing us around anymore. If the system does not appreciate us, it's hostile to us, and it's constantly pinning us down, we will go our own way and we will build our own system. I really wish for this to come true, but at the end everything will depend on people like you. But about that later. Paul Match will help us in our current system designing our own hypothetical model of society and state in a possible post-collapse system scenario. Paul Match will summarize and classify our attitude towards specific laws, cultures, traditions, or even religions, and will display our attitude toward welcome, tolerated, and unwanted values and morality in our societies, to organize our like-minded people locally, and it will help us form communities and choose leaders. As I said before, Paul Match will be our international control panel, where through votes and exchange of opinions, we will help people form ideas and shape the most desired social and political system for the future. I must remind you, before any of that happens, the chain of command within my initiative is to be respected for reasons I explained before. More about economy and inner Farmstadt organization. As I already mentioned, our corporate tokens or means of exchange, which we will introduce with the creation of the TradeStart platform, will become a universal private currency used in every polis all over the world after the collapse. In the current functioning system, it will have a form of a digital token, an anonymous means of exchange which will be under control of our corporate TradeStart market and no other. But after the collapse, on every farm from the Farmstadt project, in every polis, it will become a physical currency, which will be fully exchangeable for almost any goods which will be produced and stored at any Farmstadt. Our private tokens will not only survive the collapse, but will also become more valuable after the collapse, and will be resistant to exterior manipulation since it will be regulated through the TradeStart market and covered by the value of the goods produced in our economy. This is how, with time, we might create a healthy, debt-free economy. Obviously, food, water, electricity, heat, medicine, and medical care, along with the education, will be provided for free, if possible, to all Farmstadt citizens. But all extra goods, like additional building material, means of transportation, electric vehicles, among other things, will need to be traded with our means of exchange, which you may earn working or just collecting if you made the proper investment in our operation and the market in the pre-collapse time. We also must be able to provide security and care for the sick and old. Some people have deadly addiction to different medicines because of organ transplants or other surgeries, and each Farmstadt must be able to provide such medicines to those people. And ideally, one Farmstadt in each continent must also be able to produce them in the long run after the collapse. This is the reason why we will need our own private healthcare and pharmaceutical institution within the current system, as I described before. Every major farm from the Farmstadt project will have its own Polstrat and TradeStart backup servers, containing data about Polstrat users and accounts from the TradeStart platform, which will allow you to remain an anonymous owner, including our tokens, which you hold in your anonymous account. As a new arrival to any polis anywhere around the world, you will be able to withdraw your tokens even while not being a registered citizen. Those Farmstadt backup servers will also hold the identification numbers and special codes of our supporters from all over the world, which will allow anyone who ever supported us to be identified at the gates of any Farmstadt as a VIP, a person who did contribute to our operation somehow and who is to be welcomed as one of our own. I will explain the details about this process later on. In the post-collapse functionality of each Farmstadt, its citizens will be given identification cards. It will help identify the citizens on the ground. It's worthwhile to mention, we will try to maintain contact with each farm and each polis through radio communication. Obviously the internet would most likely not be an option, even if we have a local network in every Farmstadt. Also, in the potential case of a world war, the satellites are one of the top primary targets for each side of the conflict, so they will likely end up destroyed or disabled regardless. Trade with people from the outside will also be done through our means of exchange, which means they will have to have a pre-collapse account on the TriStrat or simply earn tokens from the Polish citizens by working for us. Farmstadt will remain operational, should flourish, building our representatives in every country a position of power locally, which might give them real political influence or real political power with time. So the idea is that the network of Farmstadts will form a larger system called polis, where they will be supplying and defending each other in times of crisis, and the network of those even bigger system from which we may start restoring the functionality of our countries in case of collapse, giving a chance to everyone to contribute by working for us, or voting for our representatives at the nearest national elections. It will be our chance to prove to the world by action that when the mainstream system failed to function, our prevailed because it was better prepared, proving that our representatives are the most competent to lead. But to make this work, we will need people, lots of people. Every Farmstadt in times of crisis should be filled to its maximum capacity. Outsiders allocated in the Kora, which is the Polish exterior territory, which still will be protected by our security but located outside of the main object, while VIPs with citizenship will be granted accommodation at any Farmstadt, because only thanks to people we will be able to expand and help the outside world. On Kora territory, the outsiders who never contributed to our cause in pre-collapse time and all the preparations which we made will have no access to the inner Farmstadt infrastructure and accommodation, but will be able to find protection, work and means to survive. Our security will maintain order and we will take care of those people, making sure they don't starve or die anyhow, adequate to each Farmstadt possibilities, but they will have to work for benefit of each polis, doing way more work than VIP citizens, if the outsiders will want to benefit from what each polis has to offer. The territory of Kora is basically all the area surrounding every Farmstadt or polis, which is not our privately owned land and which in times of crisis our personnel will be able to secure to maintain order and preserve the functionality of local strategically important infrastructure such as power plants, water treatment plants and so on. We do not know how big the crisis or disaster we should expect in the future. There will be many possible scenarios. Each Farmstadt security personnel duty will be to support the efforts of the local state authorities to preserve the functionality of the country and the important infrastructure and help the local population, but I doubt the state emergency services will be able to function in the long run, because our states might fail to function, not being able to provide enough supplies or to coordinate their actions, which might turn our countries into a state of chaos. The range of the Kora territory might reach out to over 100 kilometers in some cases, absorbing some local towns, villages on the way, and will be defined mostly by the Farmstadt personnel securing key objects outside the territory of each polis, being supported by outsiders who will be willing to work for us and help, and where public order will be more or less preserved. This is why we may obtain the gratitude and support from the population of every country where we will operate, because we will maintain order and try to preserve the functionality of the local essential infrastructures where the state services will fail to do so. It's way more complex than that, but you should have a clear idea of how it will work to benefit our position of influence and power in every country. In many cases, the governments might rely on us when the state services will fail to function, or when alien radical groups with alien cultures and religions might attempt to take over our weakened countries by force. If our services serve our countries and their people well, with time, our non-government organization and the corporation will be seen as the last major defender of our traditional culture and civilization, we might gain major support from the masses at some point, which will definitely give power to our representatives to start fixing their own countries. But let's hope the worst-case scenarios will never come true, because we may benefit more from this plan in the current system. Still, we must be prepared knowing what to do in case nightmarish scenarios become a reality. It's worth mentioning that in my old material on the roadmap, 2 extra Farmstadt sub-projects were visible called Project Riese 1 und 2. Those projects are planned for an absolute emergency, and revealing any further information about them should remain private for security reasons, but might be published in the future if there will be need for that. Let's summarize the potential positive outcomes from the operation and the Farmstadt project initiative. In a situation of a deep crisis and a bankruptcy of your country, our farms will help to maintain the state economy, care for the old or sick, help to feed a starving population, and since we were the only ones prepared, and we have been warning people about what might happen for years, we should gain support for all the independent candidates with the right ideas and the exchange of the government in the nearest available elections. People will become desperate to vote for someone from outside of the establishment, and sane-minded people supported by our operation will gain a chance to reach a true political power and fight for a better future for their own country and their people. In case of a state collapse civil war scenario, we will be able to save many like-minded people and keep them safe in our enclaves on our farmstadts. And when the worst is over, our like-minded candidates for a political position should have an easy way to reach the top positions of power in the state of chaos, while we will represent order. After all, we have been the ones warning people and trying to prevent this, and we will have also saved the most of those people when the government and the army failed to do their job, at least when everything will go according to plan. If there is a global economic collapse, the same situation as the options above. We have been trying to prevent bad things from happening, but we are prepared for it, saving lots of people. Nobody will be able to refuse us leading position. We should easily gain national support everywhere because people will demand to remove all the old politicians who ruined the country and allow it for a world economic collapse without stopping it, or at least preparing the country for it. In case of a global economic collapse combined with a world war scenario, mainly unknown, assuming our farms will remain intact and if we survive the war itself, if there is still the ability to grow food, then things in the long run should be fine and we should reach power over what remains of the old world. Bankruptcy, a system collapse, or a possible war would make people finally open their eyes by tasting the final fruits of their ignorance, lack of responsibility, and madness which they praise and practice in such overwhelming numbers in our Western countries. We will attempt to help to save as many as possible, prioritizing those who contributed to our preparations, of course. We will have all the political support from the masses, while the government will be seen as cowards who escaped to their bunkers, leaving the people on the surface behind, and as fools who led our countries to the disaster. Those are major system collapse scenarios which I took into consideration. All my projects in times of peace will work and earn money for themselves, giving jobs and contributing to the state economy, growing the position and influence of our like-minded communities in their own countries. In post-collapse times, they will secure the functionality of our economy and keep people safe and alive. If this current system somehow preserves its current functionality, we will continue growing and expanding the business operation according to plan, forming and reinforcing independent organizational cells at a national level, showing this way our presence everywhere from a more mainstream position, and by that showing the world that communities which are built on and promote our traditional values and way of life can prosper, forming a healthy element of society, attracting this way the attention of more and more regular people which will most likely be affected by the worsening situation in our countries, because of the more visible effects of a low-trust society and the degrading economic situation. Our growing presence and the ability to show the world how a healthy society may function will eventually bring even the ignorant people to provide political support for those who stand for what we represent as the defenders of our traditional civilization. So by following this plan, we may prosper, involving more and more people with time. In fact, I want to preserve the stability of the current system as long as possible, as I stated before, because we need time to grow as much as possible and improve our chances of success in the future. But I have every reason to believe the current world system is not sustainable, and it will end up facing some global disaster sooner or later. As you all understand now, I designed this plan for both the best and the worst case scenario, where we may still attempt to reach power in this system and save our countries by electing independent candidates into the government, or if we fail within the current system, we would have to go through the collapse of this system first in order to rise. A unique and a truly universal approach, which can be done if we mobilize and if each of us does his part according to my instructions. But about that later on. Oh, and one more thing. A possibility exists that from the ruins of the old world or some underground bunkers a new threat will emerge, that well-organized private armies may appear, attempting to take absolute control over the remaining disorganized survivals. Those forces will easily conquer and enslave small groups and communities of survivals on the surface. But if they try to do the same with anyone from our Farmstadts, they will face equal, if not superior force, with a technology which will be capable of effectively opposing their tyranny. What I am trying to say is that it will be easy for them to conquer and enslave small communities with a few hundred people, but not likely with communities numbering in the thousands. Please consider this possibility as another threat which you might face one day and a reason to survive with our people in our Farmstadt rather than alone or in small groups. As I pointed out so many times, with us you won't be alone. We will be strong together and you will know in advance what values and principles we stand for, even before the collapse. I did what I could to predict all possible scenarios, threats, and apply proper countermeasures. I am trying to create something big for all of us, preparing for the worst case scenarios, but when we work together, when we stand together, we can achieve big things. Just look at our history and the achievements of our ancestors. To answer the concerning questions about how to find skilled people for the realization of certain projects from this plan, or how to obtain resources for the realization of various projects, because it really sounds like a complex or even far-fetched plan, and we are mostly just regular people. The first problem can be solved if my appeal reaches the right people. And how many people will hear about this initiative will depend on people like you in the first place. I will provide detailed instructions later on. I have every reason to bring the right people on our side to work for us over whatever we will need, especially since they will benefit from our project in a much greater way than only by earning money. Because working for us, they will benefit our cause. They will be securing the well-being of their family and the preservation of their wealth from a greater threat which our societies and civilization will be facing in the future. About securing resources for the investment into our work and for all the projects. Obviously, I do not have enough on my own to make any significant investment. I do lots of work as it is, taking a great risk as well. I guess I proved that by publishing this material in the first place. But we live in a land of opportunities. There are many wealthy people and families out there who are not members of that special club at the very top, and who also have lots to lose if they continue going with the flow, being good only at making and managing money within the system. So I am expecting that as soon as we reach out to them, they will see obvious benefits in this initiative for themselves and their families, being willing to invest in supporting our work and the projects in the plan according to their personal possibilities. But those people will be only a bonus, because on the ground every single one of us has the possibility to chip in, and I will make sure to motivate you well enough to do that later on. I will tell you a short story from the history of the Jewish people, because I studied a lot about how many of their families became extremely wealthy within our world. They used to be a minority spread all over the world for centuries. They were prosecuted for being different, started slowly blending in with their host nations around the globe, doing their sort of business. It was nothing spectacular at start. They were trading, providing various services which were nothing special at the time compared to regular European traders or service providers. But they had this specific tribe mentality, which was especially visible in how they organized themselves in Poland during the 60th and 70th century, and later expanded all over the civilized world. The Jewish people in those centuries, from the medieval times as a matter of fact, created in Polish land, inside the Polish kingdom, a system within a system. They had their own laws, private courts, and what's most important, their own private taxation system. On one side, they were paying taxes to the king, and on the other, to the leaders of their Jewish communities. This allowed them to accumulate large wealth in the hands of a few rabbis or prominent Jewish families, who used this wealth to invest in the creation of the first major international banking network, which slowly spread all over the world, and I'm sure everybody who is familiar with this subject knows the scale of this phenomenon. The point is that whenever they were called for it, or if there was a need for that, for example to bribe local authority or conduct some major business deal, they were disciplined to chip in, understanding it's for the benefit of a community as a collective, accumulating wealth in the hands of a few, which allowed them to prosper, develop, expand their business initiatives for the sake of the Jews as a collective. And it worked just fine, as it is visible in the reality of our current system today. Europeans, on the other hand, a large part of our nobility, sold our countries on a plate for a few silver coins. And the outcome of that stupidity and betrayal is also clearly visible today. We can do it in a similar way to make this plan become reality, assuming there will be enough of us sincerely caring about the future, being willing to chip in. Every cent will matter. I will provide detailed instructions later on. And to those who still do not understand the logic behind this concept after analyzing the presentation of the plan, I will summarize. The first budget for the first projects from the plan will be created with the contribution of all those individuals who think they may benefit from the fruits of our work in the future. An opportunity exists at this stage that some major investors might appear who will contribute more if my appeal reaches the right people. As soon as we have sufficient support and financial possibilities, we will start setting up business companies which will form this Planet Corporation under the control of a central leading group, as it was presented in the plan, which will start contributing with its profits to the operational budget. At this stage, like-minded independent business partners might start to appear because they will want to work with us to benefit the operation and to secure their own future on the long run, or because they will run the new businesses created with our own investments, as I explained this in the plan. And in both cases, they are expected to also contribute regularly to the operational budget with a small percentage from their profits. When we have the possibilities and enough people to form independent organizational cells at a national level, they will start their own national-scale initiatives, presenting this plan and gathering people from their own countries around it, while accepting the contribution of their countrymen and setting up their own business operations. They will be also expected to contribute with a percentage of their profits to the budget of the central leading group, to further increasing our possibilities. If we gather all those business operations owned by like-minded people in our international market, which I call the Farmstadt project, combining all types of businesses from different countries with their own means of production services, it might give us the possibility to form this alternative and emergency economic bloc in the future, which will be designed in functionality to survive even the collapse of the current world system. And within the current system, it will be generating huge profits for us, which will be used to continue investing and expanding our influence and business network in all our countries. At some point in the future, if we gain traction, our market with its own tokens will become a great investment opportunity for all those who will want to preserve their wealth, because it will be the only market designed to survive the collapse of the current system, and our system will be the only one giving our investors a better chance to survive after the collapse. There is the possibility that maybe one day in the future our budget will be growing so rapidly that we will afford to found one Farmstadt each month in a different location all over the globe. Why independent organizational cells will be contributing with a part of their profits to the central leading group instead of using everything they got in their own countries? Because on their own, with their limited possibilities, they do not stand a chance to make any major investment. Also because most of the countries are too small to be relevant anyhow on the global stage. We must operate internationally, accumulate the power in the hands of the central leading group so they can use this power for the most reasonable strategic projects and decisions. Only when we start gaining ground on the global stage, your country and communities will be truly benefiting at the local level, not the other way around. Those who oppose us operate internationally. Small independent initiatives at a national level do not stand a chance to build anything relevant to secure our future in this world. And is accumulating most of the power in the hands of the central leading group reasonable? It is, because it's necessary. And better pray afterwards that it will be sufficient power to have an impact on shaping our situation in this world. And isn't such power accumulation dangerous? Well, every single day you contribute to reinforce the position of power of those international corporations with their shareholders, which promote and spread these woke and other destructive agendas in our countries. You do that when you shop, when you use their services. Their sources of income are everywhere. Also, do not forget that your taxes are being used as well to reward those incompetent politicians who are ruining our countries with their decisions. So now, when you have an opportunity to build a position of power for those who are to truly represent our interests in this world and defend our civilization through the realization of the only realistic plan to save our future, the realization of a project to secure our survival, don't you think your logic is flawed if you consider such a necessity dangerous? Remember, we will need all the power we can get to succeed. Thinking otherwise, or about redistributing it equally between independent organizational cells, would be a strategic blunder. And as I mentioned it before, we have no power to boycott the mainstream corporations and all those who support and spread this destructive madness in our countries. But we do have the means to accumulate power in the hands of those who will represent our interests in this world. And we will be able to do that by investing in this operation, or by buying our future products and services, and operating on our trade market, benefiting our inner economy and our mission. During this whole operation, we must focus on securing, diversifying and expanding our sources of income, because the creation of every new Farmstadt and any farming project in the future will be creating additional upkeep costs, and it will take some time before those projects become profitable on their own. Also, it must be avoided if possible to take money from any institutional investors or bank for obvious security reasons to avoid exterior manipulation of any form. Also, most of the projects from various companies in this plan will be worth a lot in the market, if the companies are successfully established with time. I shared with you what those projects and companies are about, so you may evaluate yourself how profitable they might become. What I am trying to say is that at some point of this plan progress, the early companies from the plan should start generating sufficient income for the investment in the next projects from the list. We will just need to build first this self-powered machine. The start will be difficult, because I will need to find the right people with proper skills and gather the necessary resources from investors. But I know how to do that, so we shall see where it goes. So I hope I presented clearly how we are going to build all of this and why we need to accomplish this plan. Our possibilities and influence will be growing according to the growing number of our supporters, expanding more into different countries. This operation will either end up as a massive international movement forming our pro-European corporate empire around the globe, or, if there aren't enough of us, It will become a small organization for the most devoted defenders of our civilization from among the people who are sharing our concerns and are trying to go forward with a sense of a duty and responsibility. Or maybe I'm wrong and there simply won't be enough of us being active and willing to provide sufficient support, in which case I will have to focus on emergency plans, but about that later. The point is that all of this can be done if we engage ourselves seriously into the realization of this plan. So, what are our chances to succeed and possible risks? This initiative is the only real chance we have, and our chances to succeed with the realization of this plan should be good enough, assuming people who analyze my material will engage themselves into helping achieve its realization according to the instructions which I will provide later on. In the first phase, it will be all about reaching out to a sufficient number of people around the globe who share our concerns about the current situation and the future of our world. This can be done basically for free by people like you. It would be of immense help if you do what I ask you to do. Our chances depend on reaching the right people and hoping that they will act responsibly on their own, doing their part in helping us out, being motivated by the fact that this operation is planned to help all of us secure our future and in fact to make a true stand for our civilization. So it should be seen as a duty by those who see what is going on around the world and who are looking for a solution. Once again, if there are enough of us, and assuming we are really that smart, responsible, devoted into saving our future, with sincere care and will to do something to oppose the destruction of our countries and way of life, it is expected that people will do their part and engage themselves helping me out according to their possibilities. With a growing traction, we might gain access to people with very specialized and valuable skills who will help with the realization of the projects of this operation, and it is also expected that our operational budget will be growing with a growing number of supporters, giving us a real potential for a solid investment into the projects and the people which we need. And the risks? Well, there are many. Starting from the fact that my vast material and appeal might end up ignored by the most of us, just because they are too busy or lazy or ignorant to do their own research and take our situation seriously, believing that someone else will do the whole work for them, and they will just benefit when the opportunity is presented while continuing their role of being warriors of our future on the internet, posting memes and whining in the comments. There's the possibility that there's not enough of us willing to take action for the sake of the collective. The opposite of how it is seen in our shouting about solidarity and acting united on the internet. Maybe we are indoctrinated to act paranoid without trust or faith, or to act independently on our own, which means we are effectively divided at the core. So my appeal will die in vain, because the individualistic, short-sighted and selfish part of our programming will take the lead. Time will tell. I also worry that among people on our side, idols and other showmen may have more influence on our personal decisions than actual reason. It's hard for me to evaluate how many people who share our concerns will be willing to study my material or engage themselves in helping, even if they understand what is at stake here. Some may ask, will there be enough people investing to provide a sufficient budget for the realization of this initiative? Well, if securing our future is more worth for at least 500 people than feed photos of some fallen woman for 500 crazy Sims who generate her hundreds of thousands of income each month, then yes, we should be fine to progress smoothly. And if people are not willing to invest, remaining passive, then I would question if we are even worth fighting for. My biggest concern is if the information presented in this material will reach enough of the right people fast enough, because that is a long material and a lot of information to process, so most of the people will struggle with that no matter how important all this information is for our future survival. If my appeal dies in vain, it will be the humiliation of European people as a collective, where we prove ourselves not competent enough to work together or care for our future well-being, and the end of the last initiative of people who want to defend our civilization with the only reasonable strategy which has a chance to make a difference for our situation in the future. So the first major risk is that there won't be enough of us gathered around the realization of this plan to make any difference. Or maybe, if we gain traction, the powerful in this system will use some dirty tricks to strike on our projects, to drive us out of business or worse, because the physical elimination of a person from their position does not cost much. So if they start to care about our work and fail to bribe or corrupt leading figures in this operation, they will strike and sabotage the coordinated realization of this plan. Who knows, maybe I will perish in some accident by a totally pure coincidental reasons, and people who will take over the leading role will fail to do their job. But I prepared whatever needed to continue the realization of this initiative, even in case of such scenarios. The point is that there are many different types of risk which my initiative may encounter, even at the very start. But it's the only thing which we may do, so we either try or do nothing. The right choice seems obvious, I hope, in our current situation. This is also the reason why I said at the very beginning of my presentation that my appeal will be the most important exam in our lives, because it will reveal whether we are capable of acting responsibly with solidarity in sufficient number for the sake of our group as a collective. Or we are too incompetent, too short-sighted, too selfish if we remain divided, disorganized, accepting everything that is happening to us, allowing the rulers of the current system to do with us as they please, and get away with it as usual. Once again, this operation will require us all to take risks, to sacrifice, to work, but it's doable, and we can succeed. About the possibility of physical elimination or any framing of my person. I have every reason to believe that if our civilization falls, so will the empires of the current ruling elites. I do not think the people who will take over our civilization will preserve the respect to the private property or even to the rules of law in the long run, and this current system will continue evolving into that direction, worsening the economic situation and lowering the quality of life of regular people. My pre-recorded videos from years ago, which will be published in case something happens to me, will definitely point the right direction and provide know-how information which will help many from the masses in the future to get an idea of what to do to succeed with their future Bolshevik-type revolution if things get really bad. Because the more ignorant people are, the more they are leaning toward the left-oriented ideas and systems. It will be just a matter of time before the current ruling elites lose control of their future Muppets of non-European heritage, and they will pay a dear price for destroying those who were allowing them to remain in a position of power or to obtain and preserve their wealth. This is the reason why I think I might be left alone, continue doing what I plan to do, to grow this operation and more, because with me people can reason. I do respect the rules of the current system, and I want to preserve what's the best for our civilization, preparing us to preserve the functionality of the system based on our own Western values and principles, in case the current global system collapses, or ceases to function anyhow. My initiative and this operation might become an insurance for the top ruling elites, just in case they are wrong and I am right about what really is important for our security and safety in the future. And they might as well benefit from that if they, or whoever inherits their position of power, will end up losing control over the system, which they damaged way too much to remain stable and functional on the long run. So in case they ever lose control and power, and if my initiative succeeds, they will be able to save their lives and the lives of their families, but within a new system controlled by people like us. As I said, they might be wrong and I might be right. So stopping my initiative from a strategic perspective is simply not worth it. because as I see it, they are shooting their own foot with everything they are doing or allowing to happen within our current system and civilization, and whatever they are preparing for themselves might be simply not good enough to secure their own safety. Those are the reasons why I think we will be left in peace, because from their perspective, it's wiser to leave some insurance for their own kids just in case things go horribly wrong with the system and their own preparations and plans. The factor which I do worry about is that the people at the top might be some form of ideological and religious fanatics, without a full understanding of what they actually are doing to the world, in which case they are capable of making irresponsible, intellectually flawed decisions relying on their instincts and their beliefs, while making strategic decisions instead of acting carefully and reasonably, in which case they might try to do something stupid if we ever become worthy of their attention, which will affect leading figures of my initiative directly. We simply cannot know that, so I must assume it is a real possibility. I know way too much about shady and horrible things which tyrannical lunatics were doing to the people in the past for power and money. Most of the current ruling elites of any sort are simply too intellectually incompetent and immoral to expect them to act reasonably and fair. Either way, I'm the one exposing myself at the risk by publishing this material and by being willing to organize and lead this operation, not you, the people on the ground who are to support me in its realization. If you followed the presentation of my material so far, then you already should understand the major threats which our civilization is facing, knowing that there is no escape from what will come to our countries with time. You already know what you may gain at an individual level if this plan is going to succeed. And you should understand by now that what I stated in an introduction to the presentation of my plan at the beginning of my material was the truth, because our future depends on the outcome of my appeal. Some may say there is no way to accomplish this whole plan on time. I say we must try and build as much as we can, because there's nothing else we can do. There's really nothing else we can do to make a difference for our future. Before I tell you what I need help with and present my conditions, I will reveal some information about myself. And I also will honor the people who were helping me during the time before I published this material, because they were there when I needed them, and without their help, I think I would lose hope and the possibility to keep going forward with all of this. So about myself, I will lay some cards on the table that for some people might be necessary to evaluate my competence. So here we go. In my 20s, even if I was aiming at a simple, peaceful life, it was never given to me because I had duties and responsibilities which I had to fulfill in my life. A form of a long family tradition. You may say I'm indoctrinated about the value of honor and specific rules and principles which I apply strictly to the way I live. I studied robotic and autonomous constructions engineering, but I haven't worked officially in my profession for over 40 years. And my main specialization is private safety, security consulting, and security evaluation. I used to do lots of different things, interviewing and vetting security staff for bad fruits, evaluating their competence and general human resource management responsibilities in the private security sector for chosen clients, organizing technology transfer, logistics, and general planning, but it's way more complicated than that. For those who might be having the wrong idea, I never worked for any government, nor I served for one anyhow. I am good at planning and solving complex problems, as you probably could already conclude by analyzing my material. I show deep interest in geopolitics, economy, and history. I am also very familiar with technology, especially when it comes to military strategy and tactics. I may say I am competent to provide training and education in this area based on my life experience. I am not a business-minded person. I do not enjoy micromanagement, so I will have to surround myself with the right people to be efficient with those responsibilities. But I was always good at planning, applying proper strategy, or evaluating various ideas from different perspectives, because I was good at taking into consideration many different factors which most people usually do not think of. And generally, I am known for thinking outside the box. At least that is what I was told. I am well adept at seeing things with a unique and fresh view on facts and how to use it in the most productive way. because of how I picture scenarios for the future of the system and what technology will be needed at the time. But opposite to those visionaries in the mainstream, I am not detached from the reality on the ground, and I do have a deep understanding of technology, so I can evaluate with accuracy what is actually possible or not, or what is economically valid idea, or what is a pure waste of money and time. I am also good at reading through and dealing with people in general, but I am not a well-spoken person and I struggle to express my thoughts in simple words, as you could probably notice already. I am of pure European heritage for those who care. I will not go into details in public to not pinpoint any information about my family. And I am not a racist, which means I do not hold any irrational hate toward any other people based on their skin color or heritage. But I also do not like certain cultures because they violate my values and principles which are dear to me. Like, for example, some cultures openly approve cruelty to animals for some made-up or religious reasons, or are generally incompatible for their core moral values and principles. Still, I do treat all the people at the individual level with the respect they deserve based on what they represent with themselves, their actions and their way of life. And my personal judgment of a person is not affected by the color of their skin. When it comes to the politics, I am leaning toward the right, but I am very pragmatic and picky, so it's not simple to classify me into a single category. You may say I am a supporter of the so-called third position. I also have a reputation of being calm, reasonable, and I was told to tend to be too soft and patient with people, willing to give them way too many chances than they actually deserve, which sometimes backfires. Being an advisory consultant is my specialty. I am brutally honest, and my honesty combined with the productive feedback was oftentimes greatly appreciated by many different people in my life. If that matters, I do not smoke, I do not drink alcohol as a part of my personal rules, I never used any substances, and I have no addictions. I am also of perfect physical and mental health, never suffered from anything related in my life. I do not have any history from my life which you may classify as degenerate, and there is nothing I should feel ashamed of. There is no dirt in my closet or any skeletons which can be digged out and used against me to frame me or damage my reputation anyhow. So if ever anything shows up, it's most likely made up. I also never had any suicidal tendencies, just saying. I hope those information combined with everything else I presented in this material should be enough to evaluate my competence. So, why should you entrust me with the realization of this plan and the leading position? How can you be sure I am not luring anybody into a trap, or that I do not have any other shady reasons? After all, I never even introduced myself with a full name or showed my full face. From my perspective, for justified reasons such as security concerns. First of all, as I stated before, if I were one of the bad guys, I would just go with the flow, working for and supporting the current thing and the rulers of the system. You would never hear of my existence, and you would never be warned about the final version of the CBDC, or about all the other traps which are being prepared for us in the future. So by publishing this video, I already helped our side greatly and possibly compromised the plans of the people at the top to a certain degree, which basically means I do expose my safety at risk. Who knows, maybe by publishing this material I dig in my own grave. Time will tell. But I made a proper preparations in case of this possibility as well. There are people assigned by me to take over and continue my work, if there is ever a need for that. Second of all, who else out there in the leading positions who claims to be on our side is more transparent with the plans and the intentions, and is explaining better their logic behind their ideas than I do? Who has a better understanding of our situation, always looking at the big picture and preparing us for all possible future scenarios, offering a peaceful solution to benefit all of us, and not only chosen people or specific small groups of people? I do believe what I propose to do is very reasonable, especially since it's bare minimum to have an impact on shaping our future in this world. And the final reason is that I do understand that my own fate and the fate of people I care about depend on the success of this plan, because without accomplishing the specific projects in this plan, I won't be able to secure their future. I dearly care for a person addicted to life-sustaining medication, and I understand I won't be able to help that person without accomplishing late-stage projects of this plan realization. I want my family and my children to have a future, living as people who are free from the negative impact of multi-culti world, living in a community where people may rely on or trust each other, where they share the same cultural values, principles in life, as a society. So how can I possibly act ever against the interest of what I value in this world, our civilization, traditional values, our heritage as European people? I have no public position of authority. I am a ghost. I am a nobody. I may only reason with you to encourage you to trust me, providing you with information you should consider and being open with my whole plan, hoping that you will approve it and support me in its realization. As people of European origin, we are all on the same boat. The consequences of the outcome of the current world situation will affect us all, and this plan is the only way forward for a better future. I am devoted for a solid personal reasons as well, which is the best motivator to remain loyal and devoted to the cause, doing my best to succeed. Our own survival on the long run depends on it after all. We must have the power to shape the world, so we must succeed with accomplishing the realization of this plan on time. I believe all of you want the same for your own kids and all our future generations, so we must trust each other for the sake of this plan realization. I explain it in detail, why there is nothing else we can do by covering all the major threats to our future existence. So we must do our best to succeed in the realization of this operation, or we all are going to lose. I hope those arguments and my devotion to the cause for years prove without a doubt that I am the right person for the task of leading this operation, not only because of my devotion, but because I am also the architect of this plan. For me, making a stand for future of our civilization is a duty. What about you? Some may ask why I haven't accomplished any major project from the plan, why I haven't set up even a first company yet while I had time. The answer is because I didn't see people engaging themselves or caring when I made my first appeal years ago, and I had no real possibility to invest large sums of money in projects which could end up being abandoned by people like you. Please understand my position. I have my own emergency plans, which I must finance from my own resources to be prepared if people like you turn their back on me and my initiative here. So why should I be sacrificing my own insurance if I don't even know yet if people like you will engage themselves, care and help, or if I will be left alone again with only few people backing my work? I am working to make it all happen, but I must see that people care and do their own part, and I do not want to sacrifice anything that I have if my appeal might end up being ignored and I might be left on my own. Why should I risk everything I have if people like you might not care? I hope my stand sounds reasonable. If this plan is to work, we all must engage ourselves and do our part in helping. I do not want to end up in a situation where my appeal does not have the desired effect, and where I lose everything I have left. I need to ensure that I can help those who are dear to me, without leaving them with nothing if things go wrong. That's why I want to first see people like you engaging and showing that you care before I take more costly steps toward realizing this plan. I am already risking a lot, and sparing my free time whenever possible to work over this initiative. I hope my efforts and situation will be understandable. Do your part and I will do mine. Next, I would like to honor the people who helped me so far with my work. They are from all over the world. There are not many, but they are reliable. Were always willing to help when I needed them the most. In particular, I would like to mention Icarus from Quebec, an individual with same moral compass and sense of duty as mine, always capable of recognizing what is right or wrong, serving as a good advisor who provides me interesting news and intel from all over the world. Sir Matt from Canada, my advisor when it comes to technology, with whom I may discuss everything from mentioned subject. I was always consulting my technological concepts with him, which I presented in my material. A trustworthy person from the technological sector, which is difficult to find those days because they mostly have a pure business-oriented mindset. Sir Charles from the United States. It's thanks to him that we could work over the Polmatch platform and obtain what's needed to make this video. A man who is always willing to help for the sake of the cause without asking for anything in return, even if people like him deserves the best in this world, because thanks to people like him and his work, things can keep going forward. Lady Rocio from Spain. She was responsible for checking everything in my script, correcting my broken English and challenging me whenever I haven't explained something clear enough. The overwhelming majority of corrections in this video were made thanks to her work. Sir OREL from Italy was helping me with graphic art when I had a need for that. Miss Joanna from France, a brutally honest advisor, a person very dear to me for her kindness and a love to animals. A man nicknamed Stromper from Ukraine. I met him in person with his wife. He was always providing me with quality intel from the East and also was handling for me various formalities. Lady Valerie from Russia, a cheerful, always positive person who provided me news and other information from Russian Federation. She could always make us all smile and boost up our morale, sharing funny things on our work server. Her feedbacks were also very appreciated on our work server, providing us the Russian perspective on the subjects which I was covering in my material. A Southeast Asian man known under a nickname DFG, who cares about the fate of our civilization more than most Europeans, always willing to serve with advice and interesting intel, being loyal and devoted to our cause. There is also Sir John from the United States, who has been with us for as long as I can remember, providing me with intel and an interesting experience when it comes to discovering the mentality of certain people from across North America. There is also Sir Knugan from Sweden and Dr. Thomas from Switzerland, who have proven themselves devoted and reliable, helping me to understand the situation when it comes to pharma and healthcare around Europe. Their intel is also very valuable for me because a person which I care about is addicted to life-sustaining medicines, which motivates me to succeed in this operation even more for personal reasons. There are more which I cannot name in my material, but who did their part. They are counting on me to succeed, and I do not intend to disappoint them. That's why I have an emergency plan prepared in case my public appeal does not work. Also, I intend to keep my declarations from years ago. Everybody who helped anyhow will be rewarded if there is a chance to do so. But in particular, I would like to honor one person who deserves her story to be told here, for reasons which I will reveal in just a moment. Mademoiselle Melissa, a French noble, not only by bloodlines of her family from father's side, but also the most true noble person in life which I ever knew. She represents everything that I thought died in Europe a long time ago. She's an honorable woman, a naturally good person at heart and mind, with a classical education and manners. She is pleasant, kind, polite. The way she presents herself, the way she speaks, walks and moves, it's instantly visible you are dealing with a person of a higher culture. Well-spoken, charismatic, charming, and at the same time intelligent, knowledgeable, who understands what duty toward our civilization means. Always willing to self-sacrifice, to do the best for the people she cares about. And believe me, because I tested that, I have a habit of testing people's potential. Some people could be lucky to see her at the café in Paris or Stockholm, writing poems and drinking wine. She was attracting so much attention with her class that random people more than once asked her if they may take a picture just because of how she looked like in her elegant dress and shoes, which she was almost always wearing in public. A traditionally oriented woman, family-oriented, not corrupted by any life mistakes, with any scars on her heart and mind from any bad experience. Some say such a thing does not exist anymore, but well, Lady Melissa's exists. Because of her attitude, devotion to the cause and will to help, she restored my faith in European nobility, which I thought were all corrupted and morally broken, not caring about anything other than themselves and whatever they inherited through generations. But there's more. Except being a classy lady who normally appears soft, delicate, she was also mentally strong, capable of fighting, literally, and never giving up no matter what. I saw her handling herself comfortably in nature, in a difficult environment, walking around in French military boots and pants, handling and firing assault rifle better than most trained men. She was natural with that. With the way she was, she could easily pass as a real-life secret agent character from an action movie. That's Melissa. She would do everything I ask for, as long as it was justified for the cause and the people she cares about. She even gave me a signed declaration of her wholesome support for my cause. She was like one of those last European knights. We need more people like her. I never took anything from her, but I had big plans about her. She was to represent us in salons among other people from her circles and bring them to join our cause. She was to become our diplomatic representative, organizing and managing things which I personally could not. For me, she is a real-life superhero and a dear friend, a type of a person which I would love to rely on and trust with various responsibilities in this operation, but I do not know if it will be still possible. During my work over this material, Lady Melissa was diagnosed with cancer and is currently under treatment. Unfortunately, her state is not good, but I am expecting her to remain strong without giving up and eventually overcoming her sickness. It's still a thing which I can't control, nor can she. We do not know how it will end, but if she stays with us, she will perform her duties for the sake of us all. I have seen how close and loving she is to her whole family. She asked me twice in the past that if we succeed with the operation, it's important for her that her family lives, her bloodlines continue, and I of course gladly agreed, so no matter how it will end for our dear Melissa, people who raised such a wonderful daughter will be appreciated and help will be provided to them, assuming we will be able to provide it one day. So yes, Melissa, if you are well and listening to this material, I am making a public declaration that I will not forget and I will help, according to our possibilities, if there will be a need for that, and our help will be welcomed by your family. And please forgive me, Melissa, if you are listening to this, but all of this about you had to be said, not only to honor you, but also to show the world what sort of individuals I value and we all need the most. And if you are still under treatment, please recover fast if possible, because I need you with us. In this world, you never know. One day you are alive and well, enjoying your life, making big plans. The next you may find out that you already know what awaits you and when. Please remember that, all of you, no matter what life you have and where, none of us will live forever. And we still have so much work to do. I think if this operation gains traction and starts progressing rapidly one day, a new class of European nobility might be born, not corrupted through generations opposite to the most of the existing one, which will understand what honor actually means and which will be performing its duty toward our countries and civilization. If we are to move forward with the realization of this plan, I have requests, conditions, and a special offer for those more wealthy possible investors who may benefit from the fruits of our work, even if we don't accomplish the realization of the whole plan on time. So I suggest you pay attention and make sure to make notes, because I will be relying on help from people like you. First and foremost, if we are to give this plan a chance, we must reach the right people, as many like-minded people as possible and as fast as possible, and inform them about the existence of this operation. We need a wide-range interaction to increase our chances of finding the right people. My material will most likely not be promoted by any algorithm. Its range will be limited, so only manual sharing will have an impact on reaching the right people. In the first place, come people like you, assuming you approve this plan and you want to help in the most basic way possible to make a true stand for our future. helping me spread the news about the existence of this plan and my appeal. We have internet, your actions, sharing this material and telling people how important it is for our future so that they study and consider it, matter. The more people like you do their part and engage themselves in sharing this message, the better the chances that my material will gain traction, creating a scale effect and gaining the attention it needs. How to do that? In the most simple way, you may copy the link to this video or document, save it somewhere and share it with like-minded friends or people you know whenever possible, explaining to them the importance of this material. If you understand how important this is, tell them, make sure to bring their interest into our work. Do not forget to continue repeating this process whenever possible. Whenever you see someone somewhere whining and crying about how bad the situation is, or when they ask what we should do to oppose this madness in our countries, give them my material and inform them about how important it is for our future that they study it and consider it as a valid solution. I strongly suggest you use Twitter and continue replying to people who are sharing their concerns about our situation in the future. They need to know and consider my material on their own. If you operate in any group or forums of like-minded individuals with our awareness and concerns about the situation who are looking for a solution, present them with my material as well. Make a post every day reminding them until someone debunks it, and point out clearly what it is about, that you think it's a good idea and the only realistic solution. Explain why you think so if you are able. Tell them clearly that our future depends on what I presented in this material, and that otherwise we are all going to end up at the bottom. I am sure you witnessed it yourself often, for years, how people complain and comment about what is happening, declaring their will to take action. Reply to them and tell them that everything they need to know to oppose our destruction is in this material. If you are a viewer of any internet commentator, influencer, or representative of the voice of the reason in the West, who claims to be sharing our concerns and to be on our side, who is talking about how we should organize and do something, write in the comment section repeatedly until they notice your comments, or send them an email with a link to my material. Inform them how important it is, what it is about, and tell them that the people must know their public opinion about it, or ask him for help by informing his viewers, because it's for our mutual benefit, and they have nothing better to offer on their own. So test them if they actually care or they just care for a show. Even better, if you are an active supporter of any of those alternative media commentators, and if you donate money to them for doing their job of informing people about the situation or the spread of this whole leftist madness in our world, and if they want to do something real to help oppose that and save our future, then demand from them to analyze my material and either debunk it or help by informing their viewers about it. It is a very reasonable stance based on the situation to start demanding from those commentators to do their job. Not only deliver and comment on blackpilling the depressive news every day, but actually start talking about a valid solution, which I presented openly in my material. If they ignore your emails, requests, if they ignore your voice, you might start considering that you are dealing with an controlled opposition or a griefer, and discussing a real solution is not really in their interest because they want our misery to continue so that they can continue making money from it in their shows. Or maybe they are directly paid to mislead and deceive people by shady investors. There are many possibilities, but generally, if they have no arguments to oppose my claims in this material or debunk this plan as a valid solution, you should consider stopping supporting such people, because they clearly don't have our best interest at heart. And please do not tell me in the comments to reach out to them, because I tried this before. It does not work. I was emailing them, making videos with appeals, and it was either ignorance or solidarity and interest for a show. But in the moment of truth, they turned their back on me. So the only way to put pressure on them is when people like you in sufficient numbers start emailing them requesting that they address what I propose in my material. They don't care much about one, two, or few of you, but if there will be many who are listening to me right now and decide to act instead of waiting for someone else to do it for them, you might put sufficient pressure on the alternative media, on our commentators and influencers who represent our side to address my initiative. It all depends on how many people like you will do what I ask you to do. If you have your own channel anywhere, where you show or discuss about how bad the situation is in our countries, or in the West in general, use my material as a source material to present various information in your channel. Feel free to make shorts to forward my information in your own videos, but always inform in your videos where this information is originally from, so that you can redirect people to our main channel and to our platform polmatch.com. Thousands of people are witnessing the destruction of our system, countries every day, and they are often desperate to find a solution. So inform them about what I present in my material in any possible way, because they have the right to know, and they must know. Our future depends on it, or we might not succeed if we don't reach enough people on time, and if we don't gather them fast enough around the realization of this plan. If you think you are skilled enough, you may attempt to make a simplified presentation of this plan and my message, digestible and friendly for a wider audience, which you may upload on your own channel. But remember to present facts without any modifications. Always provide the source and indicate who is in charge and where my main channels and our platform are to people who are interested to join. We cannot afford to make any divisions for reasons which I explained before, so always guide people toward the source material. If you have courage and you operate in real world in specific circles, maybe in salons, private clubs, or groups of various activities, consider speaking with people you know and telling them about my material and our operation directly. It might work as well. Always remember what is at stake here. We must do our best. Why mentioning this operation anywhere? Keep branding it as an OREL initiative for the purpose of identification. If someone would like to publish my material in form of a book, I am open for it. This is basically all that you need to know about how to spread the word about this operation. Be creative and continue spreading the word, and if people like you actively share this material instead of remaining passive commentators and observant, people will start noticing and talking about what I present here, and we might gain all the traction we need. Marketing is my greatest weakness, because I do not know how to present this solution to a wider audience in a short material without losing credibility. From my perspective, explaining the details is necessary, or the people will not believe the objectives of this plan can be accomplished, and they will also struggle to understand how they would benefit from it. If someone specializes in marketing and has ideas about how to popularize the presentation of this plan further, reach out to me. I am also hoping for some sincere popular alternative media commentators and influencers to engage themselves. If they really want the best for the future of us all, they will help, because their own future depends on our success in the long run. The problem is that many of them will not understand that on their own. People usually do not want to spend time researching the random material of unknown authors. If not enough people hear about this initiative, it will be a group responsibility, because we all have sufficient power to do our part and make it work, if enough of us do what they ask for. Good ideas, plans are one side of the coin, but the execution of those ideas is another, and I will need help with that. The second request is for the viewers of my material who have skills, experience, or specialization in anything that might become beneficial for the projects listed in this operation to reach out to me and help us out, because I want to recruit and surround myself with competent people who may serve with advice on our work or work directly for us in the future. In the first place, I will need people from the IT sector to reach out to me, so that they might help with consultations or who may directly work for us over the IT projects which I described in the plan. I need programmers from different countries who will be on standby, willing to take over various tasks and responsibilities if the opportunity presents and if there is a need for that, or just to help with a good advice. It's not only about programmers. I need lawyers, professional project managers, business owners, video editors, even voice actors, mechanical and robotic engineers, even experienced farmers for advisory later on, and many, many other people with different specializations, knowledge, expertise from different countries, which may contribute in any of the mentioned projects. So, if you went through the projects in the plan and you think you may help in the realization of any of them, do not hesitate to let me know. What I am expecting from those people is their commitment to save our civilization and the future. If they understand what is at stake here, I expect them to do the best they can for the success of this operation. For some of the projects, there will be a demand on a very specialized and like-minded people, especially from the IT sector, security specialists and so on. We will need them later on. And I understand that those highly specialized people are often working already for various corporations and industries within our system. So I do have an appeal to those people, because we will really need you to join and work for us when the moment comes. Please consider, many of you are well paid, working for the system, a system dominated by corporations with the same agenda, owned by the same people at the top, who are supporting and pushing this destructive or even hostile agenda upon our civilization and society. By working for them, you are contributing to their profits, reinforcing their position of power. You are serving the people who are using this power against our interest. There is nothing noble in that. But I understand why you are doing this, because there is no alternative. They are all like that, and we have nothing of our own which could provide you a similar level of job with a similar pay. But with the progression of my plan, this will change. And when we will need specialists like you, please leave them and join us. Start working for us to benefit our position and help us defend our civilization. Become a member of our work teams, in our companies, our businesses, so that we can break the monopoly of the mainstream tech giants in specific sectors, or at least provide a proper alternative. Your work for our cause will save lots of lives. Remember that when we will be looking for people with your skill set. For those mainstream corporations, specialized workers like you are an asset. If your skills are not unique, you are expendable. And definitely if you are straight male of European heritage, you are also not welcome there. And they will gladly replace you at the nearest opportunity if they have a more diverse alternative. I'm sure if you understand what I'm talking about, you do not appreciate working for the people who despise you and who want people like us gone as soon as possible. So when we have a position available, dump them and join our ranks. How are we to survive and oppose what those mainstream corporations do to us when you are working for them, benefiting their position of power? Please think about this. Is this a peak of your ambition? To work for some mainstream corporation or own your small business and simply be rich? Time will show how it will work out for you, but based on the current situation, it will not end up well if you are not willing to do more. In the meantime, if you will be willing to work with us in the future or to fill the current open positions, I want you to join a private group of mine on the platform of my choice. There will be a list of people categorized by country and specialization. When we need someone, I will appeal to people of specific specialization and nationality, if the localization for the assignment will be relevant. And I will ask for help with a specific project or an assignment or work position. And that's how our internet recruitment at the early stages of this operation will work, until we have our own platform which will provide me with everything I need for a proper organization. To apply to join the list of people willing to work for us, you must send me an email to the address help@orel01@gmail.com. In the email, tell me about yourself. Nothing that reveals your identity, just nationality, skills, and specialization. and an explanation about why you want to help and how can you help, listing your conditions if you have any. Also, you will fill up a professional profile on our Polmash platform and provide me with your profile ID, and according to the instructions in my reply, you will contribute €50 to our budget to assure me you are serious and not here to waste our time or ghost out when you will feel like it. If you refuse to fill up your professional profile on our Polmash platform, you will pay 4 times that because it will mean I will have to interview you myself, which will cost me my time. If you lie to me in your profile information or in the interview, you will not be allowed to join this workgroup without a second application, which might prove to me that you actually do care and you simply made a mistake. If I add you to the group of my personal contacts of people which I may rely on, I must be sure you are serious and devoted, so I'm sure contributing €50 is not a big deal at all for someone skilled and who is probably well paid at his job, especially since it's one of those easy ways to help with our work from the start. Everybody working for us will be appreciated, rewarded with VIP status in case of emergency if we accomplish further stages of this operation at the Farmstadt project, and will be paid adequately for their work, this contribution being based on our own financial possibilities. My third request is about the access to the resources or assets. If you can't help with sharing our material because of lack of time, or if you want to help more than that, or if you lack any specialized skills to join our work group, then please show me that you care and appreciate our work by contributing to our budget. I will be paying and investing in whatever is needed to succeed, and what we can afford paying for. But people who support this initiative and want to benefit from it in the future must start chipping in, contributing by investing into our work, assuming they approve of what we are trying to organize and build here for all of us. Do you remember the story which I mentioned before about groups of specific people and how they founded their first international banking network, which evolved into a world banking empire? They could afford that because they understood that except making money for themselves, they need to constantly contribute to the community. They were disciplined at the individual level, willing to chip in and contribute to the local community leader for the sake of the group as a collective. So we must start doing the same thing, assuming we are capable of acting responsibly with a self-discipline and a sense of duty, because after studying my material so far, you should completely understand what is at stake here, and we cannot afford that you ignore my appeal because there won't be a second chance, especially when they implement the final version of CBDC, which I explained before. And in this world, nothing is free, and we on our own are not wealthy enough to cover up the costs of the realization of this plan, having limited possibilities. I am expecting solidarity, support, help from people who, if they can afford it, will be contributing to our budget from all over the world according to their own possibilities, creating a scale effect so we can accumulate resources to see what our possibilities and power are going to be. You cannot elect me into power, but you can contribute to build our position of power by investing into our work, assuming you do consider me and this operation worthy of your investment. But as I explained already, it's necessary. There won't be any crowdfunders, patrons related directly to this operation, because those will be shut down very fast. I saw it happen before, so if there is any, there will be owned by a proxy owner. I also won't be selling you any Chinese trash, t-shirts, water purifiers, junk, or anything like that. I do not approve of those practices at all. In order to contribute financially to support my work, send me an email to one of those addresses: help@orel01gmail.com or orelsupport@protonomail.com, and write me following information. Why do you want to help? What country or continent are you from? Do you want to make a single investment or maybe a monthly donation, and what amount of money are you willing to contribute with? What form of money transfer do you prefer to use? Name any, including crypto. And just for pure curiosity, if you have any religion, I would like to know what it is. Please note, always verify if those email addresses are still actual by visiting the front page of our platform pollmatch.com. After I obtain the requested information, I will prepare whatever will be needed and I will reply to you with further instructions. I want to avoid dealing with any money myself, but I do have trusted people in North America, Europe and Australia who will be collecting and managing that money. The reasons behind this system is that most people I hired so far are from the United States, and I do not want to lose that money on fees and taxes from international transfers. Also, gathering money in only one account in one country is not a responsible thing to do, because if something ever happens to me, then the person who will take over my responsibilities will need to instantly regain access to that money as well. So it's also organized this way for security reasons. The most decent investment would be around $25, $50 or $100 or euro a month, which would make our possibilities grow rapidly, assuming everybody chips in. But those who cannot afford such a contribution, I want to assure that even one symbolic dollar a month will be appreciated as long as there is a large amount of people doing that, granting you a VIP status access to any Farmstadt. Any amount is welcome, but obviously the bigger the better, increasing our possibilities and chances to succeed. But please be honest with us. If you can chip in more, always do so. We do not know how many people will engage themselves into helping or whether we will achieve the necessary stages of the plan on time. At the end, it's up to you to make the right call and be aware. Our supporters will obtain VIP status at any Farmstadt, but they will also be evaluated based on the records of their past activity. For example, how long and how much they support our work, what their Pollmatch account is like, among others. I will encourage you even more to invest here and now because I always reward people adequately to their contribution. So here is what you will gain if you decide to contribute financially. Anyone who writes to me with the will to invest will gain a unique ID number in my reply. The email address which you will use to contact me in the combination with this ID number will allow us to identify you as an active supporter of our initiative in the future. So if you ever show up at any Farmstadt during any crisis, the personnel there will be able to identify you as a VIP without the need of you revealing us any personal information, because you will have the code in form of your email, which is combined with mentioned identification number, will allow us to check you in the database to see what sort of supporter you were in the past. I do remind you that every Farmstadt is to have its own server with backup of the data from the Pollmatch platform. This includes data about supporters which we will keep anonymous and which will be identified by a given ID number combined with the email address of your choice. That's why all the information we will have about you when you started investing, how much you invested, it all will help us to understand how much you cared when we were weak and in need in the past, and it will have an impact on your personal evaluation in any future Farmstadt. The second bonus, which will come with the contributing financially into our budget, is that your Pollmatch account will be turned into a verified one for free when those features will be implemented into the Pollmatch platform mechanics. I would like to point out that even if you do not invest any money into our work, but you are helping according to your possibilities by spreading the word, please create a Pollmatch social account anyway, because in the future, even without the VIP citizenship status, you still may be verified to a certain degree at the Farmstadt gates in emergency situations by answering to some questions from your personal profile. And make sure to point out how you are helping to benefit our operation and remember your Pollmatch social profile name for identification purposes. Our chances to succeed and accomplish everything from this plan on time are around 50%. So it is a gamble. But investing into this initiative is still reasonable because without trying, we won't have any realistic chances to preserve the existence of our civilized world even in small parts. And if you went through my whole material, you should understand my reasoning behind this claim by now. There will be consequences for all of us if we fail, and there will be consequences for those who choose not to help us if we succeed, because we won't be able to help everyone equally, and only those who helped us will deserve the VIP treatment at any Farmstadt during any future crisis. I will continue going with this as long as I am alive, and as long as I will see that people like you do care and are doing their part to support us in our work. Because if the people won't care, then what's the point? This operation is for the people and won't bring desired effect without them at the end. This operation will grow if people like you make it grow by providing support according to my instructions. Does my request sound reasonable to you? Do you think my plan has the potential to build us the position of power and influence in this world? Or save your life and the lives of your family if anything goes wrong with our system? If yes, contact me on email for further instructions and help. And in advance, thank you. And a little note here to my friends who somehow helped me so far. Those instructions are not for you. You all did enough, continuing helping me during all those years. This time it's up to the people from the outside to prove themselves caring and doing their part, because this operation is to benefit all of us and will not succeed without them. So if we do this for them, they must show they care, while you already proved that to me in the past. Now about the assets. If anybody out there owns anything what we could use in the future for some of the projects on the plan, or to benefit the operation anyhow, for example, lots of land in a strategically valuable location, maybe you are an old noble family who owns a castle, or you have a small private port, or a place suitable for a logistics center, or a private server station, or other properties where we could organize some meeting or a club, I want to know about it, because if we will be allowed, I might put it to good use for mutual benefit and the greater cause. So make sure to inform me about it. If you have some unusual family business which can be useful for us to develop and test prototypes, or some of our projects on the plan, or if we could evolve your business or be supplied by something that you could produce for us, I must know it as well. Please remember that. I do not know who my appeal is going to reach, but it is worth mentioning all this, just in case it reaches the right people with power and possibilities of their own and who share our concerns about our civilization and our well-being as people of European heritage. I have a very special and limited offer for those wealthier people who are analyzing my material and who are interested in saving our civilization, who want me to succeed in the realization of this plan and who are concerned about the well-being of their own families in this world. We will need lots of money for our work in the realization of this plan, and we will need it as fast as possible because time is not really on our side, and there are many people out there in this world who are sharing our concerns and who have more money than they will ever need in their lifetime. So I may offer my unique services, advisory, consulting, and generally all that I may do to help you and your family with my skills and abilities and advisory to 9 people with their families, if they are interested in my personal care and protection, which I may grant them for a larger investment into our work. To be more precise, I usually treat people I am responsible for as true friends, or even as an extension of my own family if they are suitable people. So the price for offering my services for you and your family starts from $500,000, and it will be rising for each next person by another $500,000. So the second interested person will be 1 million, the third 1.5 million, 2 million, and so on, up to maximum of 9 more people with their families, which I will care for as I would for my own. And I would pledge such a service for as long as the person who is using my services does not become an irrational monster or a filthy degenerate of some sort, basically evolving our relationship into natural friendship, and I can be a very reliable friend. Why are the offered services so expensive? Because what I am unmatched about is taking into consideration many various factors which most of people do not think about, and my knowledge and understanding about different aspects of our world help me to come up with original ideas or many different countermeasures to problems and threats which might occur, especially when it comes to matters of personal security. So that's also the reason why my services are so unique, because I have confidence based on my experience that I am among the best from the best when it comes to those fields of specialization. Also, I want to help the people I care about, so if you help me to help them, I will help you and your family. I do not think you can find easily in this world a personal advisor who will be brutally honest with you and who will care about the well-being of your family and who has publicly proven himself capable of, for example, presenting a solution for many major problems which our countries have been struggling to solve for centuries, which I presented in my material before when I spoke about the final version of CBDC, or with the fact itself that I presented a realistic solution about how to secure our future as European people in our complex and very difficult situation. Or generally, you may evaluate my competence based on what information I presented in my material as a whole. So I guess this proves that I was telling the truth, and I am capable of providing the best care and protection and unique expertise for whoever I do consider my friend. But is the price I demand worth paying for? Getting the best you can buy to improve the chances in the future for your own family. Are they worth this amount of money, assuming you can afford that? Maybe you need a proper evaluation and consultations or a security audit over your own personal preparations for whatever the future holds. It's just my offer. Take it as you wish. If the realization of my plans succeeds, I might obtain power and possibilities. Remember that as well. I want to surround myself with the right people, so should you. We discover our best friends in need when we are weak. So here is your chance, because I need help and saving the future of our civilization is not cheap. Nor is my unique expertise, which you won't have a chance to get anywhere else. I want to remind everyone it's not about any special treatment on any Farmstadt or any privileges, nor will I close my eye to any wrongdoing of those people and their families. After all, I won't interfere into the national or community politics. But I will have my watchful eye over them. They will always have my attention in need and care. In case of emergency, they will be invited to my own group and community, if I ever form any, and I will put a good word for them, reminding whenever necessary how much they contributed to our cause when we were in need of resources. As I stated before, we must be able to show our appreciation to those who helped us to make this plan become reality, and especially honor those who helped more than others. It's simply fair. If you want to maximize the survival chances for yourself and your family in case of any possible scenario or situation, then I might be very helpful. If you are one of those who inherited or gathered huge wealth, way more than you will need in your life, consider please investing more, because as I see it, what this plan offers will be our last line of defense against the destruction of our civilized world, and you will most likely be stripped of your wealth, the same way as many other super wealthy during the implementation of the final version of CBDC, which I explained before. Or maybe because the serious collapse scenario will become a reality. Either way, we are not going to live forever. So if you can help more, do so, and you will be honored and appreciated for your deeds of supporting our noble cause. But there are conditions. I am very picky about who I choose worthy of my services, so before I accept your money, I want an extended interview with an interested individual, and possibly also the chance to get to know his or her family. I want to know if you raised your children to be good people, if you are a good person yourself, or if you have led a degenerate, irresponsible lifestyle in the past. I am very sensitive about degeneracy, which I have a little tolerance for. If you lie to me in the interview, if you change with time as a person, it might be equal to breaking our friendship and cooperation without any refunds. To avoid any nasty surprises, simply do not be a fake person. And you will get bonus points if you are an honorable man or a woman, because I appreciate that a lot. If your family members which you care about are anyhow below my acceptable level of culture and morally broken, irresponsible people, the price for my services may double, or I might consider them not worthy of my attention. If you are interested in what I offer, send me an email at orel@protonmail.com. Be prepared to pay $5,000 upfront, and we may have an entry interview online and later proceed to meet in the country of my choice, and continue from there with everything else that I will want to know. From my side, I may assure you in advance that anything I learn about you, your family, assets, and so on, will remain confidential private information for my personal use. For some time in my life, I used to work for many wealthy people in different parts of the world. I have seen firsthand how wasteful and irresponsible they were in their lifestyle. They would occasionally do some charity and other actions for a show, to feel better with themselves, to show that they helping others with their wealth, but I have never seen them use the power they had to defend our civilization anyhow. It was all just a show to boost up their public image. I was not in position to tell them how to invest their money and manage their wealth at that time. But today the situation is different, because I am trying to build here something that they need. So, if they ever want to have a chance to benefit from the fruits of our work, they will have to contribute to this operation way more than regular people. After all, their money, precious metals, might become literally worthless one day. They might end up asking us for help one day to protect their families. And our Farmstadt project, with their infrastructure, might become their best insurance. Remember that as well, if you are one of them. I need your help, and you need my help, and what this plan has to offer. So it will be a good deal for all of us. I need your help now, and not after we do most of the work ourselves. For example, when people like you decide to join the winning team later on. That's also why we will evaluate the VIP based on the moment they started helping us as well, to make sure they are not just an opportunists who will help us in the last minute to gain all the benefits without taking any risk when we were weak like the rest of us. Also, if we hesitate, we will lose. We either go for it or we give up. The first thing we are going to do after the publication of this material is to wait and see if my appeal is productive, so we can evaluate if people care and are trying to help or not. I presented you the solution on a plate. What to do and how. Now we just need to do it. There is no excuse. I want to start seeing the results of your engagement as soon as possible. I also do have conditions for the realization of this plan. The first condition is that the first 40,000 gathered in this operational budget will be used to reward those who contributed to my work so far. I have faced lots of difficulties. I required help assistance which was provided to me by the people which I honored and listed before. And even if I almost never say thank you, I do remember and appreciate those people, and I show my gratitude by actions. Nobody from the listed people ever asks to be paid. They will probably learn about my initiative with this condition from this material. But they do deserve to be rewarded. The same as everybody who does anything to help me with my work. Without them, I would struggle. Maybe I would have lost faith in us, the European people, a long time ago. So by accepting this condition of mine, it will be your and my way of saying thank you to them. Because without them, maybe my material would never be published to the wide public. Also, I would start questioning whether we are worth saving if we are not able to show appreciation to the people who are taking the risk or using their time or resources trying to help us save our future. From those 40,000, 33,000 will be reserved for Sir Charles because he invested the most resources into our Polnash platform before, and he was always willing to help more if there was a need for that. Additionally, I want to reserve for my own investment in various equipments and other work material and spendings an additional 10,000 and 1,000 euro or maximum 2,000 euro for me each month, which I know might not sound like much compared to how much work I actually do and what my responsibilities will be. But I personally do not care much about the money as long as I can afford doing what I do and as long as I can keep my personal savings for my emergency plan. And that money will be mostly used anyway to cover up my personal work-related expenses and bills. I think I will be forced to travel and meet people a lot, to quit my job and devote myself full-time every day into this work, assuming my initiative gains traction. So I would prefer to have some support with that as well in advance. If my work has any value for you, I hope you will respect my conditions. In the future, my personal pay will grow only under condition that we will make significant progress with the realization of the plan, by, for example, establishing profitable companies from the plan. Some may say this is a lot of money because it's 50,000 total from the start, which is being reserved to pay people for their work in the past. Well, look at this from the different angle, because 50,000 is what some fallen women earn in a month by showing their body on Only Fools or other degenerate source of income like that, some being rewarded there with over 10 million a month for promoting their degenerate lifestyle. So if some claim that rewarding our guys with 50,000 for helping us all to save our future is too much, then I think it will explain why people turn their back on us when we are trying to reason with them. It would make me question if we are worth saving at this point. And to those cold business-minded, I will say that if I was up to being a money-driven, cold, sociopathic bastard, I would go with the flow, and I would work for the people who pay the most, and nobody can outbid the investors from the mainstream system. So for me, doing what I do is really not the best prospect, because even my own safety is on the line. We need what this plan offers, so I expect people to be willing to pay for it, or we will never accomplish what's necessary on time, ignoring all the other threats which I explained before and facing the consequences of our stupidity and ignorance with time. We must accumulate our resources, manpower, and brains into one major initiative, because when we divide all of those into many smaller ones, then we build nothing of relevance for our situation, and it will have no impact on shaping our future. So, are my arguments convincing enough? If yes, I expect this condition to be accepted as well. My second condition is that if we make significant progress in the realization of this plan, and when we can afford it, I will have green light to focus a lot of our efforts on saving and preserving European art and other artifacts and relics from our history, because after the news which I heard from France or Sweden during the riots, historical scriptures were almost burned down. Or how the Minister of Culture ordered to melt down Viking artifacts. I stopped trusting our government and private collectors that they will preserve those relics of our history, and especially during any crisis. I really worry that our cultural heritage might be branded as hateful, supremacist or racist by mainstream politicians in the future. Personally, I am a fan of German World War II militaria and those from Teutonic Order, especially swords. But I appreciate greatly a lot of our traditional European art, architecture, and generally all those historical relics which are part of our heritage. So they must be preserved and protected. And I believe our future private infrastructure will be the best to keep them safe and unaffected by the changing world around us. If there are some private collectors who are sharing my concerns, who care about the preservation of our culture and history, please consider reaching out to me as well. We may help each other. I am not a collector myself, but I believe some elements of our Farmstadt infrastructure will be the safest to store artifacts from our history if the world around us ends up in flames. Assuming my conditions are accepted and there will be a growing support, I will lead this operation trying to follow the plan and accomplish all the presented projects as fast as possible and as much as possible according to my possibilities, especially when it comes to the access to qualified individuals who could help me with my work and the access to required resources or assets. This whole operation is a huge improvisation because I appeal to people like you not knowing what our real possibilities are, how many of us there are willing to support this initiative, and if we have enough time to succeed with the realization of this plan before really bad things will start happening in our countries. Now, contact information. For general questions, send me an email to contact@orel01@gmail.com. For urgent matters or any special offers related to my requests, contact me at orelargentprotonmail.com. For investment into our work and related support, contact me at help@orel01@gmail.com and orelsupportprotonmail.com. If there is a big interest, we may consider creating a paid community group somewhere where anyone interested will be able to directly monitor our progress and communicate with me if there is a need for that. If you would be interested to join, let me know about that in the email or comments below. Please always remember to visit polmatch.com front page, where you may verify that those are still my actual emails. If you wish to speak with me and discuss something more directly, contact me at the general questions address. But a verification will be applied because I'm tired of dealing with pathological liars or any other individuals who come looking for an opportunity to benefit from our work without contributing with anything, or who are attempting to sabotage my work, or who are weird somehow. My time is precious. If you wish to speak with me, I am expecting you to have a good reason, and that you sincerely want the best for us without wasting my time. So from now on, in advance, I want to see your Polmatch platform social profile ID. Additionally, $50 are to be contributed into our budget as a proof of goodwill. And if you have no time to fill up the Polmatch platform profile, the price for my time will quadruple up to $200 because I will have to verify you myself. So I am sorry, but I am a busy man and I am expecting you to respect my time, and you are not coming just to fool around. So I need to make sure you are serious with whatever you come to talk with me about. I will also try to adjust my pricing to the standards of different countries. Remember, I am only a human. I can make mistakes. If you find flaws, problems with my claims, ideas, requests, or the plan itself, let me know about it in the comments section below. Or if it's something bigger, make your own video addressing the problem, please. Based on how important my appeal is, I am expecting everybody who agrees with me to try to fulfill his duty. The viewers after watching my material will spread the word. Access to the resources will be secured, and competent people with specialized skills will be willing to join us when we will have need of them to benefit our business projects later on. The international organization, which is to grow from my initiative according to my vision, is to mirror the World Zionist Organization, but bigger, better and pro-European in every aspect of economy, culture, art, religion, or generally pro-European civilization, so we can become strong, organized, and resist this madness in our countries effectively, securing the future for our next generations in this world. Also remember that whenever you support anyone who stands up for any specific country in the Middle East, or is claiming we are living in a Judeo-Christian civilization, you are most likely falling into a trap, or they do not know what they are talking about, because the countries in the Middle East are none of our business, and the Judeo-Christian civilization does not exist and never will, because we have contradicting cultures and values for reasons which I explained before. So be careful not to fall for controlled opposition or the charismatic guys who deceive and try to mislead you, or who are trying to reshape our perception of reality, to become more liberal and defend cultures and countries which are alien to us. So whom are you going to trust? Me, with what I am proposing to do here by providing a solution on a plate, explaining my reasoning and telling you what must be done and how to make a true stand for our future? Or will you continue trusting some charismatic smooth-talking heads and popular influencers who claim to be on our side and who failed to prove themselves competent by not offering any reasonable and realistic solution till today to oppose our destruction? Or maybe you will continue trusting the system and its rulers, relying on yourself, or maybe you will continue lying to yourself about a mass awakening and that the situation will get better, even after everything that I presented in my material here and while witnessing what is happening in our countries every day, especially when it comes to changing demographics. Please be reasonable and help with my initiative. So what shall it be? the men and women of European heritage. Is this a new beginning, a chance for a future, or is this the end? Because this is my final appeal. Are we going to be the defenders of our civilization and pioneers of a new world in the future, or are we all going to prove ourselves to be a failure, unable to act responsibly, united, internationally, for the sake of the collective of the European people when the opportunity is being presented? We are all in this. We cannot run, we cannot hide, wait it out and expect that we can secure a future for our children if we remain on our own. No matter where you go, the world system will follow and catch either you or your children and future generations. I will continue working for our future over the realization of this plan as long as I see that people care and are helping me out. But if you abandon me, this initiative, if there is nobody interested in studying this material, if you don't do what I ask for, it will make me understand that after all I was wrong, and we are beyond redemption, on our own, in which case I will help only those who helped me in the past, buying us extra time, offering my services to the Arabs from the Middle East because at least they pay well, which should help me with the realization of my small emergency plans. If you give up on me and this initiative, I will give up on you. I hope this is logical and it's the only fair stance from my side. I do not want us to end up in a situation that in 10 or 20 years, you will wish you had done something to stop it, while it was still possible. But I hope it will never come to this, because the necessary minimum which must be accomplished for the sake of us all was presented in this plan. And if it's going to fail, we are not going to make it in the future on the long run, no matter what. I analyzed every single possible scenario which could develop from the current situation, and I'm telling you we need each other in a large number, cooperating internationally from our homelands over the realization of this operation. The choice is yours. Consider everything I presented in my material. Decide on your own if I am right or wrong, if it's worth trying or not. Engage yourself if you approve what I am trying to do by following my guidance and requests. And we might have a good chance to oppose our complete enslavement and destruction in the future world, restoring and preserving what's best from our traditional civilization and our heritage. This plan is a chance which we have the obligation to use in our current miserable situation. We cannot fail, so please do as I requested, or we will face severe consequences. If you care, I showed you a way to give us a chance in the future. All you need to do is follow. If you went through my whole material, write in the comment section if you think that my statements at the beginning of my material were true. Write if you agree with me about the major threats to our future existence and with the presented solution. And write if you will follow my instructions, willing to act and do your part. If presented information helped you, help me please in return. If you disagree with my claims or encountered some problems, please share them with us in the public comment section as well. Oh, and do not forget to give a like and subscribe. It might help as well after all. If my appeal doesn't reach enough people, or the right people, it's on you, because all of us have the power to share and spread the information about this plan and my initiative. Thank you for your time.